Hello, welcome to Tim's Maniac Sports on this late night Sunday show, almost Monday show, but it's still Sunday over here, so it's a Sunday show. Uh, well, today we had two teams that played in college football, and shoot, um, Oregon State beat San Jose State by a score of 42-17. Wow, they just more or less really kicked their butt. You know, it just was what it was. You know, I mean, and then you had LSU lost to Florida State by a score of 24-45. So basically, these scores, you know, have been lopsided. You know, even though they were actually these were teams that were supposed to be more, I guess, evenly matched. Some interconference teams, it wasn't just more give me wins like we thought. Uh, so that's one of the things. Yeah, I also seen that Aurora of the UK will be coming on in like 38 minutes or something like that. So that's cool. I really want people to tune into Aurora of the UK. One of Lions Nation Unites um, um, actually um, crew. So and they have a growing audience, a growing platform there. Real good following that the Lions have over in the UK. They know what they're talking about. Join Anthony and Matt. And sorry I can't think of the other guy's name, but Anthony and Matt join them on Roar the UK. Uh, Also, make sure you guys check out Kurt Steele's channel. Uh, you know, he's really yeah, I basically just see the minute hangs with Kurt about the lines and stuff like that. Uh but I guess on his website is where he does most of his stuff. And hey, welcome to Maniac Sports. This is Tim's Maniac Sports, where you don't know what you're gonna get when you're on here. But I welcome everybody, and actually is anybody who wants to come and chat, anybody who wants to be a part of the show, no matter what team you want to talk about, no matter what sports team you like, this is Maniac Sports. This is not just Detroit Lions Sports. So, and if you guys just want to talk about the Lions, we can do that. We can talk college football. We can talk high school football. We can hey, how's it going? 313 New Breed. How was your day? How was your Sunday? Yeah, man, that's hard to believe college season is really upon us, and it's, kind of full swing and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, I do got to apologize to people on my last show. Our whole area had a power outage. So my last show ended really abruptly, my late night show. So it just really ended up abruptly yesterday. We lost out power for about a couple hours, and I really never found out what it was about. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to see that you had a good day today on Sunday. Uh, that's great. Did you do anything special? Did you meet anybody new? I mean, I'm always seeing you meeting all those fans and stuff like that, which is great, man. It's great, or not? Well, meeting fans, meeting players, former players, current players. Man, you are rocking it, and that's real great. You are. I'm glad to see you rocking it, man. You know, it's that's great to see when friends succeed. Uh, and of course, make sure you guys check out uh, New Breed. You know, like him, Facebook, YouTube. You just go ahead and like because he's really, 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 really good at what he does. And it's I know he covers a lot of sports. Yeah, LSU Tigers got smoked by Florida State today. You're yeah, that's not a joke. That is not a joke. Yeah, it's just yeah, it was it like 24 to uh well, let me see. I had it up here but then I took it off. Uh yeah, yeah, I know they actually it was like 56 24 something, but yeah. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, and man, hey, it's just speaking the truth. You know, uh, one of the things we support each other around. You know, my friends do, and they support me, and I support them. And that's great. One of the things we're not in competition; we're in collaboration. That's the way us YouTuber groups here. And Facebook groups and stuff like that. But yeah, just hey, it is just so wonderful. And man, I am looking forward to we have one more Monday night game, in college yet, and then next thing's gonna be Thursday night. Thursday night, man. Thursday night, one and oh gosh, I mean, cannot wait to see the Lions play. Cannot wait. I mean, it's just yeah, 45 to 24. Yeah, I yep, and yeah, it's great. Uh, but we just really want to once again, I will be having a watch party on the I will be having a watch party, for the game. So and because I'm going to be pumped for that game, and I'm going to watch it through thick and thin, and let's just really really. Oh yeah, I know Florida State won definitely. Uh, yeah, Florida State was one that had 45, so it was LSU could only get 24. Uh, I was listening to it on the radio and stuff like that too because I was out doing stuff today. But yeah, it's here, man. This is football week now. This is we're now in September. You know, unfortunately, if you're Michigan, the snow's gonna be coming back soon. But the great thing about I really didn't. I will check it out. Yeah, I really didn't. Is that on my Facebook inbox? But yeah, shoot, hey, Aiden Hudson, man, we're gonna really be looking to that guy. Looking to see what he can do this year. Um, you know, how much he will improve from last year. He did good last year. You know, but he should have much better help this year. And his second, his second season is going to be is going to be good too. Uh, and he ought to be able to actually even do better on the second season than what he did on the first season. Aiden Hutchinson, Michigan Wolverines, Detroit Lions, half Michigan Wolverines, and half Detroit Lions jersey. Oh yeah, and that's yeah. I have seen those before. And actually, guy that actually designed some of them. The Wolverine, uh, Lion Wolverine jersey, Mike, uh, used to actually be on that. Yeah, I figured this was you, Euro Jackson. Uh, but yeah, I will definitely check that out because yeah, I know those are cool jerseys, and who knows, eventually you might see some Lion State jerseys too. Yeah, yep. But I'm definitely my team between the two of them is of course Michigan. Between the two of the state ones, you know. But there are Michigan fans too. There are definitely Michigan fans. There are Michigan State fans. I know New Breed 313 is a Michigan State fan. So yeah. But hey, we're hopefully Michigan's going to be able to repeat what they did the last couple of years and actually go further. You know, I want to see them actually win. Win the title. You know, uh, but we'll see. Every year you gotta, in order to get to that title game, you got we gotta beat Ohio State. Sorry for the coughing. Allergies and stuff like that are going on. But yeah. So, um, what do you think is going to take? I used to have a show that what will it take? Before I changed it to Maniac Sports. Uh, so what will it take for Michigan to actually win the national championship? What would it take for Michigan State to? What would it take for, and what is it going to take for the Lions to actually win the Super Bowl? You know, do we have that team now? Do we, it's what one of the things that's going to definitely take for them to win the Super Bowl. It's a lot better defense than we had last year. They got to play a lot better. They got, if they can be, a top 10 defense and if the running game can be a top 5 running game and, the offense remains the top, within the top 5 as a whole, then teams are going to be have a hard time beating us. So it's going to take stopping the run. It's going to take stopping the quarterback. It's going to take our cornerbacks to go ahead and actually, go ahead and actually produce and just really stop that pass too. You can't go ahead and stop the run, for the first 2 downs, and then on third down or even fourth down, you know, um, you end up losing, losing the battle and giving them a first down. So we got to have a defense that is respectable, that is feared, where, where, because before we had a defense where people knew that they could actually beat us. They could go ahead and win. If they try long enough, they could beat our defense. So I think the key to us being successful this season, is that our defense, needs to be a lot stronger. We need to be better against those running quarterbacks. We need to be better against the runners, and we also need to be better. We need to be better against pass. So our linebackers need to produce. They started producing later on in the year last year. And I think with upgrades that we made this year, I think that that's going to happen. I and sure we don't got DJ Shark anymore. You know, so but we didn't have him a lot last year because he was injured a lot of the time too. So there wasn't, and Jameson Williams, we didn't have him, you know, but for maybe a few plays, he didn't play a full game last year. So I think that our offense could be as good or even better. So if you put two things together, you know, um, I think the sky can be the limit. And I think that there are you know our oh I need to scroll down in chat. Yeah, I got two monitors now, and I'm lost my okay. Yeah, I might go ahead and do that. Uh, you know, just so that you guys know what he asked me. Are you gonna go to a Michigan and Detroit Lions in an Hutchinson half? Michigan half over. I I could. I mean, I haven't decided yet. Uh, Lions should be solid. They got to limit the penalties definitely, and stay healthy. Yeah, exactly. Because those things have killed us. Those things have in the past. They did go ahead and do a lot of changing on our strength and conditioning, um, you know, um, crew. So hopefully they do that. Yeah, Jamar Gibbs to have a field day. Lions win Thursday. Yeah, man. You know what? I cannot argue with that. I mean, well, one thing we're not. One thing I really don't want to do is, on this. I mean, uh, yeah, Washington is ranked number 10, and we'll see. Okay, we got to put a lot of pressure on Mahomes. Exactly. And that's throughout the game. You know, you got to put that pressure, and put pressure without even having the inkling of a penalty. You know, so that so you got to put the pressure. Yeah, you can't go ahead and have these unnecessary roughness and stuff like that. But yeah, yeah, you got to put that pressure on Mahomes. You got and you got to put that pressure, and you got to keep him contained too. So it's that, and then our and actually you got to complete it. Because if you just put the pressure on Mahomes, and eventually, their receivers are going to break free and stuff like that. So they got to put the pressure and end the play. Whether it be, forcing him to pass it quicker than what he wants to pass it. Because we all know he can run, he can throw. He's a quarterback. He's a quarterback that can do both. You know, so he's definitely a quarterback that can do both. I feel Patrick Mahomes is going to get injured versus the Lions. He could, but I really, I, I, I don't like to see people get injured. Uh, hey Tim, do you think Montgomery is going to have a better day this year than Jameson Williams did for us last year? Yeah, actually, I think so. Uh, yeah, if he doesn't, you know, if he doesn't have a better day, it will be or a better season. It will be because Jamar Gibbs will be there and actually scoring too. So that's you know, David Montgomery I think is a better player and he should have a better results. But we got to remember that last year DeAndre Swift was out, so I think between the two of them, and they're going to be better. I do think Montgomery is going to be get more of the first downs, and hey, it would be nice if he broke Williams' record that broke Sanders' record. You know, uh, I definitely want I definitely want to see that, and it definitely could happen. David Montgomery better than Williams, yeah, hands down. Much better player, more talent. You know, has has heart, um, and now he got a better offensive line too. So yeah, I really think that he's going to, but that just depends on the amount of carries too, because I just think Gibbs is not going to be as injury prone as what Swifty was. So that could take some of his talent away, his carries away, because for a while that's all we had was Swifty or was Williams. Because Dave Montgomery can run and catch the ball out of the backfield. Yeah, uh, so he's definitely a better all around running back than what Jamar Williams is. Uh, it's just like I say, it'll be the number of touches. You know, Jamar Williams, Jamar Williams can't catch the ball out of the backfield. True. Uh, and that's why we picked up Montgomery because we thought that he could help us more. Yeah, and this is not a knock against Jamar Williams because man, that guy was a lion at heart. I mean, he embarrassed himself a little bit when he told off the media in tears. I mean, it's one of those things you hated to see him go, but you understood what the Lions did because when a player gives your heart and soul to your team like he did, you know, uh, you know, it wasn't his choice to leave. Okay, we got a lot of talent at running back, and I like the signing of the new players we got. Yeah, me too. Me too. And yeah, like I'm just saying, if it's, you know, I do think that our running game as a whole will be will be a lot more respected with Montgomery in there. You know, okay, wow, okay, I may be saying his name wrong, but it is what it is. Okay, with Jamar Williams, David Montgomery, yeah, Jamar Williams. But yeah, but and it's okay. So yeah, thank you guys. I do appreciate this. Uh, and any other questions or any other comments? Now, you know, in a scale of 1 to 10, how do you think I think we could have, top 8 running game in the league, you know, or 5 to 8 and top 5 to 8 just in the running part of the offense. Hey Tim, do you think Marvin Jones is going to be okay? Hey Tim, do you think Jones is going to be this season? Okay, how do you think? Okay, um, one of the reasons we got him was because he didn't get injured. Uh, I think he's going to do good, but I think there might be a step back from when we had him before. He is older. Uh, I do think that he's going to be. I think he's going to be good as long as he don't get hurt. Because I mean that's just one of those things that when age catches up to everybody, and the abuse that you get on the body, you know, it's just it's just how he if he can stay healthy, I think he will have a good season. I think that them going to them going to I think that St. Brown is going to go ahead and because they'll be covering St. Brown a lot more, and I think that's going to open up things with yeah with Myron Jones. Okay, what about the rumors? Okay, what's that rumor about Lions trading Isaiah Bugs today? I didn't really look into that. So as far as I know, it's just a rumor for now. Uh, I mean, if we look at some of the, yeah, as far as I know, that's just a rumor for now. I don't think it happened. Um, but uh, did you hear anything about that 313? Because I've been out most of the day and stuff like that. I did listen to the college games, some of them on TV. Okay, Tim, how do you feel about the Lions possibly trading to get Mike Evans from the Bucks? Shoot, let's do it. I would, I would like to see that. He'll definitely help. Yeah, and I'm at the point right now. You know, if you can get a player that's really, really going to go ahead and help put us over the top, you know, because I mean, yeah, I really feel that training for Mike Evans is really going to help the team. I mean, and yeah, I would really, really consider that, and that would be great. So that's how I feel about it. Isaiah Bugs, yeah, I. Oh shoot, man, it's hot in my house. Oh, that's one thing I'm hot day today. Uh, so what do you think about it? Them trading. Do you think that they're asking too much? I do think that bringing Mike Evans over here is really going to help. Red trade for. Oh wow. Ah, shoot. That's a good one. Mike Evans. Yeah, I think I would rather trade for Jonathan Taylor than Mike Evans. Yeah, yeah, I gotta say that. I think I would much rather. Yeah, but we'll see what they do. You know. Hey, Greg, how's it going? I would rather trade for Mike Evans. He's hurt. This team wants to wants too much money. Okay, I would rather not trade. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. I'd rather not trade for Mike Evans. He hurt this team. Wants too much money. We lose important players to the team. That's definitely a good view. I don't mind trading for Mike Evans. It depends on who we're giving up. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And that's yeah. And it also depends on how he when you trade for a player, how is that player going to react to the new team? You know, just like I mean, Snack Harrison. You know, he never wanted to be with the Lions. So as long as he, you know, as long as they're okay coming to now, of course, that is a very, very, very different. You know, this is very different Lions team than what Harrison did. But we definitely want people that actually want to see the team too and help us win. You know, so because all right, we don't need Jonathan Taylor. You got 2 stars running back. Okay, you got 2 stars running back and can't have a third star running back. Okay, I don't mind trading to get Chris Jones or Chase Young. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Those are some good ones. Those are definitely some good ones, man. Chris, yeah. Uh, wow. Yeah, those would definitely add to it. Hey, welcome everybody to 10th Maniac Sports. I'm thanking everybody that I appreciate everybody coming in, and I appreciate the comments and everything like that. Appreciate you all being part of the show. It is the fans that make this show. Okay, okay, okay. Oh shoot, I gotta get my chat back. Uh, no, we're just talking and we're just discussing. But and you know what, I do got to, I actually do got to agree on some point. I do think that if we trade for, Stout, because our defense, we do, if we trade, it's definitely shoring up that defense. We definitely need, if we could get, somebody like Aaron Donald, uh, a defense tackle like that. But Aaron Donald is not going to be around for, we may get he he had to basically be talked into staying, you know. Um, but yeah, if we could get another major pass rusher, hell yeah, to go alongside, uh, go alongside Aiden Hutchinson, I would definitely be for that. You know, because I mean, that's one thing that you know, you have people coming from right side, left side, and middle that can get to that quarterback, that can go ahead and sack that quarterback and send them into next week and stuff like that. It's just. But of course, one of the things too is that this is a NFL too that likes, I mean, everybody knows defense wins championships. You need that strong defense. Uh, definitely. Um, but you also need that strong offense too. You need that balanced attack, and we have to put a lot of capital into our offense. Uh, and it's Chase Young injury prone. Only had one good game his rookie season. True, true. And yeah, everybody's but how I mean so I mean the one thing, like like I'm saying, Aaron Donald. I mean, I just don't you know a younger Aaron Donald. Yes, it would be great, but they had to go ahead and talk him into staying. So okay. Quincy Williams from the Jets or Max Corey from the Raiders. Okay, sure. Hey, if we trade to get Aaron Rodgers' team worse, that would be. I'm no, I'm okay. Only played one and went to Washington Commanders defense. Daryl Penny, their best defensive player. Okay, all right. For Detroit Lions. So, um, Greg Rice, who are you, who are you predicting that the Lions are going to go ahead, or what's your score prediction for Detroit and Kansas City? I'm just curious. Yeah, I think I said 48-17. Washington Commanders can be a sneaky good team. Yeah, they can be. Yeah, that's for sure. Or and yeah, they but of course they're in the uh NFC East, and they're going to be playing a lot of a lot of okay, so Lions win 28-24. Okay, that's really good. Yeah, and of course New Breed 45-42. Yeah, yeah. I know I said 48-17, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than what I thought. I just part of that I just do for fun and just try to give the line some luck. Uh, I changed my prediction. Okay, 4 points. 4 points. So it's going to be just a 4 point win for the Lions. So that's good. That is definitely good. So are you more a uh, okay? So for the first four games, how do you think the Lions are going to do? Do you guys think the Lions are going to be 2-2, 4-0? Yeah, well, or 1-3, 3-1. You know, I'm hoping for 4-0, but you're talking Atlanta 3-1. Hey, yeah, yeah. I'm hoping for 4-0, but I could, and if I remember, and I'm thinking that you're saying that they're going to lose to the 3-1. Thinking that you're going to lose to oh Seattle. Okay, Detroit Lions versus Jacksonville Jaguars. Super Bowl. Detroit Lions win the Super Bowl. Yeah, and I know this must be your R. Jackson. And if I'm saying your name wrong, I'm sorry. But it would be a great thing for the Lions to win the Super Bowl. I We got to win the NFC North too. All right, I get them losing to the Seahawks. Yeah, I figured that. I know in previous shows we have talked. I figured that that's what you. I think we're due for a win against that team. You know, but I won't be surprised. You know, but yeah, I could definitely see them losing against the Seahawks. You know, and I mean definitely Atlanta but it depends on how they can play in their dome. And I see the Lions first losing to the Falcons. That's got crazy offense and trap game. Yeah, yeah, we have talked about that before. Definitely, I think they have a tough time with DK Metcalf and K9. For sure, I know I can see that being a tough time. Um, but I just think the Lions are going to find a way to pull it off. I mean, there's just something in me that feels it. I mean, this has been, and I mean, going by stats, going by these, I mean, you're definitely it's going to be a uh, hard one. It's going to be a struggle, but I mean, Seahawks has kind of owned us the last couple times we played. I can't remember the last time we actually beat them. So, but that's definitely a valid point, uh, for sure. Definitely a valid point because DK Metcalf and K9. I mean, and that's one of the things. If we're going to beat them, our defense needs to show up, and then we just need to really just keep that. Just keep the pedal to the metal and just and score, score, score. That's the way we're going to need to beat them. You know, and hopefully stop them a few times. You know, because I I think they have a tough time. Okay, okay. DK Metcalf has the talent to be a Calvin Johnson type of player if he stays focused. Yeah, for sure. And that's hopefully we can knock him out of his focus. You know, that's all right. All right. I see the Lions division being being trap games for our Detroit Lions. The Bears were not good with running mobile quarterbacks. Definitely true. And and then that was that's one thing that we gotta they hopefully that helped out with who we drafted. You know, hopefully, hopefully. But yeah, Bears are no slouches, and we're also and their offensive line, look pretty good in training camp. So and then next year, I would like to see that match up with Metcalf and C.J. Gardner Johnson. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that is one thing that we didn't have before. We didn't have C.J. Gardner Johnson, so yeah, seeing Metcalf and those two going up against each other, you know, and of course, and that's why we got to put, that's why our offense or our defensive line needs to get in there too, so that Metcalf cannot go, put that pressure on their quarterback. For sure, you got to put that pressure on the quarterback, make him throw quicker than he wants to throw, and because one thing with if the receivers got all the time in the world, and if that quarterback has all the time in the world you know, to find a open Metcalf. I would like to see that matchup. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to put the same thing on. Against the Falcons, St. Brown and Jeff Okuda. Mm-hmm. Brown versus Jeff Okuda. And hopefully St. Brown can go ahead and pull away. Yep. So how much better do you think the offense will be when Jameson Williams does come back? You know, um, that's one of the I mean he's out for the first 6 games, of course. You know, but how much do you think that's going to help the Lions? Do you think that it's and how many games do you think it would be? I see St. Brown having 100 catches a season for sure. How many catches do you think Jamar Gibbs is going to have? Because I mean, and that's one thing with with our running backs being that where they can catch, where when you got Jamar Gibbs and also Montgomery that can both catch, you know. Okay, Lions still have a top five offense without Jameson Williams. Yeah, I understand that, but how much? Okay, if they're top five offense without Jameson Williams, what do you think it will be when he actually comes back? Is what I'm saying. About 50 catches, over 1,000 yards. Mar Gibbs has a 1,000 rushing and wide receiver. So yeah, basically, okay. So you still see them being like top top five. Okay. Uh all right. Uh now our not to bring up any luck, do you think that or not to bring up any bad, do you think that we'll see Teddy Bridgewater at all this year? As far as I mean, hopefully we don't have to. Hopefully, Jared Goff plays well, does well, and stays healthy. You know, but how important? Think I think Khalif Raymond could have a good year, and that's one thing the Lions still have a lot of weapons. You know, and you can't have them all on the field at the same time, of course. But it's just. But of course, at on the same token, you cannot have they the 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 defense isn't going to be able to cover everybody. Yeah, and can't forget about Sam Laporte's going to have a good year for Detroit. Yeah, he's yeah for sure. Um, his preseason games and his practices and stuff like that. Yeah, Sam Laporte definitely. I definitely see that happening for sure. So with all these weapons on offense and stuff like that, you know, and I mean, heck, you got three factors of the team that can really catch. And you got the tight ends, you got the running backs, and you got the receivers. All of them are great catchers. And then you have great. Of course, also a good blocking tight end too. So this offense is really good. Okay, who starts week one? Derek Barnes or Jack Campbell? Do you know at the Mike linebacker spot? Uh, I'm going to say Jack Campbell. I'm going to say that. I think Jack's a little better. Well, I think he's much better. Derek Barnes did show up this year, you know, uh, but I do think that Dan Campbell's or Jack Campbell, not Dan, sorry, Jack Campbell starts this year. Who do you think? I mean, I both should start, in my opinion. Okay, yeah, and of course that's. Hmm. And yeah, they, like I do agree that Jack Campbell's better. Oh yeah, Brian Branch. Yeah, Brian Branch. Yeah, is going to have a very good year too. Yeah, I really see that. I mean, from what he was doing in training camp and also in the preseason games. Oh, definitely, definitely, definitely think that. So when you stack this up, and so yeah, are we talking this defense being like a top 10 defense? I think they can. I think they can be a top 10. And going to be Brian Branch was steal of the yeah. Brian Branch was steal of the draft. He was the best safety and cornerback in the whole draft, rated number one. Yeah, I hope Broderick Martin can be good. Yeah, let's hope so. Broderick Martin. Yeah, let's hope he can be good. But yeah, I definitely like subscribe to this channel if you have not already. Tell your friends about it. Uh, and I really appreciate everybody coming in. because I mean it's definitely, and all opinions are definitely welcome. All comments are welcome. I try to address all of them. You know, and yeah, I just Brock Martin. Yeah, yeah, I'm thinking they should be a top 10 defense. Do you see Stephen Gilmore ever playing this year in the regular season? If he becomes a need, uh, if it becomes, if somebody gets hurt, maybe. But other than that, no. Uh, so, man, sorry about the yawn. I really am. Definitely not you guys. Just been up early, stayed up late last night, and it's actually Monday already. Wow. Tracy Walker, yeah. Hope he plays better this season. I really do. I only how I don't see the Lions winning the division. Goff goes down. All right, yeah, and that can be. I mean, unfortunately, that could be a possibility. Yeah, but and in doing that, that's will Teddy Bridgewater be able to bridge a gap when Goff goes down? One of the things that Teddy Bridgewater has done with other teams is he was there, and that's why we brought him in. Uh, and if he goes down, it if he does go down, hopefully if he does, it'll be later in the season where yeah, uh, I got faith in Teddy B and Hooker, and see that's what I was just about ready to say. I think that um, Teddy Bridgewater uh, will be able to fill in nicely if Goff goes down, and if it's later in the season and Hendon Hooker is actually off the injured reserve list, you know, there's no telling what he could be. I don't see Goff going down, to be honest. We have a offensive line that will not get to Goff. No, and we definitely, yeah, it's Goff. Last year he didn't, but there's sometimes when, I mean, and that's that concussion protocol. There's no telling when if he seemed, and that's one thing that scares me too. If and I can understand why the NFL is doing this. Because you got to protect your quarterbacks. You got to protect your players. So if you get and that's one. But having that offensive line definitely, it's going to help keep Goff safe. Because we do got one of the best offensive lines in the league. I think we were top two in the offensive line last year, and That should definitely help keep Goff protected. But who knows when he's out for like a week or so, if they deem that he got a concussion. And it's I mean just look at Tua last year. You know, but yeah, Miami didn't have the offensive line that we had. You know, but just take a look at that. Yeah, taking Penelsu was the right tackle was the right pick over Michael Parsons. Penelsu made our offense. Yeah, Penelsu. And if I'm pronouncing wrong, do you see Penelsu getting another pass thrown to him? Penelsu. Oh man, you know what? Hey, yeah, that I yeah. I mean, yeah, and he's a big boy when he runs. So shoot, heck, heck yeah, I'm gonna say yes. I see that. I see that. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Scoring a touchdown, yeah. Oh, definitely. Definitely. And I mean, you look at, you know, and it would be something if he did it against like the Bears or the Packers or something like that, or the Vikings. It'd be something if he got a couple touchdowns. you know, Designate him as elbow receiver. Shoot, and that's when a lot of people you know are gonna say now what? Now what? We go ahead and we block all the other guys. Now we gotta block their offensive lineman too. You know, I mean that's yeah. Who's actually blocking? Or what if he did versus the Chiefs? He's the season we win Detroit Lions. That would be something. If he ended up scoring a touchdown against the Chiefs for the win, OMG. OMG. It would be interesting if he scored against his brother versus the Bears. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yep. I mean, the Bears are a family feud. Definitely the Bears are a family feud because they got you know St. Brown on their team too, and Sewell's. Yeah, but yeah, oh god, that would be pronounced Sue's brother sucks. Yeah, but yeah, that's shoot. I mean, yeah, and you know what? But see, they know how to play each other though. They know the moves, and stuff like that too. So, his brother may know, some of the tricks that other ones don't, because I'm sure they played, you know, practice against each other, played on, the same teams growing up and stuff like that. Okay. Has Sue been like Yeah, have to be like refrigerator Perry and run the ball. LOL. You know what? I mean, yeah, I was kind of thinking that too a little bit. You know, I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, shoot. I mean, you see this massive freight train running the ball. Oh my God, yeah. Uh, take a you know make the Bears try to bear down on that. You know, God. Well, yeah, we know we have the better brother. That's for sure. You know. Oh yeah. But I mean, if we can use their own weapons, I mean their own strategies that they have used against us in the past. Because I mean, yeah, Fridge used to run that ball, and heck, if Sue can go ahead and I mean that's a big boy to try to take down. You know, I don't care whatever it takes. Just get that ball in the end zone. I don't care if it's Sue. I don't care if it's St. Brown. I don't care if it's, you know, Jamar Gibbs. I don't care if it's Montgomery, Sam Park. I don't care. Get the touchdowns. Get the touchdown. That's what we need. We need to get those touchdowns. But see, I know a few. Okay, I want to put 100 points on the Chiefs. You know what? That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. And that might be what it'll take in order to beat the Chiefs. You know, you know. I mean, could you just see? I mean, that would be, you know, I could just see the headlines right now. The Detroit Lions rip the Chiefs apart with a roaring win of 100 points to 42. I mean, that would be that'd be awesome. I mean, yeah, don't no mercy, no retreat, no surrender. Just when you got that dagger to their neck, yeah, Master Steph said, when it's dagger time, you just gotta go ahead and take that knife to their throat and just go ahead and stab it in, blow them out, put the NFL on notice. I like that. I like that, man. You are bringing out that. That would definitely bring out the maniac in the NFL like crazy. The Lions score 100 points or anything close to that, 90 some points. You know, I mean. But I mean any type of blow that they could do against Chiefs, I mean it it would be great. I mean, yeah, we're here, we're real, we're here to stay. You know, we may have woke you up a little bit last year, but now we're giving you nightmares. We're putting you back to sleep. You know, yeah. I mean, that would be awesome. Awesome to just go ahead and take out the Chiefs, Kansas City like that. We got to blow the Chiefs out, not just beat them. Blow them out of blow them out. Put the NFL on notice. I mean, yeah, you know, and then that's what we got to do to the Seahawks, and then we got to do that to Atlanta. You know, I mean, if we can go ahead and win the first four games handily, you know, you know, if the Lions can go ahead and win the first four games, uh, it would be something. But they can't stop there either. Lions have to control the ball and the possession. We got to do that every one. We got to do that to everyone. Take out years of frustration. Take out years of frustration on the teams. uh 20-0. Oh, I definitely like that. I definitely like that. That would be just so awesome to see that happen. You know, I yeah. I mean, if they can go ahead and take care of the Chiefs, the Seahawks, the Falcons, Green Bay, Panthers, Buccaneers, the Ravens. I mean, it's eight. I mean, we got some we got pretty we got a pretty tough schedule. I mean, this is not a sure win schedule. You know this is a schedule that is so. Well, you're saying going 20-0, so we would get the bye. If we end up Lions beat teams, uh, everyone's worst team ever, 20-0 and 0-16. If they could go ahead and go from that'd be awesome. That would be awesome. And you know what? There would be a lot more Lion fans, because there would be a lot of bandwagon jumpers for sure. But if that happened, in a perfect world, that would be great. You know, but like a lot of these, I mean, you just even the NFC North, their division, you know, their division. You look at our own division. If we have a losing record in the first half of this season, do you think they could get and go? Okay. If we have a losing record in the first half of the season, do you think they would let go of Dan Campbell? I don't think so. I really don't. Uh, no. Uh, I think no matter what, I mean, no, I don't see that happening. Even if if like you say, if it, what do you think? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I definitely do. Yeah, I agree with you about the bandwagon fans and stuff like that. But every team has them, and I mean, I have even seen people hopping on the bandwagon last year, stuff like that. But if there's, I think Aaron Glenn be gone, not Dan Campbell, if he starts bad. Actually, I that's probably right. I think Aaron Glenn would be gone rather than Dan Campbell. Uh, I think that we're going to have both of them throughout the season. Uh, we'll get to see what Aaron Glenn can do. With the people he got, because hey, he stayed in the past, and now he got some of the players to back up. You know, I mean, obviously, the offense. There's been more money spent on the offense and more star powers there was spent on the offense. But in the last couple of years, there has been some star power that's been spent on the defense too. So I think that Aaron Glenn has a better chance this year. And I'll tell you what, I hope both of them. I hope both of our coordinators can be the top coordinators, of the league. Uh, if like last year we were in the top five offense, but the first couple of games we were the top two offense. You know, so that's one thing we gotta look at too. Is that if we can, if this offense has gotten better, all right, because we all feel the running game has gotten better, you know, and if the defense has gotten better, I mean, heck, if we could maintain a top three or four offense throughout the year, you know, and we have that top 10 defense, man, there's, I mean, there should be no reason we don't win the NFC North, uh, and other stuff, you know. I mean, it's just Ben Johnson's will be the best offensive coordinator again. No worries about him. Yeah, I don't have worries about him. But just think, and just think if Ben Johnson, goes ahead and goes from a top five offense to a top three offense, at the end of the year. I'm worried about losing him to Los Angeles Chargers next season. Ben Johnson, head coach, I wish him well. If he if he does not if he does not versus the Lions, yeah, and if he goes to, definitely, uh, you know. So what would that say for I mean, we all hear about Belichick tree, the Andy Reid tree. You know, does Dan? Do we start hearing about the Dan Campbell tree? You know, I mean, do we hear about the Dan Campbell trade? Ben Johnson goes over to I can't wait for Michigan Panthers football. Also, Tim, for sure. Yeah. Speaking of, I'm going to take out some things that I take these off for a sec. Okay, this here is a map. Uh, Sorry about the light thing on it, but this is a map of the AFL, the Arena Football League. Okay, it's actually a puzzle. All right. And I hear they're gonna be coming back. Uh, but I friend of mine was at a yard sale and stuff like that, and I got all these autograph pictures that I bought from him. These programs and that, and I hear the well, I'll go through that later on more when I have more time. But yeah, I can't wait. And I got to figure out ways to get to more games. I mean, shoot, I and hopefully the Panthers can go ahead and actually win. Uh, actually win a championship again. I want to see that. I see Ben Johnson going to Los Angeles Chargers head coach because got franchise quarterback Justin Herbert be the best job on the market if they fire their head coach. Yeah, and of course there you got you got I'm just gonna take these off. But there you got so many talented quarterbacks in the AFC. It's unreal, unreal, unreal. Yeah, I wonder if Big E is going to host the Panthers next season. I that would be great. That will be. I mean, that definitely will be great. Uh, Man, I would love to see him come back and host it. Um, but we'll see. You know, and wasn't it Rick Mahorn that kind of helped bring that helped the push for the Panthers playing in Ford Field this season? Now, one thing I do hope, yeah, I do hope that uh, USFL can go ahead and get their homes. Everybody next season play at their home stadium. You know, it was great to have the Panthers and also the Philadelphia Stars play at Ford Field, but I think for the fans' sakes, you know, I would really love to see the Panthers. I'd love to see every city be a host city for their team. I just think that's the right thing to do. I mean, when it was all in Birmingham, Alabama, and stuff like that that year, it was good to have them back and stuff like that, have the USFL back, but it was much better to have them in at Ford Field, you know. So yeah, and yes, we are definitely Michigan Panther fans here too. I love the Michigan Panthers. I have loved them. I'm ever since you know ever since the first the first USFL season, the original USFL season. I do want to see the league, however, uh, grow. If they don't, uh, I predict Gibbs gets 3 or 4 touchdowns versus the Chiefs. Wow, awesome! He does that. He gets 3 or 4 touchdowns. Panay Sue gets a couple. Do I like Eastern Michigan, Western Michigan, or Central Michigan? Western Michigan is more closer to me. Although I think Central ain't that far either. Uh, I know, I know Central has been the one that I hear the most about. Uh, I like I like the Western Michigan Broncos. That's who I more or less like. Yeah, they were, and they they played this way. One thing I would like to, and one thing I liked about the Arena League. Okay, one one thing I loved about the Arena League is that when they were back then when they first started out, you know they the Grand Rapids Rampage when the Grand Rapids Rampage first started out, you know I was able to go to every game that first season, every home game that first season, and one of the things that I really liked about the Arena League is that there was you got to go and get autograph. The players would have pictures and autographs. It wasn't only the kids; the adults could go down on the field too and get the autographs from them. Also, so it was great. And one of the things I do think that the no, not a chance, not a chance. The Michigan Panthers cannot beat the Detroit Lions. Uh, Now the original Michigan Panthers, back when the Lions were around, I wanted to see an exhibition game between the two squads uh, at the Pontiac Silverdome. I, I, I mean, yeah, that would have been crazy. But and back then, okay, back then, you gotta realize back then it was a whole whole different United States Football League because they were signing people. They were getting Heisman Trophy winners. Football did not pay well back then. You know, you had $100,000 contracts and stuff, but compared to like other sports like baseball and stuff like that, football didn't pay well. The NFL did not pay well. You know, so so and the United States Football League, they were picking up. players from other teams. Lions almost lost Barry Sanders to, I think, Oklahoma or Houston, one of the two. They had to go to court to get him back. Uh, Heisman Trophy winner Herschel Walker was signed by the New York, New Jersey Generals at the time. Michigan standout wide receiver Anthony Carter went ahead and went to the Michigan Panthers instead of the NFL. So they also took like Brian Sipe. Jim Kelly went to the NFL. Steve Young, or not NFL, Steve Young went to the USFL. Um, uh, Jim Kelly went to the USFL. So they were competing a lot more as far as for talent, and they were willing to spend the money to be the Premier League. Now, did they ever achieve being the Premier League? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You know, it was and the thing that changed them from, because at first they planned on being a low budget league and stuff like that, but then Donald Trump went ahead and signed Herschel Walker, and that changed the landscape of the USFL, because there was people jumping ship. I can't name all. I can't name all the players. I mean, Ray Bentley. He ended up playing for. I think it was the Panthers too. There were so many players that played for the United States Football League. If the original United States Football League would have lasted, the landscape right now would not be what it is in the NFL. Because I'll tell you that owners back then, they didn't have free agency. They didn't want to you know pay the players. There was a lot more holdouts in order to get contracts. Rookies, there was no rookie salary cap. There was no salary cap. You know, uh, in the NFL, you own that player. Basically, you own that. You own the right to that player throughout. If you drafted him, you own that right to that player. So they own. So it was either you take what I offer or you don't play football. You know. Yeah, and like I say, this and today's Michigan Panthers, today's you know, I think it was the uh, Pittsburgh one or something. Uh, yeah, no, there's no USFL team that could. You know, I mean, it's like Central Michigan, you know, beating Michigan or beating Ohio State. It's not gonna happen. But back then, when you were just think if Jalen Hurts went to the NFL, if or went to the USFL, if Aaron Donald went to the USFL, just think, you gotta think at that time, at that time, the USFL was competing and willing to spend the amount of money to get these players, but you didn't have no contracts like they were now, and it's never going to be like that again. Are you ready for Detroit Pistons rookie players this year? Yes, I am. I am ready. What do you think of the Detroit Pistons' new head coach? Well, time will tell. Time will tell. You know, that's all I can say right now because I don't know enough. You know, I hope we can bring the team back together. But we'll put them back on the winning streaks that we had. Bring them back to you know competing. But of course, the NBA is a lot different than what it used to be, and um, there's a lot of good teams out there. Hey Tim, are you going to the Grand Rapids Gold or the Motor City Cruise G League games? I have. I really haven't. Uh, and it's just because I work nights that I haven't really done that. I should go ahead and check out some. Uh, Long time ago, the Grand Rapids used to have the hoops. I don't know if you guys remember that. Uh, but yeah, I definitely want to check out some of those games. Okay, what Detroit Lions game you going to go this year? One pride. Um, yeah, I got to see if I can get my stuff together and try to go to that Seahawks game. That's what I want to go. I want to go to the Seahawks game. Uh, but if I can get, yeah. Well, then maybe if not that, the Atlanta game. Uh, I'll try to be at all Lions games. Yeah, I know you do. Don't you got season tickets? I, yeah, and you know what? I'll tell you what. If I lived in or near Detroit, I would I would have season tickets, and I would any of the Monday night games I would have, or Thursday night games, or anything like that. I would have vacation set up for those times. I want to go to the Falcons versus the Lions. Benjamin Robinson and Jamar Gibbs, two best running backs in the 2023 draft. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. I got a season ticket win with the Lions Pistons and the Motor City Cruise. Wow. Wow. I hate fighting with people that they don't know football. Saying the Lions, saying my Detroit Lions don't have no Super Bowl rings. We have NFL championship. It is the same thing, just names different. Keyword NFL championship. So they don't count it as part of the NFL like it's up, like it up or leave it up. you know, that's true. And actually, the first few Super Bowls were not even called the Super Bowl. You know, that when the merger came up, you know, when the merger came up, it's it took a few years before they actually decided to name the game the Super Bowl, and the importance of the Super Bowl. You know, you had your two. You had your two. You know, AFC and NFC championships. Which were the AFL and NFL championships, and that was kind of like, okay, on SmackDown. You have the SmackDown. When you had the SmackDown World Champions, and when you had uh the Raw World Champions. Except this was real competition. All right. So each league believed that theirs was a better league. So they went for their championship. So somebody told me once, and I don't know if he's right, but that you know they considered that kind of like an exhibition game at first when the two teams played. But okay, hey Tim, you're Indian car or race fan? Not too much. Uh, I thought I I I'll tell you what. Since I seen that Gran Torino movie, I want I want to get more into it. Um, but yeah, I have not followed them too much. I use card. I take it. I I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm going to bed, sleeping. Good night. Go Lions. It's 1:38 in the morning here. Yeah, good night. Thank you for talking. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Am I a WWE wrestling? Are you a wrestling fan for the W? Yes, I am. I follow it. I used to really follow it quite a bit more than I do. Time constrictions and stuff. But yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you both for all the time that you spent. You guys, yeah, you guys rock. You guys rock. Yeah. We'll talk to you guys. Uh, okay. Oh, Tim, you go to the Indian 500. Indy 500. It's a great experience to go. You know what? I, I you know what? I'm gonna go. I'm 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 gonna go. The only the only uh I seen a couple of races at Modern Raceway, which is kind of near Grand Rapids. The owner of the Whitecaps used to own them. And at at that time, the ones that I seen, they had the bigger NASCAR racing cars there. Uh, you know, so yeah, shoot, I need to make it to the Indian car series because shoot, definitely want to. Uh, yeah, definitely want to go to an Indian. Me, I need to go ahead and really start working on growing my channel because I need to go ahead and grow my channel and get a lot of listeners and a lot of subscribers and stuff like that, and then I can start doing like what you're doing, uh, 313, and just go ahead and just go, because that's what I want to do. You know, what do I want to do in life? I If you make your job something you love, all right, then it's not a job. Now, I need to get more into doing live things at live events and stuff like that. I need to bring more people on here and stuff like that, you know, uh, because, hey, that's my goal. My goal is to go to sporting events, meet the people. I want to go all around the U.S. and just go to different. All right, I want to go to NASCAR races. I want to visit every stadium in the NFL and be at every NFL game, you know, in a stadium. All right. And Tim, try going to Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Derby as well. It's experienced my it's a experience, my friend. Oh, definitely. We used to have a racetrack here in Muskegon, and I went to a few of them. Uh, at first, it was harness racing, uh, and then it was and then they ended up going going to jocks, you know, regular racing. Ended up shutting down because the owners couldn't get a gambling license. You know, they wouldn't let them do the slot machines and stuff like that in here. And then the owners ended up buying the one in Detroit. So in Michigan, you can own two race car, not race car, race tracks. So they sold the one in Michigan, and actually the Little River Casino ended up buying the land, but uh, Governor Whitmore wouldn't approve it for us to have a casino here in Muskegon. So, but yeah, I will take your advice on that. Cause definitely, I mean, uh, and I don't know about you, but I want to drive. I want to drive one of those NASCARs. I I'm not saying I want to race in a NASCAR race. Okay, I'm not saying that. Okay, but I do want to get behind the wheel of one, and go all out, man. That would be such a blast. You know, but I'll definitely take you up on that because yeah, Kentucky Derby, Churchill Downs, you know, and actually I just gotta promote my videos and say, hey, I'm gonna go. This is where I'm gonna be at and stuff like that, and I just want to do the live videos. And actually, I gotta get there early enough where I can actually interview fans and stuff like that, and hopefully interview races, racers and uh, players and stuff like that. Eventually, for sure. So I mean, you have a wide variety of sports. So I'll tell you what, you you're all around sports guy. Is there any sport that you don't like? You know, 313. Is there any sport that you don't like? But I got to put that on more than a bucket list, because that's one thing that I, you know, want to start doing soon. I definitely want to start going to sporting venues soon. You know, and yeah, Kentucky Derby, Churchill Downs. I got to think hard on what sport I don't like. Hey, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. What about pickleball? I'm, the new trendy sport, I guess you would say. Kind of like tennis, but not tennis. Uh, I guess you have. I mean, that's kind of like a growing sport. It's supposed to be easier for some of the older people and stuff like that, from what I heard. Uh, yeah, I never played pickleball. Have you ever played tennis? I mean, I never even seen a pickleball match or anything. There's just a lot of a couple guys at work. Uh, One guy, his son kind of got him into pickleball and stuff like that, and so okay, cool. You play tennis and golf. From what I heard, if you can play tennis, uh, you ought to be able to play pickleball. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Well, we're coming on. Okay, you're not a big fan of golf on TV, more or like in person. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Now, water polo. You like water polo? Curling. Do you like curling? See, I mean, I don't really understand curling, to tell you the truth. I don't. Um, I mean, you do this brush thing and stuff like that. You know. Um, the what other sports are? Now, I'll tell you what. If I tried to ski, I would break a leg. Downhill skiing. I tell you what. I have a hard enough time and walking on slippery surfaces as it is, you know, with a set of skis on me. Oh man, it's downhill skiing. I mean, cross country skiing. I did that once, and that was enough for me. But I played, a little bit of tennis, but just practice. I'm not too good at playing sports. Polo or curling is okay. And skiing, I never ski. Like I said, I tried cross with a church group one time. I tried cross country skiing, and that was enough for me. You know, uh, ugh. Okay, what other sports? Okay, which is a true football in your opinion? Soccer or American football? In your opinion. And like track and field, the WNBA to a degree. Yep. Now, what about luge and stuff like that? Oh yeah, I definitely like that. But which do you consider? Well, okay, uh, more football though. Uh, I can to me, I consider us. I mean, the world may argue with us, but I do consider American football more real football than soccer. Soccer has another name for it being soccer, you know, and soccer is definitely not it's not a collision sport like our football is, Um, now, yeah, exactly. And of course, American football can be a game of inches sometimes, as we all know. But when you go ahead and you play in Canadian, then it's a game of meters, or centimeters, or millimeters, whatever, you know, because they use a metric system over there. So I guess that's and actually the American or the Canadian Football League. I mean, if you look at that, that's been the most successful league other than the NFL because that's the team the league that stayed around. You know, so yeah, that's the league that stayed around more than uh, Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders is my favorite jersey that I own. Uh, I do got a Kelvin Johnson one. That would be my second second favorite. I actually my first jersey, but I don't have that anymore. My first jersey that I ever had was remember Chuck Long, number 16. That was the first jersey I ever owned. And of course, I bought it before we knew that Chuck Long stunk. You know, but I don't have that one anymore. But definitely my Barry Sanders one would be. What's your favorite? Yeah, thanks everybody for coming into 10th Maniac Sports, man. I'll tell you what, when we go, we can go for hours, and that's great. I just love talking sports. I love talking with co co content creators, with regular fans, everybody. You know, my top five though. LOL. Okay, tell me, what is your top five? Oh, okay, top five. Okay. My throwback Thanksgiving Barry Sanders jersey to Dennis Rodman signed jersey, Cade Cunningham signed jersey, Damon Lillard signed jersey. Wow. And Denver Michael signed jerseys, signed Jazz jersey. Wow. Okay. So your man cave has all these definitely jerseys. Sorry. So tell me the top five, right? The top five sporting events you have been in, as far as, um, I mean, excitement wise. Uh, top five, I mean, I know you go to so many, uh, but what's your top five most memorable? And this is all, in all the sports that you've been to. Actually, if you want to go top 10, you know, just tell me what, I mean, they can be games, you know, just give me your top, you can go 5 or 10 games, whatever you want to do as far as in sporting events. And it doesn't need to be football, of course, only. It can be everything, you know. Yeah, I know. I mean, you NASCAR races. Wow. Oh, yeah. And have you ever been parasailing? That looks like it takes some muscles to do. I never been a parasurfing, not sailing. When kite surfing, I guess that's what it's called. Kite surfing. I mean, that looks like it's. I mean that's one of the things we see. I see a lot of in Muskegon, and there's. I mean, start off with just one guy doing it, and then you know he started training other people, and we get. There's times you go by Lake Michigan, and man, there's a lot of kite surfing. Mm. But it's I definitely want to give us definitely want to give a special thanks to 313 New Breed, also Greg Rice, and also Euro Jackson, uh, for all the comments that we have received on this show. Thank you guys. Okay. Indianapolis 500, 2000. Okay. Well, number one, Indianapolis 500, two, 2016 Pistons playoffs versus the Cavs. Three, Churchill Downs. Four, last Pistons game at the Palace, 5. First Pistons game in the LCA. Wow. Little Caesars Arena. Okay. Did they actually end up tearing down the Palace? Or does that still stand? I remember when the Palace was new. You know, that that's just, and actually uh Jim had won tickets. Jim and his wife Val had won tickets to go. Uh, I will be right back. Yeah, Jim had won tickets to go see the Pistons at the Palace. So him and his wife Val went to go see. Um, and that was he, he. Then he decided he didn't want to start, going because I guess they didn't have such a great time. Uh, the one thing about Jim, and that's my former podcast partner, he had a deathly fear of heights. I mean, it was, and so the tickets he won was like way up in the top section and stuff like that. Now they did, from what he told me, is they did reseat him and seat him down lower and stuff like that. But I know that's he decided after that I mean he won't want he didn't want to do a lot of traveling and stuff like that. I mean I do remember me and him, Jim and I had went to the Silver Dome a few times, and oh we went to the Silver Dome uh one of the time the first time I took him to a Lions game. We went there, and it was in the third row and stuff like that. And we had to go ahead and stand up downstairs because it was just the heights he just really couldn't stand because he felt like he was gonna fall. Uh, but hey, that's great. Thanks for the information. Okay. Shoot. If I were to give my top 5, all right. Okay. Top 5 would be okay. I'm gonna say number one. The year before COVID hit, um, when the Lions beat Green Bay at Ford Field, and Cobb went ahead and had all those misses on point afters and field goals. I mean, that was a blast. So that would be my number one. Um, Number two game experience that would have been at the LC Walker Arena. Okay, was when the Muskegon Lumberjacks won the Turner Cup. You know, against I think it was the Quad City Mallards when they beat them. Actually, it wasn't Quad City because Quad City wasn't in the IHL. Can't remember who they won, but that was, I mean, seeing them host that cup. Um, Number 3 would have been when I seen the Grand Rapids Rampage um, beat, win their championship game uh, at the Van Anden Arena. Um, of course, that's number 4 would have been when the number 4 would have been when the Packers, when Brett Favre actually we ended up losing the game, but it was the only playoff game that I actually seen at the Silverdome. My mom, Jim, and I all went up, and it was just like a spur of the moment deal. We went up to see uh, the Lions playoff game against the Green Bay Packers, and they ended up losing it at the end. But that'd be my number 4. Number number 5 would have been last year's when at Ford Field where we walloped where we beat the Chicago Bears the last game in Ford Field last year. That'd be my top 5. Okay, so all right. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my. Okay, all right. Number 6, Michigan Sports Hall of Fame. Number 7, meaning Aaron Judd. Number 8, meaning Detroit Shock. Wow. Championship team. Number 9, meeting Mike Tyson. Give me number 10. Give me Peng pregame a couple of years ago. Wow. Michigan State in the Final Four at Ford Field. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Holding the Horizon League title after Wright State won the one at the LCA. Okay. Wow. Hey, and those are some great experiences. Great, man. And thank you very much for sharing that. I mean, that's just wow. Wow. Well, I'm we've been at this pretty much almost 2.5 hours now. And I am getting pretty tired, even though I I could talk sports all year, uh, all night long. But I do want to thank everybody for coming on. Thank you, people that shared. Thank you, people that they just stayed and watched. I appreciate you guys. Uh, like, subscribe. Um, everybody, it's just great, you know. And hopefully, hopefully someday soon I'll be able to start going to re- realizing my dream and then just going ahead and just going to these sporting events and meeting code jockey, the code jockey. Oh wow! All right, cool. But and you have, I mean, I got you, and it's so great. I mean, you're a blessed guy, and that's great. And you share your blessings, and I mean, and I'm so happy to have you as a friend. You know, so happy to have you guys as friends here, family. Um, but in saying that, I do need to, get going. I'll probably have something later on today or tomorrow or something. Everybody, I hope you guys have a great Labor Day. Uh, I, hey, yeah, it's mutual friendship, definitely, yeah. And hey, Maniac Sports, yeah, sign off. Let's go Lions, one pride. Let's go ahead and let's beat those Kansas City Chiefs. Let's go ahead and let's beat those Seattle Seahawks. Let's go ahead and let's beat those um, Atlanta Falcons. Take care of those Packers, then beat the Panthers. Then go ahead and spank the Buccaneers. Go ahead and take a bite out of the Ravens. Uh, chew up the Raiders. Uh, shock the Chargers. Uh, show the Bears the Lions are actually the true king of the jungle. Take care of the Packers again. Uh, the Saints. Hey, you're going to need to do a lot of praying after the Lions take a bite out of you. And, of course, beat the Bears again. Go ahead. Chase the Broncos down. uh, take a bite out of those Broncos' butts. And, oh my God, the Vikings. Show them that who really should have been the North champions last year. Cowboys, we need some revenge on you. And then last but not least, at Ford Field, chomp, 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 add injury to injury, and beat the Vikings the last game of the year. With all that, 17 and 0. 17 and 0. Let's go ahead and let's do that. And then win 3 more games. After that, go 20 and 0. That would be great. But be the first team to go 17 and 0. Beat the Cowgirls. Okay. But yeah, thank you guys. And well, we will keep this running for 4 more minutes because then I'll have streamed for 2 hours and 30 minutes. So we'll keep this running for 4 more minutes. Why? Because we can, you know. And you know what? I'll tell you what. Are you going to go to the Michigan State Spartans game this year? But see, this is what we want to see at the end of this season. 17-0. Yeah, go ahead and beat that. Okay. All right. And well, okay. So, yeah, I still got 2.5 minutes left. But yeah, 17-0, man. Could you imagine that? Hey, then everybody was going to be picking off our assistant coaches. So if we went 17-0, won the Super Bowl, um, I think we would probably lose both Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson. How do you not? Tim, who is your Mount Rushmore draft player of all time? Who is your most? I don't understand what MT stands for. Mount Rushmore player of the year. Mm, tell you the truth, I don't know. I really don't know. Who's yours? I mean, the GOAT would need to be Tom Brady, but you know what? I never even been to Mount Rushmore. One of these years, I gotta go to Mount Rushmore. Okay, Dick Nitron Lane, Detroit player Alex Carr, Isaiah Thomas, Golden Hawks, Tyrone Gibbs, Barry Sanders. Oh, yeah. All right, cool. Hey, and thank you, Dick Foster. Yeah. Oh yeah. So where are you from, Mr. Foster or Foster? Well, thanks for chiming in. I do appreciate that. And we all say thank you. But yeah, I really. So, oh, so you're from Chicago. Chicago. Awesome. Awesome. All right. So you a Bears fan or a Lions fan? Oh yeah. All right. Cool. Thanks. So we'll let you talk up your Bears. Okay. Uh, we're Lions fans here, you know. But I do have respect for other teams. And you guys are going to be getting yourself a very nice stadium there. Um, so how do you think your team is going to look this year? You know, I have I don't know if you ever heard of right now Detroit Lions on Prow is kind of on the kind of defunct. They're not the Facebook part is still going, but the page part, but the show itself. Uh, but our uh, one of our founders of Detroit Lions on Prow, his wife was is a Bears fan. You know, yeah. You just hope the Bears and Lions kick some Green Bay, but definitely, yeah, definitely. I gotta say that too. I definitely want to see both of our teams kick some green. Now, you guys are opening up against Green Bay for sure. So you guys are going to really get to see how right off the bat on how Jordan Love goes. Goes with Green Bay's new system and that. Um, so you know what? You know what? I am going to keep this going a little bit longer. I was going to close it out, but I do something here because this one thing's driving me nuts right now. Uh, bear with me a sec. Control. Uh, Bear should be good. We have 10 guys or so left from before Pose became general manager. Yeah. Uh, I think the Bears are going to be better than what people think. They just need a O line to protect fields. Yep. Go to sleep, man. I'm just looking around. It's fine. It's fine. And hey, at sometime I would really like to have you as a guest on the show too. We're not going to do that tonight, but you um, I would definitely like to have you as a guest on my show. I've had a couple Bears fans on here before, uh, but yeah. So what brings out the maniac in you? That's what I ask everybody. Um, money, man, Mooney. Yeah. Okay. And DJ Moore. Yeah. All right. I guess you're right. Um, but thank you for coming on Foster Covers. And if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, I do apologize. But yeah, definitely the Maniac. Okay, Maniac in me. My family's been Bears fans since 1930. Six generations. Wow. Awesome. Awesome. That is so cool. That is so cool. Yeah. Well, okay. My my best friend that started Detroit Lions on the Prowl with me. Or I started with him more or less because he's the one that brought me on, so co-founder of it. But he okay. The way his family was, all right, is he was a Lions fan. And of course his dad was a Lions fan. He married a Bears fan. Her daughter, so his stepdaughter, was a Green Bay fan. So that's that is something. That is something. That is definitely something. You know. Um. Oh my gosh. And and then there was three of us that kind of, I was older than two of them, but there were three of us that kind of grew up in the same, or they grew up in the same neighborhood. Me and Jim was a Lions fan, and one of our friends, and he's been on a couple of my shows. Vince Untweiler, he's a major Bears fan, Bears fans. My parents from Chicago too, born and raised. Wow. All right. My grandpa, my dad saw all those 30s and 40s championships at Wrigley Field. Wow. Awesome. Awesome. Hey, Brian D. Wett. Brian D. Wett, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. All right. Family's been a fan since about 40, so you got me beat. Ha ha ha. Wow. Wow. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I became a Lions fan more in the late 70s to 80s, and that's just, well, see, my story is that it was, yeah, I never met my dad, never seen him. So my mom, she was not a sports person at all. So we really didn't watch sports in the house and stuff like that. So, you know, but my brother, he more or less got into watching sports and that. Then we started watching the Lions and that, and and then that was when I became a Lions fan. Oh, my dad had a box at Wrigley Field until 1968. Oh, you know what's kind of cool? I was born in 1965. Okay, I aged myself here, but okay, Super Bowl is the same age as me. All right, so when the Super Bowl started, that was the year I was born. All right, so yes, I did age myself, but yeah. So being born in the year of the Super Bowl, what I want for my birthday is an early birthday present. I want the Lions to win the Super Bowl. All right. I became disheartened and have seen every Bears game. Sorry, I read that wrong. I became diehard and have seen every Bears game since 1975. Playathon put me over the top. Wow. All right. Well, I need to. No, that's not what I want. Oh, shit. Uh, One sec. I will. I'm still here, but one sec. Trying to. I'm sorry. I got something bugging here. No, it's not gonna bug me. I'm back. I didn't mean to remove it. I would love to see the game at Wrigley Field for sure. That would. Hey, okay. 66 was the last Super Bowl season. Oh, it was the first Super Bowl season versus the. Oh, yeah. Season I've been alive for all of them also. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I Soldier Field is on my bucket list. I love to make it a trip there, down there from Twin Lake, Michigan. Hey, you're not too far from me, Brian or Brent. Yeah, I'm over on Maple Island Road, Egerton Township. So Twin Lakes is not that far from me. Maybe we could go. Maybe we could. Yeah, I would really love to see that too. You know, like I would say, I want to go to every NFL stadium there is. All right, there's there's no winners or losers, Brent. We all win for being able to root for our teams. Exactly, exactly. So, what is everybody's bucket list stadiums to go to? All right, you know what? Okay. Uh, wow. That's one thing that I cannot just say. Okay. Because I want to go to my bucket list is to go to every NFL stadium. And I'll tell you what, before the Bears build the new one, that new stadium, I do want to see Soldier Field. You know, I definitely want to see. I want to see Lambeau Field. You know, That- yeah, I did go see AT&T Stadium. Not during game time. I was at when I was in Cincinnati. Unfortunately, I could not tour it. I did go, because there was a Garth Brooks concert or something on, so I could not tour that. Uh, but I sing the Bengal Stadium. Uh, okay, Soldier Field and Trumbo in Green Bay. And we'd also like to go see the Lions play in England or Germany. Hell yeah, that would be awesome. Oh yeah. hmm Don't have Wrigley Field would have been it. Yeah, but I mean, Soldier Field was so much more than the Bears. The Bears only played at Soldier Field since 1970. Right? Wow. So Brent, do you what? Okay. What brings out the maniac in you in sports? I mean, that's Soldier Field, Notre Dame, and Joe Louis fight. The historic goes on back to World War II. Yep. All right. Soldier Field, Lambeau Field, Dodger Stadium, Fenway Park, Rose Bowl, Cotton Bowl, Yankee Stadium, Wembley Stadium. Wow. Yeah. You know what? We just all need to get together and just go to these stadiums. That would be awesome. You know, that that'd be just so awesome. Notre Dame Navy and Army game. Oh, cool, cool. Actually, I one of my friends from work, his name is Tim. Also, Tim, and him and his wife are actually ushers at Notre Dame now. So they get to see the games and be paid for ushering too. So that's pretty good, you know. Now, you know, I- what stadiums that no longer exist would you like to go to? I mean, like there was an Astrodome. There was a dome that in Seattle before. You know, uh, Madison Square Gardens. Yeah, man, a lot of stuff went on in Madison Square Gardens for sure, for sure. I mean, you could just wow. Yeah, I'm wide awake now. I am wide awake now. Yeah, there. Army vet. Hey, yeah, definitely. Thank you for your service. I do appreciate it for sure. My brother is a served for the Marines for 4 years. Uh, Ebert Field, original Yankee Stadium. Yep. Polo Grounds, Shade Park, the original Yankee Stadium. Beach Field. Yes. Yeah. Wow. Now, see, and I know you guys must remember, you guys must remember, back when you could get penalized for being too loud, for the crowd being too loud. Now, I mean, I remember them wanting to penalize the Lions a few times for that. Now you have, like where they want you to take up the noise and stuff like that. I mean, Seattle, in their stadium, that 12th man, you know, Negro League Stadium. Yeah, cool. And I really hope I pronounced that right. A different world now is this than the one we knew. Exactly, exactly. That is 100% for sure. 100% for sure. I mean, it's yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's so many different things that have gone on that have changed all over this world, and it is a total different world than what we grew up in. The landscape. I mean before you used to just, you know, pack, you didn't really care what your stadium looked like. It was just a place to go ahead and, they each had little, characteristics. Now, now you're making stadiums to be more like artwork. That's And and of course now we have stadiums that are that are being named after that the rights are being named. Where before you used to have like Yankee Stadium, Tiger Stadium, you know uh not now the rights get sold. I'm still having problems finding my mouse. Uh, Actually, what is this? I'm a co-host. I'm Media Robinson, um, media relations guy from the Bears County podcast. Oh, cool, cool, awesome. I'll uh, I'll check that out. I'll check that out. When do you guys do your shows? Yeah, and and feel free to post the link. I mean, post. You guys can each post the link in your shows here. I don't mind people posting the links and stuff. So if you guys want to post the link in the show in your guys' respective shows, I would definitely it would make it easier to subscribe to that. Yeah, 8 p.m. Central Time. So that would be 9 p.m. our time because we're Eastern Standard here. Yeah, I work second shift, so a lot of times I I don't get you know it's just because when I work. So but yeah, I'll definitely subscribe to it. And like I said, you can go ahead and post the link to it. And actually, if you wanted to, come on now, do this. Do you use StreamYard? So if you want to hop on, you can hop on. That's linked to this show through StreamYard. All right, and yeah, that's what I use. StreamYard, and that's what Detroit Lions Onion Pro uses too. Uh, and I got two channels. One is Maniac Sports and Tim's Maniac Sports. But I use this one. And of course, New Breed, if you want to hop on too, you can. Right? And Brent from Spring Lake, if you want to hop onto it, they're all in there. But yeah, I think I know. My friend Vince says with that Lions better win it this year, otherwise because you guys are going to be really good next year. So all right. Now, okay.
Hey,
Uh,
Tim.
hey, okay. Let me get these on. Hey,
No,
welcome to.
you're
Okay.
good, man.
All right.
It's funny because I was just flipping around. I woke up
Mm-hmm.
and I caught part of the show, and I'm like, I'm just gonna check out and see what this guy has to say because I do that all the time because
Mm-hmm.
you just never know. You never know what you're gonna hear,
Oh yeah.
and and everybody should have a chance to be heard. So
Oh.
that's how I started.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I spent 2 or 3 years talking to some people and just decided that that's what I wanted to do.
Oh,
So
cool. Cool.
I got some of the. I don't know if you can see some of my bear stuff because
Mm-hmm.
I'm a pretty darn big Bears fan,
Yeah.
man. So
Exactly.
I don't
Exactly.
know if that kind of stuff tells you anything.
Oh,
Hang,
wow.
hanging on the wall.
Mhm. Yeah, I know. I'm 100% Lions fans, but what I did was I named my channel Maniac Sports because
Hmm.
I want to include every team in it, as far as,
Yeah,
and I also have a um YouTube site Maniac Sports where you want to go ahead and post stuff about Bears in there, you can. It I mean,
we're the same way.
yeah.
Our whole show
Mm,
is three fans doing a show with hundreds of fans, and we have fans on the show. I mean, we have guests
mhm.
too,
Right.
but it's mostly all fans, and we spend more time doing what you're doing, where we talk right to the chat.
Yeah.
So uh, I just hit a like, and you other guys, if we're sitting here talking, hit like for Tim, and I subscribe to you, Tim,
Mhm.
because
Thank-
somebody did it for me once the first time, and now things are a little better. So,
Hey,
but it's all
I
fun, man. I
mhm.
do it all for fun.
Yep, exactly.
I'm not I'm not getting rich. I'm not doing any of this, but I'll tell you this: our our viewership on the Bears Country Productions, which is our one show, is Bears Country Podcast. Uh,
Mhm.
we've been on. I don't know. I think we've done like 25 episodes, so we're at about 800 subscribers.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and then this is real cool. Uh, we just signed a deal with Mike Tyson and
Oh, yeah?
Sean Salisbury, quarterback of the Vikings,
Mhm.
for a sports app for like there's going to be four podcasters in Detroit that are going to have this app.
Oh,
So
okay.
any Lions fan can jump on this app and go to
Mhm.
any podcast that's on and literally jump on the show just like you let me do
Mhm. Mhm.
and say their piece and leave or do whatever they want to do. And it'll
Oh,
be
wow.
thousands of Lions fans all at the same time. And it's on 24 hours a day and it never stops. It's
Oh,
it's coming.
wow.
It's coming out right now. This is the
Mhm.
first season. We just signed a contract that goes through the Bears Packers game till the
Mhm.
minute the Super Bowl ends. So we're actually
Wow.
involved in it. Yeah, it's going to be good for everybody that's got. They're even going to break it down. It's going to get to the point where So they've got basketball or baseball on. Now it's football, and he's like, we're going to do all the college teams. We might even get into high school teams. If there's a fan of a team, they're going to try and cover every team in this country, which is crazy, but why not try it?
Yeah, I think. Well, uh, you ever heard of Lions Nation Unite?
Yes.
Okay, I
I look at. No, go ahead. My bad.
yeah. Um, well, I think their app's down now, but I know they're mainly on Facebook now, and but that was Herman Moore was the one that started that one, and
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a while
mhm,
because what I was trying to do even for this season, I was trying to get somebody from Green Bay, somebody from Detroit, somebody from
mhm,
Minnesota to just come on and talk about your team the week before we play you. So maybe we could
exactly.
do that.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a couple of you Detroit fans wouldn't mind coming on my show
Hmm.
on a Thursday night, or we could even pre-record it if you got to work nights.
Right.
We can figure it out, and vice
Hmm.
versa, man. I'll come on here before the Bears are going to play Detroit, and we'll discuss the whole game.
Sounds great to me.
I
Sounds
I
great.
think I think the Lions probably got the best shot to win this division this year. Honestly,
Hmm. Yeah, but
no,
I
no, no Favre Rodgers in the division, man.
yeah. Well, let's just hope that I mean once we got rid of Favre, then Rogers came in, and you know, I just I we can't count out
I know
Green Bay just because Jordan Love's there.
Jordan Love's probably a very good game manager who has some
Mm,
skills. He's probably better than people think, and I've only say that from watching some of his college film and the limited
mhm.
NFL stuff.
Right,
They wouldn't have drafted him when they did for no reason, right?
right, exactly, and
You
well,
know, it's not like he's a seventh round pick. The guy was drafted in the first round.
mhm, yeah,
So,
uh,
and if you remember when we were young, didn't every quarterback sit on the bench for 2 or 3 years before they played
yeah,
and learn the game? Now
mhm,
they can't wait. They got to throw him in their fighter immediately. Look what happened with Trey Lance. One and
mhm,
done. Insane.
yep, exactly,
That's got to be one of the worst things I've ever seen. They didn't even
yep,
give the guy a chance, really.
mhm. Well, I remember back when Ronnie Pete came in and Andre Ware, he was supposed to be the guy, and
Yep.
that first year, because that was back before free agency and stuff like that, and you know, uh, he signed like right before the beginning, and Wayne Fonzie was like, "No, we're not going to play. We're not going to play. We're not going to play him." And of course we had Ronnie P and Eric Hipple back then, and everybody, no matter how much the fans shouted, we we never got to see Rodney or Andre Ware really that year at all. Then the second
Yeah.
year, it was like he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. So they never ever gave that team to more than just a game or two
Yeah.
because he just couldn't do it. Of
I
course.
remember that. I was a big I actually was an Eric Hipple fan. I liked him for a while there. And like I said, I'm not a Detroit fan at all, man. I'm just
Mhm.
honest.
Oh yeah,
I,
right,
I, when, I'll give credit where credit's due. If you don't deserve it, you're not getting it from me. It's that
right.
simple. So,
Yeah,
uh,
I know it's been rough to be a Lions fan.
yeah,
It's been rough. I mean, year after year after year and stuff like that. But It's really good.
The Bears aren't too far behind you guys with that rough year after year after year. If you take out the Ditka
Mhm,
years, man, I think the first season I remember I was a little kid, we went 1-13 in
mhm.
1969. 1-13.
Wow.
And we had terrible seasons like that all the way to 1977, and we only did good that year because Walter Payton was 58% of the Bears offense.
Mhm.
58%.
Yeah. Oh yeah. My gosh.
But I had a lot of uh, Detroit players that, like I mentioned, my favorite guy,
Mm.
Dick Night Train Lane.
Mhm.
He was the original cornerback that you see today, and he was doing it in the 1950s.
Wow.
Big, fast,
Mhm.
strong, unbelievable ability, and he was doing it 50 years before the guys you see now.
Mhm.
And he was doing that. He was that type of player. He
So,
played with the Cardinals one year too, I think, and they won a championship that one year. He played in Chicago with the Chicago Cardinals, and
mhm.
then continued his career with the Lions. He's a Hall of Famer.
Oh yeah, he is.
So I'm a big fan of his. And Alex Karras, I think wasn't he the last? He was one of the last guys left from that '57 championship team
Oh
in
yeah.
Detroit.
Mhm.
So see, look I'm a Chicago guy, and I'm saying stuff that's correct, right, about
Oh yeah.
Detroit.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So I
Mhm.
can do that with Green Bay and Minnesota too. I always look at our whole lives growing up. Man, I hated the Vikings because they always had a great quarterback. Fran Tarkington, Eric
Mhm.
Kramer, Rich Gannon. That covers like 35 years. Those three guys right there.
Right.
people don't. People complain about Favre and Rodgers, and I'm going, yeah. You should have seen what we had to put up with in the Central Division, which it wasn't even called that then, in the Western Division,
Mhm.
in the 60s and the 70s into the 80s. And they're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, you ever hear of a guy, Fran Tarkington? And most people are like, no. And I'm like, Marino broke all his records because he had every record when he retired in '78, just about. I'm talking about
Right.
Tarkington.
Mhm.
And so, so,
Yeah.
yeah,
But they
Jim
went to like,
McMahon, he was great, man. He was just too reckless with his body. And then that stupid jerk in Green Bay really messed up his career, man.
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
McMahon did pretty good for a
Mhm.
guy who was almost like legally blind in one eye. I don't know
Yeah,
if people remember that either.
yeah, and that's one thing that wasn't really publicized, that they don't
Right,
look at
right.
that much.
No.
So,
Uh, so Brent, I want to tell you this. Steve Young was Jim
Jim
McMahon's
McMahon's
backup.
backup.
No,
So,
there we go. Uh, so Brent, I want to tell you this. Steve Young was Jim McMahon's backup. No, there we go.
yeah,
So Brent, I want to tell you this. Steve Young I was gonna just say turn. I don't have.
yeah,
I was trying to get on
yeah,
here with my laptop and my
right.
headphones, but I couldn't do it.
Mhm. I know.
So I'm stuck on my phone. I'm probably the problem.
Right.
Let's see
I'm
if I let
wondering.
me see what I got here. If I could do something
I'm
so he can come back on. Let me see. I got an earbud. Maybe an earbud will help.
that might help. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah. I'm going to
I
turn them
couldn't
on
get
first.
the
I don't know.
StreamYard thing to go from because I don't have the YouTube stuff hooked up on it, so it wouldn't sign in.
Mhm.
It goes right to my podcast too. My StreamYard
Mhm.
line. So, man, where did I put those earbuds? Try it again. There you go. I'm sorry, guys. It's my fault
All
with
right.
this.
Okay. All right, you're back. I'm sorry we had to take you off for a sec.
I'm sorry, guys. It's my fault with this.
Okay.
The new breed 313 sports. How you doing, man?
Yes, sir.
Well, all
Look
right.
what you started, Tim.
Oh, he's been on here. He's been on here before, and we met at the Michigan Panthers game. That's where we met. I'm sure you
That's
remember the original Michigan Panthers and the Chicago Blitz.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Michigan Panthers are my team in that league. That's who I
Mhm.
follow.
Yep.
Cause Jeff Fisher, man, I'm a big Jeff Fisher fan.
Hmm.
So he was on that '85 Bears team, man.
Right.
Mhm.
So what's going on? Tell me what you guys think. Who's going to win this division?
I, I don't think it's going to be easy, but I do think Detroit will. But yeah, they got to be focused. I mean, there's just so many times we have seen that that the Lions have given, have if they do if they don't take them lightly, they can't take anything team lightly, because so many times over the years we have seen where the Lions will play up to their opponent and down to their opponent. So I think the Lions will take it. I don't think it's going to be easy, but I do think the Lions will take it. Uh, what about you, Steve, or 313?
Yeah. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yep, we can hear you.
Um, I think well I do think the Lions have a chance of winning,
Mhm.
and but I but I just think the Bears and Packers going to be better than what people think.
Hmm.
But let's not forget about the Vikings as well. But I do
Hmm.
think the Lions have a chance to win. It's
Absolutely correct.
Hmm.
Uh, 3-3, is it 313?
yep.
Yeah.
New 313 Sports.
313 Sports. You're right. Let me answer Brent real quick. I never finished
Hmm.
that. I'm sorry, Brent. Steve Young said in an interview, because he was Jim McMahon's backup at Brigham Young. I don't know if people know this, but he said in an interview that nobody could read a defense like Jim McMahon. He was the best quarterback he ever saw for calling audibles at the line of scrimmage. And that's really how the Bears did a lot when he was their quarterback. Him and Ditka used to fight all the time because Jim changed the play consistently. Because he'd be like, "What the hell? This play ain't gonna work." He said it in his interviews, but Steve Young I started following some of Steve Young stuff, and Steve Young was talking about some of the reason that Steve Young became the quarterback the way he was because he was sitting behind Jim McMahon learning all this stuff. And we all know what Steve Young became. Remember when he was with the
Oh
Tampa
yeah.
Bay Buccaneers and things were not going well there because Tampa Bay was Tampa
Mhm.
Bay back in the
Right.
day in the old NFC Norris.
Yep. And so, but what was his first professional team that he played for?
Who?
Steve Young.
Steve? I thought it was Tampa.
The LA Express of the United States Football League.
I
The original.
forgot about that.
Yep.
He
He
played
was a
there.
40.
Thayer was on the Blitz.
Mhm.
What's his name? The big running back was on the New Jersey Generals. I forgot all about that stuff, Tim.
Herschel
So long
Walker.
ago, man.
Herschel Walker.
Mm.
Yep.
New Jersey
Bobby
Generals.
Abear. Yep.
Yeah,
Bobby Abear,
yeah,
Michigan Panthers quarterback.
yep.
Anthony Carter was
AC,
was
AC.
yep, AC. He played for the Michigan Panthers too. Jim Kelly played
That,
for the Houston Gamblers.
Yeah.
The Lions almost lost Billy Sims to I think
Yeah.
it was either Houston or Pittsburgh or one. Oklahoma. What? Maybe it was Oklahoma, but I know they had to go back to court, and that was
Yeah.
a really sucked. They went to court. They won. Where he could stay with the Lions, and then that same season he went ahead, and that was when he blew up his knee and he was out. That was the end of his career.
Yeah, he was good, man. He was something else. I was just talking to somebody about him the other day. Where was it?
Kung
Him
Fu.
that ran over the guy that's literally stepped on the guy's helmet.
Yeah. Yep.
Remember the
Kung
play?
Fu Billy. Yep. Sure do.
Yep. I'll never forget that play. I watched it live and my jaw just dropped. I'm like, what the heck do they got there?
Wow.
Because this guy was just leaping over people. And when I saw his foot on that guy's head, I'm going, oh man, the Bears are in trouble.
Mhm.
We're not going to be able to stop this guy.
Right. Yep. And then all good things come to an end. And yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so Brett says that he got the Lions winning the North. The Bears, the Packers fighting for second, Vikings in the doghouse.
Ooh.
Wow. So the mighty will fall.
Well, I just look at that. I don't see what the Vikings did last year sustainable, where what were they outscored by like 80 or 90 points in the season or more?
Mhm. Yeah.
And still won all those. They won all those close games, and the Bears lost 7 of them.
Yeah.
So I just don't see that sustainable.
No.
But they do got one of the best wide receivers in the entire NFL, that's for sure, if not the best. So I just think with the Bears, though, people are counting them out already. We've even got a couple of our fan shows that have 4, 5, 6, 10,000 subscribers saying that Fields is no good. And I'm like, I scratch my head. I'm like, they're saying the guy can't pass. And I'm like, did you look at any of his college tape in Ohio State? The guy never ran it. In college, I think his biggest rushing season was like 400 yards in college. He's a long ball passer, and I might add he's the most accurate long ball passer in the NFL if you take weeks 7 through 17 of last year. Right. They're just numbers, but they tell some of the story.
Yeah, and now he got more weapons to throw to. So that's, and like you say, and once they get that offensive line built up, next year it's just they're going to be. Oh my God, you guys are going to be scaring me.
That's the goal. That's the only goal I have is to scare you.
Oh, okay. Man. Okay. Thank you for that. I was a BYU back, and then knew that they were on the team together. But they hated when the DL scam.
Defensive lineman.
Defensive lineman slammed him into the ground. He was P.O. Okay, we'll bring him back in.
Yeah, that pass was long completed. He was standing there watching the play when he picked him up and slammed him into the ground. Mm-hmm. And Jim was out for the rest of that season, and we didn't have a good season that season because we didn't have our guy, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've really only had 3 quarterbacks, maybe 4 in 100 years, man, that were good, literally.
Right. Well, 3. I, I just don't know how the Lions could not have built a team around, around Matthew Stafford. We had him all those years. I mean, I mean, if they would have gave him a O line, you know, I yeah, but they Matthew Stafford did not have the O line that Jared Goff had, and if they would have had an O line, shoot, who knows what that could have did for us. But I do think the trading him was the right thing to do because that that enabled the Lions to go ahead and get the players that you got now because and to be contenders.
Absolutely.
What do you guys think about Brent DeWitt? Brent DeWitt says Vikings will score a lot, but I'm not convinced Flores can turn that turn that defense around that quickly. What do you guys think about that?
I think you got the point. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't really see that defense being able to handle it. The explosiveness of the offense that the Lions have, and of course, the Bears are going to have. And he must be having some trouble.
Yeah, I was just going to tell him to go reset his Wi-Fi completely. The what do you call it? Oh my gosh. The Wi-Fi unit, and you reset your computer, restart your computer, restart your Wi-Fi, restart your what's the thing that sends the signal? Not the Wi-Fi thing, but the
A router.
I don't know why. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I do that, it usually works. And then what I'm trying to do is when you guys are talking, turn the mic down because I know I'm just on a cell phone. It's a lot different than being on my laptop or my computer with the headphones. You get a lot of background verb out of the cell phone. I'm just trying to keep it at the right distance to where I don't do that to you guys. But I think if anybody can turn that defense around, he's one of the guys that could probably do it. I'm not familiar with the Vikings defensive roster. I know they got a couple ex-Bears on there that are doing good, of course.
Yeah, I know that they got our old tight end TJ.
Yeah, but that guy's good. That guy was good. The guys they got from the Bears weren't that great, and now they're. I can't remember the one DB we had, but he sure stunk on the Bears, and he went over to Minnesota and became like an all-pro in one day. But that's the luck of Chicago.
Okay, talking about the guys like Kyle Van Noy goes ahead and leaves the Lions and wins the Super Bowl, But of course, then you had Galladay that did good for us, left and did nothing for the team he went to. So
New York didn't even use him, man. I was going, what are they doing? They got one of the greatest weapons sitting there on the bench doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted him to come to the Bears. Galladay, I was hoping the Bears would have signed him last year. And now I'm glad they didn't because of the trade that pulled off. But could you imagine if Galladay was our fourth receiver on my team, or even the third, and we moved one of our other guys down? Because we got three pretty darn good receivers on this team, even though a lot of people don't want to admit it. Mooney's amazing. Some of his statistics are, if you don't look deep enough, you don't know it. Him and DJ are very good at contested catches and yards after the catch.
Yeah,
and people are just wiping that off. They're taking it for granted. I think let's see if we can get 313 Sports backup. Yeah. So I'll mute.
Okay.
Maybe when because there's still a little background. Maybe just everybody mute to the person who's talking, and we could cut
Okay.
that out. I'm just a thought. Just a thought, guys.
We can try that.
We were all muted. Everybody was muted, so it was really quiet.
Yeah. We all did that at the same time. Oh my God.
But it'll work. So I don't know whoever
Yeah.
wants to talk. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute for a minute. You guys roll on, and I'll see if I find us another.
All right. So what do you think about that question? Can he turn the soon? Okay, Steve, what do you think, or Newbreed, what do you think about that? Do you think that Flores can turn that defense around this year quickly?
Put the question back up.
I think well, anything is possible, but I don't think he can. I just think that that Vikings defense, I think, is gonna struggle throughout the year. I think I think they're gonna get exposed. I think a lot. They have a lot of like they have a lot of older veterans on that team that can get exposed too. So especially on that corner position. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think they still got Patrick Peterson. So he's a guy, even though he's an all pro, but he's getting older and people can expose him. You got guys, that with the Lions like St. Brown. I don't think he could stay up with somebody like a St. Brown or Jameson Williams, or even with the Bears. I don't think he could stay up with DJ Moore and as I call him, Money Man Mooney and all these guys. So I think they're gonna get exposed. And then over the last couple years, they've lost a lot of key guys on the defense, and you can see throughout the last couple of years it cost them. So I think, and then even with their offense, they decide to not re-sign Adam Thielen. So they're losing a lot, and then no Dalvin Cook. So it's going to be really something for that offense. But I think they still going to be up there. I think in the division, but I still just think the Lions is going to take it though. I still think so.
I agree with you on that. I mean, the Bears have gotten really quick in 1 year. Our general manager's done nothing but add mostly speed and freaks to our team. So I can see exactly what you're saying, 313 there.
Yes, sir.
They could easily get exposed. The weaknesses in that backfield and possibly even at the linebacker position, because we've gotten quicker at running back too, not only wide receiver. Poles has a definite spectrum that he keeps. If you looked at every player we drafted and signed, every one of them have a relative athletic score of 8 or higher. Every one of them. We just started going below that now when he was looking at a couple offensive linemen we brought in and stuff, but he's basically signed athletic freaks who are super quick, and I don't see how that can hurt the team, especially when you got like there's a big controversy in Chicago with Claypool. People think he's he ain't gonna cut it, this or that, and I'm like, I said, they cut him out of the offense last year in Pittsburgh because they did not want to pay the guy. We know that. So they went with all youth. If you go back to his rookie year when he had Big Ben, that was probably Big Ben's last good year. I think he caught for just under 900 yards in that season, and that was his rookie season. So not to mention he's a tight end with the speed of a wide receiver. You look at his build. 6'4", 230, but he
Mhm.
can run a 4.5. There ain't a lot of guys like that out there, man. There just ain't.
Exactly. Exactly. That's my gosh.
Well, you got, and then also with Claypool, you got to understand when Steelers draft George Pickens, and then they had Deontay Johnson. That kind of was the end for Claypool. To me, that was pretty much the end. So you kind of
Yeah,
knew
yeah.
that it was going to be, and he had a lot of drop balls while he during his last time in Pittsburgh. So I think with the Bears, I think it's pretty much going to be a redemption year for him, and he has a lot of talent. And I'm gonna tell you too, watch out for Khalil Herbert too. He's a burner. He has a lot of talent. Yo,
He had
and like that.
783 yards in 9 games last year or something like that. What if he would have played a full season? He would have broke 1,200.
Oh,
I'm just
no
saying.
question.
Mhm.
We do running back by committee, and everybody, everybody in Chicago is really upset about Monty going to you guys because we love him.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
guy, after getting hit, he's got more yards after contact than anybody I've seen in my lifetime. He's just a beast. He's a brawler. He's going to do nothing but help you guys. Those short yardage things, those 3rd and 1s, and
Mhm.
the 3rd and 3s, you're going to kill it if you run him. If you use that guy right, you're going to kill it every time because that guy seems to get hit by 3 guys and he should be a yard loss and he picks up 2 or 3 every time. It's amazing. Just amazing. That was a great pickup for the Lions, man. We kind of covered it
Absolutely.
up with Deonta Foreman, who himself, he had a good season last year. I think he ran for over 900 yards in like 10 games after the McCaffrey trade.
Mhm.
So we're hoping for the best there, but Roshan Johnson, who we drafted, I believe will be a 3-down back by the 7th or 8th week of the season because he's just got too much talent. He can block, he can catch passes, and the guy can run. He maybe doesn't have the shifting as Herbert, but I think that's what'll make them a great 1-2 punch because Herbert, man, the guy, he finds the hole. It reminds me of Gale Sayers. You give him 10, 12 inches of daylight, he squeezes through it. And then, oh, crap, where did he go? Yeah, well, he's 10 yards down the field now, dude. You know what I mean? So we're hoping that Coles is making the right moves. And
Mhm.
most of us in Chicago believe he has. We're definitely on the upswing. I can see that.
Mhm. Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, and this is going to be more back to the black and blue division where everybody's beating up on everybody. That's what I think. The way it's not going to be the Green Bay division like they used to be.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. They make
Yeah.
they're making more. It's like they're giving a chance to the young quarterbacks now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
More you see that, especially with the Bears and the Packers. You go actually see the youth, and you're gonna see them actually, grow within our and grow up. So we're gonna see that, and it should have been like that for a while now. But now you get to see that. No, and like I said, I think the future is bright, especially with Fields and Young and Love. I think it's going to be bright. That's going to be the future of this division. And we don't know how long golf is going to be in there. So, and then also with Kirk Cousins as well. You just don't know how. I mean,
Kirk's on the last year of his deal, I believe. So I wouldn't be surprised if Detroit makes it. I mean, if Minnesota makes a change there, but I don't know. I'm not the GM there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
mhm.
we'll have to see that one out. But everybody knows what Kirk Cousins is. He's shown us for season after season.
Yeah.
you got a question here again from Brent DeWitt. It says, I know the Bears upgraded the offensive line, but heard some were injured. Do you know anything about that? I do know a lot about that. I just spent 2 days in Indianapolis covering them a few weeks back when the Bears they had a joint practice with the Colts, and we have had a bunch of injuries, but they're all minor, and I know that everybody on that offensive line is going to start game one except for Tevin Jenkins. So the offensive line for the Bears is going to be in good shape because even the guy backing him up, it's one of two guys, and it could be Whitehair at guard with Patrick at center, or it could be Whitehair at center with Jatiri Carter or Feenley at guard, or it could be Feenley, who we just picked up. He might be playing center. They haven't said what that's going to be. I was watching film on all three of them, and if Whitehair's hand is good, his right hand is good. I don't know if people know this, but Whitehair was a Pro Bowl center a few years back. Great center. But we had problems. We had problems at guard. He's also a very good guard, and that's what he played last year. So I'm actually hoping that him, or I think it's Greenlay from, where do we get him from? We just picked him up off of waivers, and I was looking at his film, and I'm like, this guy can play center, and he can play center on a first-team basis because I watched a bunch of his film. He's got much more experience at left guard, but Brent, what I'm telling you is that whole line's going to be healthy. We've got some depth for the first time in about 10 years at O-line. So I'm not worried about the O-line at all. And Tevin Jenkins will be back week 5, I believe. So the Bears are in better shape. They're just holding their cards close to the vest, and they're not revealing. You know, they're revealing as little bit as possible because we're going to go play the Packers, and we don't want to lose to them. We've been losing to them for 20 years straight, longer. So, you know, in 95, we were 30 games ahead of them in the win-loss. They're 5 ahead of us now.
Right.
That's how long it's been. Almost a 30-year run for the Packers against the Bears, man. If you take out those Lovie Smith years, man, we've barely won. We haven't beaten the Packers since 2018. Wow. That's terrible.
Wow.
You can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the last time we beat them. And then the last time we beat them in Lambeau was 2015.
Wow.
Yeah, we know about that. we know about losing streaks at Lambeau. If anybody knows, it's the Lions.
Well, we're not too far behind you, man. I don't even want to bring out the records on that one.
Oh man.
We're at least runner-up in that loser category.
But at least Aaron Rodgers last year, we beat him both times. His last year was the Packers.
Much needed.
I literally swear to God, we tanked the second game because we were winning 17-0 and we lost that game. So, you know, and at that time of the season, it was like, yeah, I want the Bears to win, but I also want them to get the first draft pick. So what do you know? And then I remember watching that game and I'm going, why are we playing this defense? Why are we calling these offensive plays? And then, you know, 2 weeks later, I'm going, oh, I get it now. We were tanking, but not tanking. We were not tanking. We were just not playing our best plays because we were better off getting that first round pick. Right. So we were tanking.
See, and people tend to forget y'all actually had that first pick in the draft, but y'all traded away. A lot of people still forget about that. So it would have been something if y'all would have still had that first pick. Like, you know, what would have went down? Who would y'all would have picked? You know, because you couldn't have picked the quarterback. So that would have been tough.
That's why we wanted it, because the Hall we ended up getting our starting offensive right tackle, who's going to be a great one, right Matter of fact, if I wish I could pull out my draft and show you because that was my pick for the Bears. Literally, people wanted to go defensive, and I'm like, I said, we could build the defense later. We've got some talent on the defense, but what good is that going to do if you can't protect Fields and score points? You got to go with that offensive line,
right?
And then we doubled down and drafted 2 defensive linemen. So he was working on the defensive line and the offensive line.
Right.
Um,
He knows what he's doing.
Well, he had a big part in rebuilding that Kansas City offensive line. Matter of fact, the year we drafted Fields, I didn't think we were going to get him, so I traded out of the first round, and I had picked guys like Tevin Jenkins, Creed Humphreys, Trey Smith, Davis Mills. Those were some of the guys in my draft because I just thought, I figured Davis Mills was, and I was right because he's not a bad quarterback. Look what he did in Texas with nobody. Not that they won a ton of games, but look at his numbers. They're actually better than Fields last year. So we were so happy to get Fields, but our GM Ryan Pace that's why we had to strip the team down last year. Terrible contracts. He always traded up, never traded back. We'd always lose draft capital and overpay for guys who were washed up. That's what he did a lot of, and you can't be successful doing that. You can't. As you guys know, because you guys pulled it off after that the Goff trade. When you guys got Goff, man, boy, did your team change pretty quick, huh? That first draft, you guys did what we did. We just changed that. You changed the chemistry and the appearance and the age of that team.
Yeah.
Like
absolutely
with the Bears, if you take out Mercedes Lewis, and our long snapper, because the one guy's 35 and the other guy's 39. Our average team age is like 24 and a half. Take out like 3 guys, man. I think our kicker, our long snapper, Mercedes Lewis, and one other guy, we're like 24 years old, a 24 and a half year old team on average. Because everybody else after those guys is like, I think we got a couple that are 29, a couple that are 28, and everybody else is 21 to 27 on that entire team. 45 guys. I counted them off. 45 guys between 21 and 27 on the Bears. And only 4 of them are 27 and 28. Yeah. We went young. But look at the line that he built in Kansas City. They had Poles took these guys in Kansas City. They had 3 rookies starting on a line that was an all-pro line. I don't know if people remember that, but that's what happened 3 seasons ago. Trey Smith, Creed Humphreys. I cannot remember the other guy's name. It's another guard. So I was so happy when we got this guy because Poles was an offensive lineman out of Boston, and he was actually – the Bears were the last team to give him a chance to make the NFL. So when he left here, he got right into college football. And ever since he's been in Kansas City, this was his ideal job because we gave him a chance to possibly play in the NFL and just told him the truth. So it's a great story. If you go back and you can look at his whole story, it's really amazing story because the guy was undersized, but he could play. But then that injury, he had a career-ending injury. That's what messed his career up in the NFL. But he jumped right into, he was in a trainer and then assistant trainer and a trainer and then team manager. So he jumped right into this at like 20, 21, 22 years old. He's been in office situations involved in the NFL. That's why he's so young now. The guy's, 37 or 38, and he's the GM of the Bears?
Wow.
That's pretty darn young.
Wow.
Yeah. Put it this way.
That's amazing.
His big thing was when they signed Mercedes Lewis, he goes, I know he's a little older than me, but he's still one hell of a tight end. Because he is. He's a year older than him. Right. How many GMs can say that? I don't think any of them could say that they got a player that's older than them on the field. And time will tell, but it'll give you guys the answers that I'm gonna know because the Bears are definitely on the up, man. Definitely. Not for short term either. This is long term stuff. He stated, I'm gonna build this team through the draft. And everybody's like, oh, you gotta sign this guy, and you gotta trade for this guy, and you gotta do that. He's like, no, I'm not giving up the draft capital. I'm gonna build this team through the draft.
Yep.
So it's been amazing what he's done from draft to this last draft. The turnover on the team, like I said, we've got 10 guys left from when he took over. Maybe nine now. That's it. That's because they're the only good players we had outside of the ones we traded.
Man.
Yeah. And I know our old GM before Brad Holmes. Oh man, he was doing like for your guys is over. He was overpaying guys. We just had to keep those guys off the book. So it's and of course he brought in his friend Matt Patricia, the worst. Oh gosh. Oh man. Oh. Okay. I'm just so glad Matt Patricia's out of our life.
He's what? He's back in New England. Now he's an offensive coordinator. I don't know how that works, but
they fired him from being that.
No, he's with Philly now. He with Philly now.
Oh, he's with Philly this year?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. He got fired. He got fired because he couldn't really do that offensive coordinating.
No, he's a defensive guy. I don't know why they would even. I don't know why Belichick. I guess it's just cronyism, right? Trying to help out one of his own guys.
That's what they try to do.
I want to ask you. I want to ask you guys a question. I meant to do this earlier and I forgot.
Yes, sir.
So what quarterback could have even accomplished what Fields did on the Bears last year? There was a gentleman in Philadelphia giving me a bunch of crap, how Hurts is better and all this stuff. And I said, do you think Jalen Hurts would have put up numbers similar to Fields last year if he was on the Bears? And I said, there's no freaking way, dude. I just don't see it because when you've got your center in your lap 38% of the time and you have 1.5 seconds to throw the ball, how can you be an effective quarterback? So I just thought I'd ask you what quarterback could have done as well in that terrible situation? Because I still can't believe Fields did what he did.
Right. Yeah,
Man,
I don't see one. I mean,
the only person, the only other
313. Go ahead. Sorry.
The only one I could think of that would probably do that would probably be Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only one I would see that could pull those kind of numbers would be Lamar Jackson.
I brought up the same person because somebody said Mahomes, and I said Mahomes would have got killed in Chicago last year. I hate to say it, but it's true. He's just not. He's not. He's great. I love the guy. I wish the Bears had him. You know.
And the Bears
I saw us drafting Watson, but we took Trubisky because Pace knows what he's doing.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I used to hate Trubisky because he always seemed to beat Stafford, and he was I'm like, come on, man.
It was like,
those were always his best games against Detroit. I swear to God.
Yes,
those were always his best games, man.
I used to always see the report. I say, "Oh, we playing against Trubisky. Oh yeah, we about to lose. We about to lose."
You guys are the only team that could say that because nobody else would.
and then
2018 was all defense, man. That was our defense that won all those games. Look at the turnover rates. Team Hicks, Khalil Mack,
quarterback that only had one touchdown pass, but not two against us.
Yep.
You guys' backup I can't remember. It's like
Always.
oh,
I should know Brad
Yeah, that
Holmes
was
won't pay
the,
edge rusher. 90 million. I agree.
mhm.
I agree.
yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
we wound up almost paying that much for Trey Flowers.
Yeah.
See, that's Dan Campbell ain't gonna let you guys get to do that stuff either, man. I know he's just a coach, but
Right.
that's the one thing I love about polls too is these guys are demanding money. He's like, I'm just not paying that much for that player, man. He's already working on setting up the extension for Fields because what's he gonna get 55, 60 million a year if he has a good year this year? I'm just guessing. But if he comes through like we think, we know we're going to have to pay him. And if they do anything, if he has a good year and they do anything other than pay him, this town's going to go insane.
Oh
Because
yeah.
we've never had a quarterback in the modern era, except for you take out McMahon. Eric Kramer, I always liked him too, man. Matter of fact, Eric Kramer, I'll never forget this. December 26th, 1995, I'm at the Bears-Lions game.
Mhm.
It's so cold, my beer is freezing in the glass. My mustache is frozen solid. And I'm just sitting there going, man, I wish we had Eric Kramer on the team. I like this guy's unbelievable. And then a few months later, we did. I was just like, thank you, God, for listening to me one time in the last 50 years.
Yeah, that's Chicago weather.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That is Chicago weather. When that wind gets to you and it's pushing you, that's why they call it the Windy City, because it will push you, literally.
I've been here my whole life, man. I know that story. But you know why they really call it the Windy City? I'm just going to tell you this little history story.
Yes, sir.
After the Chicago fire in 1871, guys got on trains and were running around the country trying to get people to invest in Chicago. And they were all full of hot air. And that's how we really got the name the Windy City, because they were all full of shit.
Oh, wow.
I'm just telling you the back history on that. That's the real reason. That is the real way we got that's how we really got the name is the Windy City. I swear to God in my life. Check it out.
I never knew that.
No.
I never knew that.
Okay.
Not many people do. There's a guy, Dennis or David Miller, wrote a book, The History of Chicago, and he explained the whole story. And it's true. It's backed up in newspaper articles and everything from the 1870s. How guys would run around, they'd go to New York, and they'd go, yeah, we just had a little fire. We need a few bucks for investment. And, they were just full of shit. They were full of hot air, trying to get money from people to stick in their pockets. But Chicago's corrupt as hell. We know that.
Yes, it is.
Man.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Don't even ask me how I know.
Here, all you got to do is read the news. Our governors go to jail every 4 years, all of them. The mayors should all be in jail. They're all crooks. I know this personally. I just can't divulge it. I don't want to get killed.
Yeah,
I kid you not.
Yeah. That sound like you describing Detroit.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Big city politics, man. It's all greed and corruption, and that's what's got to end. And they're trying to divide us again, my man. The whites, the Africans, the Hispanics, the Asians, they're trying to divide us again. This happened in the 70s into the 80s, where people were just starting to get along, and then when Reagan got elected, man, he just started dividing this country again, because it's not good for politics if the country sticks together, because then we're going to tell all of them to get the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, guys. I got a bad habit. I smoke cigarettes and I swear too much.
Hey,
nobody's perfect.
Hey, that's okay. That's all right.
Especially this late at night.
Hey, that's all right. That just means you're doing a good deed.
Hey, it could be a lot worse, right?
And, hey, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. But hey, it's okay. It's okay. It is okay.
Ooh, yeah.
That's
Did you guys see Brent DeWitt's comment there?
Yeah, Michael Vick, maybe.
Michael Vick,
Michael Vick.
maybe. Well, he's that's like the style of him and Fields have been compared even.
Right. Now
I just don't.
he had one before that where it said Jalen Hurts.
I may have another one that maybe
but
could probably get away with that.
Hurts, ouch. Who?
Out, yeah.
Who you
And
got?
then Lamar Jackson was a good pick.
Right.
Okay.
Who you got? 313.
You know what? Another one I could say, even though, last year he was hurt because he was running for his life too, I would say Kyler Murray.
Okay. Yeah.
Kyler Murray.
You know what? You might you might have something there. I like Kyler Murray. I was always just worried about his size from day one because I see it. Like even who's the guy the Panthers got, man? Did you see that guy?
Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think he's like my size, dude. I'm 5'8.5", 190 pounds. I played for 4 seasons, not in the NFL, but I played. And I just know what I was a halfback and free safety, and I know what kind of pounding you can take in the backfield from guys that are twice your size, man. I know what that feels like. It ain't fun.
No.
I tell you,
no, it's not.
It was so bad with
they can
with
bat
me
down
when I
those
played
balls,
halfback.
too, right?
What was that?
They can bat down those balls.
Oh man!
Too. Remember Jim Harbaugh?
Absolutely. I played in the 70s in the T formation, guys. I played in the T formation. Swear to God, that's what we ran, the T formation, because it was like 77, 78. So we ran the T formation, and I got the crap kicked out of me. So I ended up moving to flanker, the old Johnny Moore's position, and I'd just go catch a lot of balls out of the backfield because then there was less guys to beat the crap out of me.
Right.
Just telling it like it is.
Man, I tell you, I miss old school type football, man. I miss it. I think
Me too.
I just think it's the way the game is now. You could just see the game has changed because you can't hit like you used to. Guys that got hit in the helmet, they just got back up like it was nothing. Like, okay, but now that they suffer from it now. But back then, them hits was just insane. Right. It's like you can't even touch the quarterback. You put a pinky on a quarterback, you get a penalty.
Don't even look at.
Because you could go ahead and hit Stafford when he slid and wouldn't get a quarterback call.
That's been going on with the Bears forever. I could show you 20 times last year that there should have been penalties on fields, man.
Yeah,
they just don't call them, and I'm like, here's another thing too, and this burns me up, man, because there's media coast bias. It's always East Coast, West Coast. Bears, Lions, Vikings, certain teams in the Midwest. We just don't get the respect because they run the outlets on both the coasts, man. It's been going on since the 70s. See it every day, man. They were talking about something else today. Oh, I know. There was a big thing about how come nobody's even saying a word about the Brewers? It's because they're in Milwaukee, dude. They're talking about Baltimore. Baltimore's not even in first place, and they're getting more press than the first place Brewers, who just won 10 games in a row. They're not even talking about them. Media coast bias, both coasts. They're biased against the Midwest. They really are.
Yep.
They are. They are.
Thank you for agreeing with that, because I've been arguing with people a little bit, and I've finally got some people. I'm like, Read these articles. Watch what these guys say on TV. I was watching a replay of the Bear. Go ahead.
Except the one exception where they were not biased for was that the Green Bay Packers, because they were biased for them, not against them.
They've been kissing Rodgers' ass for 10 years.
Exactly.
Straight up.
Exactly. I mean, it's just.
So I watched.
You ain't lying.
Yeah.
No.
You ain't lying.
There's one game. The last game that Stafford played against was a quarterback against Green Bay at Lambeau Field, Monday Night Football. It took at least four bad calls for the Packers to illegally get that game and be handed the victory, because I will never give them credit for that cheating win for the NFL. No, I know it's the officials that call the game, but it's the NFL that controls them.
Absolutely.
And if the NFL wanted to clean up their game and for integrity, if they wanted to do it, they would go ahead and do like the USFL and the XFL. And for the decisions that are on the field, you go ahead and you show why that decision is made.
Absolutely, man. It's they're just so disgusting, man.
Yeah,
so disgusting.
It is. And it's all about.
Now it's entertainment. It's not a sport anymore.
Yeah.
It's an entertainment. It's all gambling and all money involved.
Yeah.
You know what's funny to me? You know what's really funny to me as you speak about that, Foster? It's like when you was talking about just gambling and stuff like that. It's amazing to me how they're suspending guys who gamble, but yet every commercial you see is about gambling in sports. Mm-hmm. So how can you suspend somebody when that's all you see on these commercials in every single sporting game? It's amazing to me.
We did an hour segment on this on my show because what it came down to was this: they don't even care if the players gamble. They don't want them gambling on the NFL games. And the reason a lot of those guys got suspended and all this stuff's going on is they were gambling while they were at practice in uniform, which is right in their contract. You're not allowed to do that. So it's their fault. It's their fault for doing that, for picking their phone up at practice and going on DraftKings and betting on stuff. Because all they had to do was wait till they got home.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before if you bet on football, forget it. You're out.
Yeah.
Look at like Pete Rose in baseball. He's not getting that. They're not letting you do nothing. Now all this stuff is okay. Where did the shift come from? Where it's, I won't say immoral. I'm against a lot of these things that this country's doing. I'm not big on guns. I don't gamble. The only time I gamble is when I get into my car because I don't know who's driving next to me.
You ain't lying.
Hey,
you ain't lying.
One more thing too, because I want to make sure that I leave you guys. I want both of you guys to send an email to my producer, my executive producer, so that I can schedule you guys to come and visit and hang out with me for an hour or so. So pre-record it, whatever we got to do to fit your schedule. If that's
absolutely,
okay.
That's absolutely.
And then
absolutely,
you guys want me as a guest sometime? All you got to do is I'll even give you my personal number, man. I'll just give it to you and you text me, hey dude, can you come on with me? And when I can, I will. So if you want,
sounds good.
That's up to you guys, man.
Oh, that's perfect.
All we do is we help everybody who's not like a scumbag or a jerk on Twitter and YouTube. We just help people get subs and bring them on our show and expose them. That's all we do. And we're not even that big, but we're getting big quick. And I think, I don't know if you heard this, 313. So my podcast, we just signed a contract with Mike Tyson. And
wow.
Sean Salisbury of the Minnesota Vikings. There's a new app coming out, and it's called PSF. So like say this show is on and you guys get into the app. So 5,000 people can come on and look at your show, make comments, and then if you want, you put your link in there and they can do just what I did tonight. Jump on. You can hold them to a time. You can even make a few bucks off of it. You know,
Oh, wow.
it's what it really is. What we're really doing all this for is to give fans like us a voice, a big
Yes.
voice that can be heard throughout the country without hesitation. Because this app goes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you can get on there and talk to 5 different Detroit Lions podcasts at the same time, or
Oh,
or you
wow.
can go in and see what everybody in Green Bay's saying, or what everybody in Chicago's saying, or Minnesota. So it's called PSF. I believe there's 4 podcasters in Detroit right now that are in this program. You should
Oh,
be hearing
okay.
about it real. You should be hearing about it real soon.
Okay. Okay.
If not, I can get you the information if you're interested in checking into it more.
Oh, absolutely. I'm definitely
Okay.
interested in that. Absolutely.
Then you got to send my producer an email, and I'll get you whatever I can as soon as I can on it.
Okay.
I
Okay.
forget stuff, man. I've got too many things. You know, I'm old. I'm old like Tim. No, I'm joking.
I actually put my number in our private chat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can do that.
Yeah, I put mine in there.
There you go.
So,
Okay. I'm gonna put mine in there too, real quick. If I can put it in there. Okay. We'll put mine in there too.
Yeah, I just put. Everybody just calls me Foster. My first name's Jim, but there's like 7 million Jims in Chicago alone. So. Hey, man, you don't know how many times we've been at the bar sitting there having a drink, and somebody goes, "Hey, get Jim a drink," and 7 of us walk over there. Well, I'm not kidding you, man. It happened too many years of that crap. So the bartender goes one day, "Okay, you're Jim number 1, you're Jim number 2, you're Jim the truck driver, you're Jim this, you're Jim that," and she goes, "Nah, you're just fucking Foster, man. I don't know what else to call it." True story. It was like 35 years ago, and it just stuck. It just stayed that way. So I kept it. I claimed it.
That's cool. That's cool.
I gotta write this stuff down. Let me get a pen, guys.
Yeah, because I got to get one myself.
You got. I think you got some more in the chat. I'm gonna mute my mic and get a pen here so I can get your numbers, dude.
Okay. Guys. Yes, sir. Because I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna get a pen myself. Walking around.
We'll get back to you guys in the chat here in a little bit.
Okay. Because I'm just walking around trying to find a piece of paper. Hopefully to see. Okay. Hopefully. Okay. 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 Let's go ahead. Okay. All right.
All right, great. There's 12. I'll bring back up the private chat.
Okay.
You guys still see the private chat or not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I just Tim, are you really a maniac, Tim, or should I be afraid or?
No,
man.
Actually, the story behind it, I'll tell you later out there. Yeah,
Okay. I just so you guys know, and this is my show too. That I do my show when we do shows on Bears Country. We do about an hour Bears, and then it's how are you doing, man? What's going on? And we do a lot of laughing because if you don't laugh, you got to love sports and have some fun. That's what our show's about, man. And be a fan.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Oh yeah.
That's really our show, man.
Absolutely.
I got your
Absolutely.
numbers. I can't even do that. Got more questions? You got it. There's a bunch of people in the chat. See what I did, Tim?
Right.
You were gonna get off the show. You were gonna get off the show and go lay down. And I screwed you, man. I just woke you up.
Yeah.
313 Sports Steve got all excited. He jumped on.
did.
And now we've got a bunch of questions in your chat.
I'm always excited when it comes to sports, so that's right up my alley. That's right
brother.
up my alley. Because even on podcasts I'm on, we get excited about sports, man, all the time. We talk about our local sports, we talk about other things, and then we always we always shout people out who's on the show as well, and then we'll like shout out people who have podcasts and everything. So we all about everybody that of winning. It's all about it's just all about everybody winning and just congratulating each other. That's what we all about. It's all about positive.
There you go, man. Steve, it's the only reason God put me on earth was to help people. Whether it's I make you laugh, or I help an old lady across the street, or I save somebody a few bucks. I'm a contractor, so I always try and save my customers money because I've been on both ends of it. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And just you'll be so much richer by giving than you can imagine. When I'm in my worst state, the best thing I could do is I give more and I help more when I'm in the worst state, with my mind, because that's usually this is the only problem I got right here. This thing in between my ears.
Yeah. And that could be a gift and a curse. Because sometimes when you speak your mind, everybody is not going to agree, or they just think that you're a threat because you have that, you speak your mind.
Yeah.
So I always tell people, always speak your mind, and that's the best thing you can do is speak your mind. Because if you don't speak your mind, then you're kind of cornered into just, okay, should I say this? Should I not say this? Like, and you don't always want to have that mentality to do that.
It's not healthy to go through life that way. I kind of did it for a little bit. I used to be a big drinker, and I couldn't open up and I couldn't relate, and I kept to myself, and it was not a good time in life. Today's way different, man. It's way different. God told me if I just try and be a good person every day, I'll get the gifts I've earned. So. And that's all it is, man. Just, go out. We love our sports. We do our jobs. We do what we got to do to survive. And at the end of the day, at the end of every day, you're a good person. If you do that, life's a lot easier. It's a lot easier, man. True.
That's true.
We go see what they're saying in the chat. I thought there was 7 questions.
That's my microphone. Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
I hear you clear.
Okay.
At least I do.
Okay.
If Tim can't, that means his hearing's going.
No, that's just the maniac in him that's doing that. That's what it is.
I get You guys are good, man. I'm glad I hopped on here and took the time out to do this.
Yes, sir. We glad you did too.
I'm glad you kept me up for my bedtime. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I made a new friend.
Hey, hey,
Yeah, I
hey,
looked at it.
hey, Tim, for both our bedtimes.
I mean,
Well, you screwed that up, Steve, because I was just going to tell Tim, go to bed. We'll take care of it. We'll hang out and talk a little more if he's
Hey,
got to sleep.
hey, hey,
I'm joking.
hey, you know, hey, Tim put the maniac in me too. That's why I'm still up.
Crap, and now it traveled all the way to Chicago.
Yeah, ain't that something?
Like that. Like that.
It's all love. It's all love. It's all love.
There you go. Absolutely, man.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do we got?
Okay.
Who's
So
Brandazir 12?
Mm.
yeah, Grand Diver 12.
Grandizer 12. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. At least. Okay. Kind of try to look to see what they saying.
Okay.
Try to do the comments.
All right.
He put like there's like 7 comments in there.
Oh boy. Our
Entertaining.
North. A lot of growling.
So let me ask you both you guys something. As far as the NFL season, who do y'all think is going to be the surprises of each conference, or who's going to be the disappointments to y'all?
Go ahead, Tim.
Oh man. Of each conference?
Yes.
Oh wow. Whew. Okay, you know what? I think as far as for shoot, Green Bay is going to be a surprise. I don't think that they're going to be the whipping stick that we all hope they're going to be. So I think they're going to be the surprise in the NFC North. And of course, we have been talking about how the Bears are going to be better than what we thought. You know, and I think Minnesota is going to be down at the bottom in our division. I gotta in the NFC North. Or no, North, not North, East. Yeah, Commanders. Commanders are coming on strong. I think that but they're in a division where just about every team in there is really good too. Dallas is expected to do good. I think they might fall down to the side, and just because everybody's expecting so much from them. Atlanta in the South, I think they're going to be a surprise team in the NFC South. And I don't know enough about the AFC. I'm sorry.
I'm on page with you there for a little bit in that NFC stuff. The surprise team, and I think it's going to be the Bears, but I won't be surprised because, like I said, they lost 7 games by 1 score.
Mm-hmm.
They could have had 9 or 10 wins pretty darn easy last year, man. If we had some semblance of a defense, we could have won 8-9 games easily. Mm-hmm. And then the tanking too, because when they traded Roquan Smith and got at the minute we made that trade for Quinn, we started tanking. Because if you look, how does a team average 32 points a game and lose every game?
Right.
How do you do that? I mean, that's pretty tough. You must have a really terrible defense if you could score 32 points or more a game and lose them all. So I'm going to take the Bears for a surprise in the NFC. And my second team there is the Atlanta Falcons / New Orleans Saints. because they're in that easy division. I see them taking that division, unless there's something wrong with Derek Carr. But if he's Derek Carr of old, I don't see how anybody's going to stop the Saints in that division. AFC, and then my disappointing team, I think, is going to be the Dallas Cowboys. I think people are going to be disappointed where they end up this year because the Giants have gotten better.
Right.
The Commanders. Here's one thing I got with the Commanders. Ron Rivera is the coach of that team, and look what they did last year with.
Oh,
Okay.
Who? So Wentz goes down. They really didn't have a true starting quarterback on that team. And look what they. Matter of fact, I told my buddy, I said, "Wow, they're going to have 3 Dallas Giants. Who's in that division?" Because I was telling the guy, I'm like, "Man, you could have 3 or 4 teams come out of the East," and he's like, "No way." And I said, the sad thing is when I said that, I wasn't counting the Giants. I had the
And you had the
Commanders
Eagles
in
too.
there.
yeah, the Eagles.
Yeah, I had the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Commanders coming out of that division, not the Giants. Because I said it to him, I believe when the Bears lost to the Commanders, I said, "Man, they're better than you think." Rivera's got that defense. They were winning games on that defense in Washington, and that was without Chase Young. Without him. Now they got him back.
Mm-hmm.
That defense in Washington could be something to handle, man. But they're going to have a problem, though, because they got to sign 3 or 4 guys to big contracts, and they're not going to be able to do it all.
Right.
And then in the AFC, my surprise team is going to be the Denver Broncos. They're going to do more than people think. I didn't think they would, but I was watching some of the preseason stuff, and I'm like, I said, if anybody can do it, it's the guy from Chicago who can't stand the Bears, their coach. Because we tried to get him to come to Chicago, and he said, "I'll never coach in Chicago because the organization sucks."
Oh wow. Oh wow.
He didn't say it in those words, but that's pretty much what he said.
Mm-hmm.
So
Gee.
Denver surprise team, and then the disappointing team in the AFC is going to be the Miami Dolphins.
Okay.
These are my takes. I don't know if I'm right. This is what just from what I've seen, and some of it's gut. My gut's usually pretty good, man, and I think the Bears are going to win 10 games this year.
And
They should be right up.
Aaron,
They should be chased. We should be chasing right up the Lions' ass. We'll be right on your guys' ass. That's what I'm hoping for. Because as long as the Vikings and the Packers are down, I'm happy.
right.
Because Chicago and Detroit, we get no love ever here. Neither one of them.
Never.
Right.
Nope. Never. And you guys are so long overdue. Yep. Do you guys know Don Burr? Don Burr?
Sound familiar. That sound familiar.
He's a big Detroit fan. He comes into all the Chicago Bears chats and gives a shit for like the last 10 months he's been doing this.
Oh wow.
I'm serious. Hey, if you see him in your chat, that means you've made it.
Okay.
Because I don't know why, but every time wherever Don Burr pops up, the podcast seems to grow wherever it is, and I'm not making that up. I've seen it over the last 3 years. I'm going, oh crap! And then one day he appeared in our show, and we ended up with like 30, 40 more subs and shit. We started growing. We're like, we've made it. Don Burr's in the chat, telling us how the Bears suck in Detroit versus everybody.
Oh man, that is funny.
What are your what do you got? What do you got, Steve, for your surprises and?
Well, NFC, I have the Commanders and I have the Seahawks. My disappointing team, and I know I'm going to probably get flack with this, but I think my disappointing team is going to be the 49ers.
49ers?
I think it's going to be the 49ers. Because I think they're relying on a second-year quarterback, and then they can't make up their mind if they want to have him or Sam Darnold. then I think this is a make or break year for them, because I think if they don't get it done, then it's going to be a lot of movement with that team,
Mhm.
and in my opinion. So I think, yep, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I was giving you a thumbs up. I agree with you. That's all. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to say I agree with you, man.
Oh,
Definitely.
oh no, you good. You good. I would say them, and if I would say another disappointment in NFC, oh man, I know I'm gonna probably get flack for this, but I'm gonna have to say the New Orleans Saints. I'm gonna say the Saints. Yeah,
That could go either way. You're right.
yeah, because
I picked them
I
as a
hate.
surprise, and you got. Go ahead. You're good.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I picked them as a surprise winner, and I could see it going either way. I got a feeling that either one of us are going to be right. I don't think there's going to be a middle ground with them.
Yeah,
they're either going to be a surprise or they're going to flop. I don't see a middle ground in New Orleans.
Yeah, I just don't. I just don't have trust in Derek Carr. I just don't. I don't. I mean, I like the offense that's there with Kamara and Thomas and Olave, and they got the talent, but I just don't have trust in him with getting that team far, because he just came from the Raiders, where they had the toughest division. I mean, when you come from a division where you got Russell Wilson, Justin Herbert, and Patrick Mahomes, I mean, hey, I would want to get out of that division too, because I wouldn't have a chance.
Absolutely, but that's why I think they'll be more of a success, because who's he going against now? Who's quarterbacking in Tampa?
Yeah.
Who's quarterback?
Yeah.
Who
Baker Trashfield.
Who do they got in Atlanta?
They got Desmond Ritter, but
right, and he's on the ups, but he's still young and he's new to the game. Carr's a veteran. I throw last year out. If you go back and look at Carr 2-3 years down the road and look at his stats and look what he did when he did have the talent. I think last year was a mess because they changed coaches and everything, and I swear to God, anytime you bring anybody in from New England, it's a clusterfuck. You guys experienced it.
I can't argue with you on that one.
He tore. They just tore apart a team that 2 years ago was in contention. They just ripped it apart.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? You've got the pieces, and they're not old. You've got Devontae Adams, and you're going to rip that team apart. Now they did bring in Garoppolo, but he always gets hurt. Gets hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's mismanagement going on in Vegas. That's all.
I think so too.
So I just see where New Orleans, Atlanta could be like my surprise team, man, because I really don't. They've got tons of talent, but how well are they organized? And then my guy Pace, that I can't stand, the old GM of the Bears, is now in Atlanta pulling strings for players. So that, in my mind, he's going to ruin that team. But I don't know. I'm just giving you my take. It doesn't mean anything, you know.
And with Atlanta, I think their defense is going to get better because they have AJ Terrell, and then they just picked up Jeff Okuda. So their corner position could. Then they still got Grady Jarrett. So they got some pieces that could surprise some people.
Right.
In my opinion.
That's for when we went over the Bears schedule. They're like, oh, they're going to beat Atlanta. I'm going, you guys better not say that so fast, dude. Just don't say it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're telling me, oh, yeah, we'll beat Cleveland. And I'm like, really? Have you been watching Cleveland in the preseason? Have you seen what they've been doing? So you better don't be so quick. Don't be so quick to judge, man. You better look at them during the season before you make these. You know, even my 10-6 was hard to wheel and deal with those numbers. I got a splitting with Detroit. You guys win at home, we win at home, and I can't even say I feel solid about saying that, but I'm going back to almost how it used to be. Back in the day, it was that home team always had the advantage in these, especially in the NFC North, man. You throw away the records, man. It's just black and blue and blood and spit and guts in that division, man. So I want to see it get back to that too.
I do too.
Where we fight. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that when it's tough.
I just miss the rivalries. Yeah, I miss the rivalries in football, man. I miss those old school rivalries where you just where it's hard hitting, nobody likes each other, the trash talking. I miss that, and that's taken away from the league, man. And they should go back to that. They have to go back to it. It's taken away from football, and you can't do that. I miss those old Ravens Steeler games and 49er and Seahawk games, and those Lion Bears, those Packers Bears, those rugged rivalries. Like, I hate to see it one-sided, but sometimes it's like that, but I miss it. I miss it.
It shouldn't be 20 years.
Right.
More.
Right.
That's what it's been.
Yeah. But
the Bears Packers rivalry has sucked since 2010. Since when we lost that championship game to Green Bay and they went on to win the Super Bowl, that rivalry's kind of just gone downhill because it's been all Green Bay.
Yeah.
At least when we play the Lions, man, most of the time you could almost flip a coin in that game most of the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I don't care if the Lions are 4-9 and the Bears are 7-4 or whatever. That means nothing when those teams play each other.
Right. Exactly.
At least it used to never mean anything. I remember like playing the Lions and this was back in the 70s, and the guy's like, because the Bears got a bad record, but they sure beat the crap out of us today. I mean, we lost the game. You guys won, but yet I can't remember who that was. I was watching some interview, and this is back in like 76, and he's like, he goes, we may have won the game, but I think we're going to have 4 guys out next week because we played the Bears. So at least we had something to hang our hat in. Yeah, we may have lost, but we knocked them around a little bit.
Right.
So
right. The bragging rights.
That stuff too, Steve.
Yeah.
I missed that too.
It's bragging rights.
Yep.
I remember
Absolutely.
when the Packers were starting to rise, and I think it was at Soldier Field where there were so many fights on that field. The Bears were like, they didn't want to give up that one position, so there was this out and out fight in that game.
There was a lot of that in the late 70s. I remember there was a lot of that in the late 70s, man, because the Packers weren't that good and the Bears weren't that good, but everybody was always like, especially in the late 70s, because we had Peyton and nothing else, man, but we were always in there close to winning that division, and you could, it was 14 games then, man. You could win with 8 wins. You could win the division with 8 wins. If we beat the Lions, the Vikings, and the Packers twice, that's 6 wins. We only got to get 2 more for the division. That's how we used to think. That's how we used to think.
Mm-hmm.
So
it'll be Washington. Oh God.
I just told another person a story about this because they're like going on about Green Bay, and I said, you know what? I'm sick of hearing about Favre and Rodgers. Let me tell you a little story that started in 1964, the year after the Bears won the championship. There's this guy by the name of Fran Tarkenton, and he'd already been playing a couple seasons. But from 1964 to 1995, that's 31 seasons, the Vikings always had a winning quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Fran Tarkenton. I don't know if you guys remember Tommy Kramer, because I was like, oh, good. Tarkenton retired. We'll get a break. No, we didn't get a break. Kramer stepped in and just started throwing deeper. He wasn't as mobile, but he could fire the ball anywhere on the field. So he's done. He leaves. I'm like, all right, cool, we're good. Rich Gannon. Why do they have Rich Gannon? How did they get Rich Gannon? So Rich Gannon goes to Oakland and becomes famous there, but he beat us enough in Minnesota. And then Sean Salisbury, this undrafted kid, comes in and starts throwing the ball lights out. And I'm like, what the hell, man? 30 years, we can't get a break from the damn Vikings. Go ahead.
We knocked your starting quarterback, Sean Salisbury, comes in and kills the Lions. It's like OMG,
Sean Salisbury. I got to spend an hour with Sean Salisbury last week, man. That guy is awesome. He's amazing. He's a Raiders fan.
Oh wow.
He's a big time Raiders fan, man. I just found this all out. He's one of the guys. He's the president of the new app I was just telling you guys about. He runs the show. Mm-hmm. He's Mike Tyson's right hand man in this. So,
oh wow!
I get you guys that info, and then we'll hook up. Maybe we should look at your chat, see if we could talk to some of the chat, if that's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
I don't know if Grandizer is still on or not. He came in when we were talking about. I'll tell you, he's a Dolphin fan. He's really supports a lot of content creators and stuff like that with a lot of teams. Grandizer 12. Sport has always been entertainment to the owners and a business to the fans. It's religion. When we look at it, distraction.
Yes, distraction.
Yeah, it's a distraction for the fans.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest problem. Is it's become such a business.
Exactly.
Grandizer. I think the biggest problem is we, the fans, just keep shelling out the money.
Yeah.
We enable them to continue this treatment of the fans poorly by just handing them money at every turn. I stopped going to games and I stopped buying merchandise. This is going to be the first game. This is going to be the first game I'm going to this year. I'm going to the Raiders game in a long time because I literally started boycotting every sport, but I just can't walk away from football, man. Because the only way to change this is for all the fans to get together and say, no, dude, we're not paying $500 a ticket. I'm not doing this. I'm not paying $600 for this or $500 for that. I'm not doing it. Until we do, they're just going to keep doing it to us. So the fans got to make a stand somewhere. I just hope it's in my lifetime, man. I've really been encouraging this for the last 2 years. I've been promoting it to anything that you got to pay to watch. Don't pay for it. Don't watch it because they're just forcing. Pretty soon, the NFL is the only sport that you can watch on free TV in Chicago.
Oh wow!
I can't watch the Cubs. I can't watch the Sox. I can't watch the Bulls. I can't watch the Hawks without paying $100 a month.
That's right.
And
that's right.
I don't care. I don't care about myself. But if I was a kid growing up right now, I would have never been able to follow sports or get into it because we couldn't afford to do it. So they've cut off all these kids from even seeing their fans because you've got, there's 90 million people in this country living below the poverty line. And that to me is just absurd. I don't care if you're black, white, Asian, pink with yellow polka dots. It just isn't right. This country's all about fairness and freedom. And we're really becoming more of a communistic, socialistic country, which it's got to stop. They're making it so people can't afford cars. People can't afford houses. If you live in Chicago and you don't make 50 or 70 grand a year, you can't live here. A one-bedroom apartment is $1,400 a month, and they want to pay you $15 an hour to work.
Yeah, that's
So it's greed and corruption, and the only way that's going to end is by 150 million Americans standing up and saying no freaking more, guys, no more. And it's the same with sports. They'll just keep raising the ticket prices and passing it on. Oh, NFL ticket, yeah, now it's on YouTube. It's going to cost you $100 more a year, but you'll pay it because you're a dumb fan. Well, screw you. I'm not paying it. I'm not watching your sport.
Yep, that's true.
That's just my take on it. I didn't mean to go off, guys. I
It's
feel bad
okay.
for a lot of people that can't watch these sports. They get to listen to them on the radio. That's about it. I think that stinks.
And I remember that because I remember when a lot of y'all sports.
Did we lose him?
Did I get? Am I back?
There he is.
You're back.
Yeah. I remember a lot of y'all sports was on WGN, and that was all the sport, all the Chicago sports was on there. Because I remember when I used to go down there with my grandparents.
Yeah,
and it was they kept the station on WGN.
Yep.
I just always remember the games.
Cubs and Sox were all on Channel 9. The Cubs, you could watch 100. You could watch 154 Cubs games a year on Channel 9. You know how many you can watch on Channel 9 now? Zero. They completely removed them from Channel 9 3 years ago and said, "Oh, we're sorry. If you want to watch the Cubs, it's $100 a month."
Yeah. Valley Sports.
And then you've got all the poor people in Chicago can't watch them. They can listen to them on the radio, but it ain't the same. And then it cuts the young kids out of maybe something that would stop them from getting in trouble or getting involved with drugs. They should be involved in sports. They don't look at the whole picture, man. It's all about give me the money, give me the money, give me the money. Don't care about you, just give me the money.
Yep.
And it's just so wrong. It's so wrong. And there's plenty of money to go around if you do it right, because you'd have 10, 20 million more fans. But they're not looking at it the right way.
Right.
Little story I got to throw in. So when I was a little kid in the 60s, the Hawks used to be on Channel 9. We come into the 70s, and Bill Wirtz says, "I'm not giving any home games away, so there's no more home games on TV at all," because he was worried he wasn't going to sell at the stadium. Wow. Decades pass, he dies. His son takes over, puts him back on Channel 9 and Channel 32. What happens? We have the largest Chicago Blackhawks explosion in fans ever. And then we have the money and we win 3 championships. And then they take them off of free TV again. And now there's a lull. They've gone downhill ever since. Figure that one out.
Right.
If you've got volume of people paying less money, you're still going to make more money. Instead of taking this little bunch and soaking them dry, just let everybody pay a little instead of soaking the small amount of people dry. It would just be so much better. Be so much better for the country. It'd be so much better for these kids stuck in terrible situations. I was in a bad household when I was growing up, man. No parents were around since I was about 10. I played 8 games of baseball every day at the park because I didn't know what else to do. And the kids were there playing. That kept me out of trouble, man, baseball.
Right.
And it was all because I watched the Cubs and the Sox whenever I could. Everybody's like, "Which fan are you, a Cubs or Sox fan?" I'm like, "I'm not. I'm a Chicago baseball fan, man." People still argue with me. Well, you can't do that. What do you mean I can't do it? I love the White Sox. I love the Cubs. I love the Bulls. I love the Bears. Can't stand any New York team or any LA team, but that's just me. I don't care if it's the LA Corn Bopples of the Lacrosse League of Canada. Can't stand them.
Well, that was one of the deals that when Stafford went to the Rams, the Detroit Rams and stuff like that. jerseys, and it's like, okay, I was for the Rams winning that Super Bowl because I wanted Stafford. Well, other than that, heck no. I don't care less about. I could care less about the Rams. I just wanted to see Stafford get that Super Bowl because he tried with us. He tried with us, stuff like that. But
Me too, man.
Yeah, but even when we played the Lions, I wanted the Lions hands down. But I mean, almost did, but unfortunately they came back. But now I want that Lions to. We just gotta get that at least one Super Bowl. One Super Bowl.
If the Bears don't get it, I hope you guys get it.
Yeah, I was rooting for the Bears in 05 for them to get theirs against Indianapolis. I was like, as soon as you saw that opening kickoff and Hester got that kickoff return, I was like, man, that's gonna be the start of something. But unfortunately, quarterback situations and things, and yeah, it happens. That's what Rex Grossman and Jay Cutler and it's just yeah.
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 Kind of like the Lions. Neither one of us panned out there, did we?
No. If me and Tim can list all the Lion quarterbacks over the years,
Oh God.
we would have our head on our. Oh man,
and not only that, I mean the savior coaches that were coming, and of course Matt Millen.
Yep.
Coming and
What I didn't get about Detroit was you guys fired the best coach you ever had. What was the last? What's his name? Last time you guys won a playoff game, who was coach?
Oh, Caldwell, Jim Caldwell.
Right. Yeah. 9-7.
I never understood that.
Yeah. 9-7 was
Well,
not good enough. They said.
We did the same thing. The only time in the Bears history, Lovie Smith goes 10-6. We missed the playoffs and they fire him. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah.
All the coaches we had that couldn't win 8 games and he wins 10 and you fire him?
Yeah. Well,
That is insane. And Lovie Smith has been getting a bad rep for a long time. I mean, the way that they did him in Houston is ridiculous to me.
Right.
It's
Absolutely,
ridiculous.
Because he tried to win.
Right.
Because he tried to win. I mean, and they threw him in a terrible situation, man. They had nothing going on with that Deshaun Watson mess, and to even get through the season and look somewhat respectable during the whole season, and then that last game, yeah, see ya.
Mm-hmm.
I wish they would have kept him. I wish they would have given him like a 4-year contract to see what he could have done with this. Because they have good draft picks. They have good things going on, and Lovey's. He ain't no college coach, but he sure did good in the pros, man.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did.
I'd like to see what his record is as an NFL coach. Because I wouldn't be surprised if you take out the last year of Houston. He's got a winning record, man. He has to because he won here with the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't go back to the pros. He went and coached Illinois, and he couldn't recruit at Illinois. Otherwise, he would have still been there.
Yeah,
that was the biggest problem in Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not his thing, man. His thing is putting together defenses and finding somebody to work an offense. That's what he does best.
Yep.
You take care of that offense, I'll fix this defense, and he does every time. So I don't know.
Yeah,
man, I'm screwing up. You got Brent asking a bunch of more stuff in the question with comments. So I'm gonna shut up for a bit and let you guys do that.
I do gotta say one thing. One of the things that really ticked me off was when the Lions made it to the championship game, and then the very next year they changed the system that got them there. The offense. It was a run and shoot. They said they were going to go ahead and just tweet it a little bit, but they went ahead and threw it out. I mean, that was the best success that they had. And I mean, yeah, they got killed by the Washington football team, which we're not supposed to say the Redskins anymore, but both at the beginning of the year and in the NFC Championship game. But still, that 12-4 season, it was a run and shoot that got them. And when you spread that offense out, it gave more room for Barry Sanders to get those yards. Barry Sanders was always that great running back, but with the run and shoot system, he was even better because it just spreaded that offense out, so it gave him more room to run. After we went ahead and got rid of that run and shoot, they just put 8, 9, 10 men in the box and stopped Barry. So,
Yeah.
Just saying how unbelievable Bears go.
I mean, it's just okay. Yeah. And sorry, chat. I mean, we've got putting in our things too. But I mean, hey, I really appreciate it. No distractions. Went out for fuel. Okay. Sounds like. All right.
Let me talk to Brent because I believe he's talking to me.
Okay.
So hey Brent, I'm gonna put in the chat Bears Country podcast, Bears Country production. I think I already put it in there. I'm trying to think if you can find it on YouTube, and if you catch me on a Thursday night, Brent, you come into that chat and just make a comment, and I'll make sure that we get some information exchanged. Because I don't know how I'm doing this right now. I'm a little tired, and I know I can do it when I'm on my show. It's easy enough for me to pass information. I'm not on my computer. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll say that. But I'd like this way you can keep in touch with me or whatever we got to do to help you see, maybe help you get that kicked off your bucket list. If I can help you do that. Matter of fact, I got a story I got to tell you now, Brent, all you guys. So there's a guy in England. His name is Chris Watts. And when the Bears went there in '85, he had never seen American football.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in '86, they were playing American football in England. So he went and tried out for the team, and he was playing American football in England. And he's like 50 years old, and he's had one dream since 1985, and that is to come to Chicago and see a game in Soldiers Field before he dies. That was like his one thing.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So last year, a bunch of us at Bears Country Productions, we put together a GoFundMe, and I will be going to the Las Vegas Raiders game with that guy this year. We're flying him in from England. He's going to stay with me a couple days, my producer for a couple days, and another gentleman. You guys ever hear of the Barroom Network? Aldo Gandia? Okay, no biggie. He's we call him the Podfather because he's been doing this. God, I don't know. He's been doing this for a long time. He used to work at CBS, and one day he said, "I'm going to create a network on YouTube of sports shows," and he did. It took him like 12 years, but he did it. So he's heavily involved in this. We're going to bring that guy to Chicago, and he's going to see a Bears game, man. He's going to stay here for a couple weeks and become a Chicago Bears Chicagoan from England, man. He's usually on my show about once a month because he's ever since 1985, the guy's been in love with the Bears. So we try to help make his dream come true, and it's going to happen. Might have taken 40 years, but it's going to happen for the guy. So if we can help you do that, Brent, you're a lot closer than he is. We'll help you. Anyway, maybe we should just all get together and go see a Bears game together, all of us.
Awesome, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe we could do it when the Lions are in town. The tickets are actually cheaper. Well, wait, I don't know about this.
And,
Year, 'cause if
and
they're
it's
good,
funny
they'll
you
probably
say
raise
that.
the ticket. Yeah, absolutely. That's what's going to happen too, Steve.
Yeah,
Oh, the Lions are good. Yeah, we'll raise those
yeah,
tickets 20%.
They already did.
man. Oh man, don't get me started on that. They raise the ticket every year for season tickets here.
Same here.
It's insane, you know.
It's sad, I
and this
know.
is the first time, and oh, there you go. Okay,
We can hear you.
good.
Just, we can hear you.
I'm here. I was
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
just
listen to you, Steve, because I cut you off.
okay. Oh no, it's no big deal. No big deal. No, I was just gonna say this is the first time in Ford Field history that all the season tickets are sold out. Like literally, they sold out.
See, now that's we don't know that in Chicago, so I'm gonna use that on my show Thursday, guy. You guys are gonna be my Detroit information guys.
Yeah.
I'll give you everything I know on
Like-
Chicago. We can pass the bag and forth.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hey, it's literally it was the tickets sold out so much. It's like next year they gotta get they gotta wait list for next year's season ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, it was like that in Chicago forever, and then lately people there's some people because they made them so expensive. I know people that have had tickets since the '60s, and they're like, I can't even afford this anymore. So they just stopped going. They're losing fans. It stinks, but they're doing it to themselves. And now, like the Bears tickets, you can't even get them. If you want to get so I went to go look for some tickets in the upper deck. $70, $80 tickets. I got to pay $250 for them at least. Wow, I'm not kidding you. That's what I just paid that for. $444 for 2 tickets in the upper deck. Cheapest I could get them. That's the other reason I stopped going.
Wow.
I'm like, you know what? My chair is pretty damn comfortable, and I got a 55-inch Sony flat screen, so I think I'll just sit here and watch it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The best view I can get without freezing my ass off or breaking my mustache in
Right.
December. Freezing beers. I don't need that crap. I'm getting too old for that stuff.
See, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so glad we got an indoor football field.
Yeah, we should have one here. Hopefully, we will. Probably another 10 years out, but
I hope so.
We should get one.
I hope so.
Here. Yeah. I wanted to go back and just say this, guys. Brent says the Bears will be shocking some people if Fields stays healthy. Yes. Denver with Sean Payton will be a surprise also, I think. And Atlanta is his honorable mention. The Cowboys will suck along with something. Will the Cowboys suck? And then he says Bryce Young doesn't have the physique to last an NFL season. I agree. Grand is here 12. I could not afford tickets since the 1980s. Us working class people can't afford to go. Pay the water or the electric bill or gas bill or go to the game. Absolutely, Grand is here. Grandizer. Man, Grandizer, if you any of you guys in this chat, if you want to come on, if you ever want to speak this, man, you could do the same thing. I'd be more than happy to put you guys on the air just to say what you're saying on here. So I need more people that don't shove me off when I start talking about this because they don't care because they got money. But it's the working people that do all the working, tax paying, and living and dying in this country, and we're having our rights taken away from us left and right every week. It's got to end. It's got to end.
That's true.
Grandizer calls it more of a behind the scenes guy. So he would come on the chat and that, but he's not going to.
Wait, Steve, mute your mic, Steve. There you go. I couldn't hear you because we got a little bit of rustling in your
Okay.
mic too, Steve. So you're good. Just if
Okay.
one of
Okay.
us, I'm going to turn mine off too. So you go
Okay.
ahead, Tim.
Yeah, Grandizer 12 is more of a behind the scenes type of guy. So he would say this stuff in your chat, but he's not going to appear on air. Just the way but he does stuff in the chat and stuff, and he's really good at supporting people.
Cool. That's what we're about, is supporting everybody.
Yeah.
Who's not, there's some people we don't like to support because they're prejudiced or just I lump people into two categories, man. You've got us and then basically scumbags. And it doesn't matter what color or race or any of that shit.
Exactly.
You've got people who are decent, and then, like the politicians and the crooks. They're scumbags. Sorry. I just thought I'd throw that in there. I don't know what else they were saying. I was just hoping to cover their comments because it all starts with people in the chat. Otherwise, it's just three dummies talking about football here, guys. You don't have to go. Brandon, you don't ever have to go live. You don't ever have to go live, man. If you wanted to say something, we can record it. I got people that don't want to be known, so I changed their voice. I put what do you call it? One of those things on there where you just see when they're talking. You don't see the person. We do stuff because there's a lot of people that are private, so they don't want to be on air. They don't even want to have their voice heard. So we change their voice a little bit. We give them what is it called? When you see like a picture and it's just talking. I don't know if you know what I mean, Steve.
Like that.
That's all. I didn't want to.
Yeah.
This has just been. You guys have made my night because I was kind of having a. That's awesome, Grandizer. I got a buddy the same way
That's
too,
cool.
man. That's what he does. He's behind the scenes, and that's what he likes. And then we don't want to force anybody to do anything they don't want to do. We just like to get as many opinions as we can because everybody has the right to have one. And they shouldn't be persecuted or put down because of their opinion, right or wrong. Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Everybody has one.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And it's so many people, and there's so many people that are afraid to speak their mind about anything, and they just like, well, I don't know if I should say this. I don't know if no, just say exactly what you feel, and you'll feel a whole lot better. You shouldn't feel cornered or be afraid to speak your mind. It never should be like that.
Right. And yes, Grandizer, I did give my roar.
I was just going to ask about the roar. You guys are awesome. I'm glad I woke up and stayed up, man.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
I'm glad you did too.
Do you guys know what a coincidence is?
Yes, sir.
Well, I changed it. There's no such thing as a coincidence. Coincidences are incidences in which God is involved. So I believe the big guy brought us here together tonight, all three of us. Just an opinion.
Absolutely.
I'm not trying to force. I'm not religious either. I just believe that there's a power greater than all of us. And I call that's God.
No question.
So, but it's my mom told me this for like 40 years, and I didn't get it. And she'd go, coincidences are incidences in which God is involved, meaning there's no such thing as a coincidence. There's a reason this is happening. Right. And it's just so we can help each other, man. So we can help each other. That's why we're here. Beautiful. I love this.
Yes, sir.
This is awesome.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. Good times, good positive energy. It helps. It helps. Need more of it in the world.
Oh yeah. Yep. Because there's too much divisiveness, and you know, to bring friends together. I mean, everybody should look at everybody else like this, because I mean, eyes closed, you're the person, and like you say, it doesn't matter, straight, gay, black, whatever. We're all people, and we all deserve to be heard and to and deserve to be able to exist.
We all have a right to be here, man.
Mm-hmm.
God gave
Yep.
us all that right to be here on earth. So there should be nothing discouraging or anything, man. It's again, I'm gonna just give you guys. I'm just gonna tell you some stuff so that you know me a little better. I'm an alcoholic. I'm in recovery for 15 years, man, and somebody was there to help me get through that, or I wouldn't be talking to any of you guys. I should have been dead 20 years ago. I had wet brain. I was a mess. My liver was going, my kidneys. I don't have a problem with any of that today, and I never had anything fix it. I just started doing the right thing and going to AA and not drinking and helping people. And I found that is the greatest feeling. I'm richer than the richest man because I've had so many people come into my life, and the only thing they've ever said is, "Man, thank you for taking the time to talk to me." And that is worth more than any money that I could ever get. The way it makes you feel helping people, man. So that's my message about everything. Even this football is great, but it's not that important. The important thing is that we're there to help each other, and I'm just saying this because it's how I feel about everything, man. I've been fortunate enough to get multiple chances, not 2 or 3, probably 50, I made a lot of mistakes when I was a young man, and the people today that know me all this time never held any of it against me because they're just like, dude, that wasn't you. That was the alcohol. That wasn't who God intended you to be, dude. You are now becoming the person that you should have been all along once the alcohol was removed. And that's just my little story. Everybody's got a cross that they carry. We've all got something that's a struggle in life. And nobody's going to know what it is unless you tell them. Can't read your mind. So just try and treat other people with kindness and compassion until they absolutely show you that they're scumbags or assholes. Then you don't have to deal with them anymore. I love Steve shaking. Yup.
Okay.
I possibly could, Brent. Brent said, Jim, with your plethora of information about the Bears, you should be an opposing panelist on Rotluck the week we play the Bears. I would do it if possible. But there's probably somebody better than me. I don't know. But I'd be open to it. I'm willing to do anything that, as long as I'm not hurting somebody else, I'm willing to try it. That's all it comes down to. So let's make sure that we all stay in touch here, and we're good here. And if you guys, anybody out there, man, just look up Bears Country Productions. You can get a hold of me from there real easy. All you got to do is send an email or anything to them, and you put Foster on it, and I'll get it within a matter of minutes to hour. Seriously, because I don't like to leave people holding the bag. I'll at least get back and say, okay, here's my number. We'll need to talk on this day at this time, man. You guys just hit me up anytime, man. If I'm awake, you want to talk about life or football, hit me up, man. I'll talk if I'm awake.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Will
do.
Here's the other thing. I feel like I know you guys like 20 years, man, or more. And I don't even know you guys, but that's how it feels. So
it's amazing how sports. Yeah, it's amazing how sports can get so many people together, and this is another perfect example of it.
Yeah,
it's 3 guys that just talk sports and know what they're talking about, and we've talked as long as we have, and we're having fun doing it. Like
Oh, exactly.
it don't get no better than this.
Nope.
You know,
That's it.
Different fan bases, but we talk like we've known each other for years. It's a
That's
blessing,
right,
man.
Yeah. That's
It is a
coincidence. That's
blessing.
not a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sports is a wonderful thing and a great thing to talk about, no matter what it is.
It is, because if you love it, man, it doesn't matter. Nothing else matters, because you have that one common interest that you can. Like, this is just the same as if we were sitting in my backyard or at a bar or at a pizza joint, just sitting around the table talking about life and football or sports.
Mm-hmm.
I could do that all day, every day, man. I wish they would give me like $400 a day to do that. I'd retire.
I hear you.
Right.
I hear you. Oh, man.
I hear that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
I hear that.
I could do it for about $250 a day if I really had to. That would be okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to be rich. I just want enough for my family to be comfortable. That's all I want.
Yeah.
And that's what most Americans want, man. Just let me live my life. Let me live comfortably and quit sucking up all my money and spending it stupidly.
Exactly. That helps. It helps. They should have all three of us on ESPN.
We'll show them.
You know?
We'll show them, man.
Right.
We get the highest ratings ever because we're just real people. We're not fake.
Exactly. They don't have to have us go through a teleprompter or anything like that. We just go unscripted and say how we feel.
Yeah.
This has been a great show, man. I'm not even watching it, but it's been a great show.
Well, when I put open chat, and I think I put fun in the description too this time.
Yeah. And what's funny is I know a guy who actually was with ESPN because he had his own syndicated show for about 10 years, and he said, and his exact words were, "I had to leave because I got tired of them telling me what to do. I'd rather do my own stuff and have my own podcast." So he decided to leave. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all.
I don't either, man.
Yeah, because it's like
I walked away. I walked away from union jobs because I got to do all this political stuff for people I don't back. And I'm like, well, dude, you're going to throw away that money? I said, dude, I like to sleep at night. I don't want to have a guilty conscience saying this crap about this fucking asshole. And I'm supposed to back him because I'm in your union? I says, other guys might want to do that. I did the same thing. I just left and started my own company. That's what I did. And it worked out very well because I never had to go through any of that crap. And if I didn't want to do a job, I just gave it to one of my buddies. Here, go do this job, man. You'll make some good money. Well, why aren't you doing it? I don't need to, and I don't feel like it. So what's wrong with that?
Right.
That's it. I'm helping you too, dude. I know you need the money. So,
right. And I would tell people that.
Go ahead.
and I would tell people too, like, don't be afraid to start your own business, because there's a lot of people that's afraid to start their own business, and they're like, oh man, I'm afraid to fail. I don't know if this happens, but it's good to get that experience, because if you fail, then you know what to do the second time around. So
Mhm.
you'll already
Dead
be
on.
hip to everything.
Dead
You'll
on.
already be hip to everything
Failure,
because
failure is nothing but a lesson to be learned from. That's it.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I started getting into cars when I was like 15, man. So I wanted to work on cars. I loved engines and transmissions. And back then there was no YouTube. I couldn't Google anything. I had to walk
Right.
4 miles to a library and pray they had the Shiltons there. Well, the first time I pulled an engine apart, I didn't have no book. So I took the engine apart, I put it back together. It sounded real good for about 30 seconds and it blew up.
Oh.
but you guys,
Oh.
I never had that problem again because I took it apart and figured out what I did wrong. And then I got a book
Mhm.
and I went through the book. So the next 50 engines, I never had a problem with them because I
Right.
learned through my
Mhm.
failure of what to do and what not to do. And people need to realize that because if you want, you can do almost anything you want. I hate to keep doing this, but you guys keep bringing all these things back in my head. When I quit drinking, I lost my job, and then I started having health problems. And I was in construction, man. I was a roofer. I used to build homes, and I used to rehab homes, and I've probably done 5,000 roofs. But my health was going, and I'm
Wow.
sitting there around Halloween of 2019. I'm sitting at my computer going, man, how am I going to make money? I'm going to lose my house. I got a daughter in college. I got 2 car payments, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, no, it's not how do I want to make money. I said, what are the things that because we forget the dream as we get older. We don't have
Right.
dreams like kids do. So I asked myself, I said, Jim,
Absolutely.
what were the things that you always wanted to do when you were a little kid? And I immediately grabbed a pen and I wrote down actor, singer, comedian. So then I started getting on all the TV shows like I've done. I've been on Chicago Fire, Chicago Med, Chicago PD, Batwoman, Next. I was in a couple movies. I even was the star of a pilot that nobody picked up, or one of the stars. So I did that. And everybody's like, well, dude, aren't you going to go on? I said, I didn't say my goal was to be famous. I wanted to be an actor. And I was an actor. So then the next thing I did
Mhm.
was I put together a band and I sang live in front of 300 people and got a standing ovation. And they're like,
Wow.
dude, aren't you going to go on and sing? You could make money, get rich and famous. I'm like,
Wow.
that wasn't the
Wow.
goal. The goal was to be a singer in front of a live audience and get applause. So I finished that. And then I went and did stand up. And people are like, dude, you're a great comedian. You should be up on stage every day. Well, I just did it because it's something that I wanted to do. And then I found this because I was trying to go back into acting after COVID, and they made it so difficult. I had to basically give up 3 days a week to get 1 day of work. And at the time, my 90-year-old mother's dying, so I'm her caretaker too. So I
Right.
can't commit to this. And then for 2 years, my buddy's going, dude, you
Oh,
got to come
wow.
on. You got to come on the podcast. I want you to do some production. Maybe have your own show and all this stuff. And I just kept saying, timing's really bad. My mom's gonna die soon, and I'm executor, and I've got a mess to clean up my mom. My mom was a hoarder in an 11-room house, and she filled it to the ceiling. So it took me like a year to get that cleaned out and fixed. I'm not even done. It's 3 years later. But I sat there and I did the things that I dreamed about when I was a kid. And as adults, we forget the dream. So anybody out there listening, don't forget the dream. And you can do it. I'm proof, man. I was a person that was going to be dead 20 years ago from alcohol and drugs. And look at me sitting here today with you guys. You wouldn't even know any
Wow.
of that if I didn't take it. You'd have no idea. And I'm blessed because I don't have any
Absolutely.
adverse health effects from that, which I should have. My doctors still don't quite get it. And I said, the power of God is stronger than any medicine you could ever come up with, dude. So
Exactly.
I give it all up to
Absolutely.
God, and I don't go to church. I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. Because church is just man-made religion, and all they really want is your money. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm right. That's
Mm-hmm.
kind of partially. I think I could see me being off on that take. I think it's just because I was raised a Roman Catholic, and it was you go to church every Friday and make sure you bring $5. That's when you're taught that growing up. You don't know any different. You're just doing what you're told.
That's true.
But don't forget to
Exactly.
dream as we get older, guys. Don't forget to dream and have dreams and something you want to do. It's never too late. I didn't start any of this till I was 50. None of it.
It's
All right.
never
Matter
too
of fact,
late.
you guys remember?
It's never too
You guys
late.
remember Foster Brooks? Never too late. Remember Foster Brooks, the comedian? Any one of you guys? He didn't have success till he was 59 years old. That's when he started. He was a weatherman on the East Coast, and he just said, "You know what? I'm going to take this
Oh
act to
wow.
California one day."
Mhm.
So he didn't get famous until he was 59 years old.
Wow.
So it's never too late, and don't forget to dream.
Wow. Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. You have to. You have to. At any age, you can dream or you can do anything you want to. Just stick with the plan and just run with it. Just run with it.
Did you see what Grandizer put in the chat about prune juice and Tim Jard or something? Wait, go see if you can pull that one up, man. Grandizer 12. We could all be in the back of Tim. We could all be in Tim's backyard talking football, drinking prune juice. Good times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I
We're
like
gonna
that.
have good times in that bathroom too. After that, drinking that prune juice.
We're all getting a little older. Maybe
Gonna
we
be-
could stand some regularity.
It'd be like you watching TV. You like, oh, it's a touchdown. Oh, hold on, wait a minute, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Steve, wait. Yeah, touchdown. Oh, wait, I got to go touchdown one of my own, too, in the bottom of the toilet.
I gotta do the 3-point stance in the bathroom. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Steve, wait. Yeah, they got the touchdown. I got to hit the John for the extra point.
Welcome to Tim's Maniac Comedy Relief here.
That's right.
And the kick is good. Oh man,
I didn't see it. My ass is on fire from the prune
this
juice.
is funny.
Oh, God.
That's a big part of our show too, man. That's how these guys dragged me in. Was you got to come on, man. If you're even because I haven't been able to do like what I want to do, following stuff. So they're like, you got to just come on anyways. We need your comedic relief, dude, because it gets a little flat sometimes. And I always zing. It's one of the reasons Pat put me here too, is to make people like you guys laugh a little bit. Man. So.
Absolutely. It's a great thing. It's a great thing.
Yep.
You know, comedy and football makes everybody come together.
Yeah. And then Grandizer says, and the poop is good too.
Clean it out. Healthy colon.
Clean it out. But you know what? Man, we screwed up.
That's what they say.
You gotta keep regular.
We should have been pumping prune juice through both of our regimes for decades. Maybe it would have flushed all the crap out of Detroit and Chicago. You okay, Tim?
Yeah.
I get a little nutty, guys, because laughter is the best medicine in the world for anything. I swear to God.
Um, okay.
Dude, I do, Joe Cocker.
It
What would you do if I sang out of
definitely
tune?
is.
Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. And I'll try not to sing out of key. I'm overdoing it now.
Oh man.
What was the last part of that, Steve? You don't even know.
Oh man.
I can't breathe. Whoa.
Oh my goodness. Oh man. Whew. Oh, I needed this one. Oh man.
Oh,
This is great. This is great.
uh,
This is great.
See, Tim should have been in bed 3 hours ago.
Yeah, we having too much fun. Hey, we having too much fun. I guess that. I guess that's that.
Say that again. That's that what? I missed it. It cut off.
I guess.
okay, say it.
Oh,
He's fading.
that.
He keeps cutting off when he tries to say it.
Joe
Whatever.
Cocker.
Oh, you did it. They do it. Man, you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
I don't even want to do this, guys. But my phone's gonna die, and it's 4:30 here in Chicago, so it's got to be 5:30 in the morning by you guys, right?
It is. It is true.
Oh yeah,
Whoa.
definitely.
So
Definitely.
when we get off, I'm gonna just send you a text with my name on it, just so you verify that you got my number.
Okay, cool.
And
Yes, sir.
let's just stay in touch. I got a really rough, terrible 2 weeks of my life coming up. I'm in probate court with my sister said I stole all this stuff, which I didn't. Just
Oh man.
So,
Oh
but I'll
man.
make sure we stay in touch, man. No, it's good. It's good. At the end, the light is coming at the end, so we're okay. I didn't do anything anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's just a waste of her time and everybody's money. But what do you do?
Mm-hmm.
Deal with it, and then I move on for the next phase of my life. That's it.
Exactly.
No.
So if you don't,
Yeah.
I'm just saying it
Yeah.
only because if you're trying to get a hold of me over the next 2 weeks, it's gonna be a little tough. But I'll be on the show Thursday nights. That I don't miss.
Mm-hmm.
So if anything, if we miscommunicate, don't hesitate to hop on there and go, "Hey, Foster, man, dude, give me a call when you're done with the show." Whatever. So this will all
Absolutely.
work out.
Absolutely. Will do.
I just want to thank the big guy for meeting you guys and hanging out with you tonight because I had a blast. You made a rough day really
same
good.
here.
It was not a good day, man. That's the other beauty about
Oh man, we
this
appreciate it.
sports and talking to people. You don't know what people go through, man, and just sitting here laughing with you guys. I don't know if anybody out there listening had a problem. This last 2 hours we've been sitting here talking. We don't have to deal with it right now. We can get out of that shit and enjoy ourselves, and then maybe you got a little better way to deal with that problem when you're done because you've calmed down a little bit, or you just able to laugh. Just being able to laugh in the middle of something that's not the greatest thing going on in life is a blessing. It's a blessing.
Absolutely.
And you guys did that for me tonight. You guys both did that for me. And so did the guys in the chat. You guys did that for me tonight. You got me laughing when I was not happy with this last 24 hours of the day. So I want to thank you for that.
Uh,
If you
Thank
wouldn't
you
have,
for
if
coming
you wouldn't have been
on,
on,
man,
Tim, I'd
sharing your
probably be
story.
still sitting there. Absolutely, man. I mean, I'm willing to do that anywhere, anytime, because if it helps one person, then I've done my job. Not my job. I've just done what God intended me
Mhm.
to do, and that's help somebody. One word, one smile, one
And
thing.
and you're just a prime example of just throughout everything. You always stay positive throughout everything. And then I always tell people, no matter what you're going through, there's always somebody that's doing worse than what you are doing. So you have to be thankful
Absolutely.
for everything that's going on. And I
That
tell people
that
that
is.
all the time, like, hey, listen.
Yep. No,
Hmm.
that is so 100% true, man. Here, look at
Hmm.
Grandizer 12. I always have an issue: type 2 diabetes, fatty liver, eyes having issues, work 2 jobs, graveyard, 60s age. They call it the Great Dying.
Wow.
Wow.
It doesn't. Grandizer, you've got to.
Wow.
I got to get a hold. I got to get a hold
Wow.
of you. I want to help you. I want to help you with some of this because it doesn't have to be like that. Type 2
Wow.
diabetes is, I don't know what you know. I know like 20 people that have it, and I really did a ton of research on it. The 2 biggest problems, and here, type 2 diabetes is going to be the worst epidemic in this country. Forget COVID. It's going to be worse because it's
Hmm.
the food we eat and the pollution around us. And the food that we're getting now is 48% less nutritious than it was 30 years ago. And that's by design.
Hmm.
That's not just happening. That's the way they've modified all of our food. So they're literally trying to shorten our lives because they want us to work, retire, and drop dead. Because that'll save them billions if we all do that.
That's right.
Mhm.
But Grandizer, I need to get a hold of you because there's things that you can do. I don't know if you have the information with type 2 diabetes. My cousin had type 2 diabetes. He's 61. He followed this diet and started doing some other thing, and he is now off insulin. No more insulin. It's because of a
That's
change in
great.
diet, some exercise, and some other things that you got to do. And I can get you this information, but working 2 jobs at your age just is not good.
No, not at all.
Oh,
And
but still, type 2. See,
Not at
that's
all.
just, man, I just, now I want to get more information and research more into this. When people tell me this stuff,
Mm.
it aggravates me because I know there's something that can be done about it. I know it. I've seen my cousin do it. I've seen other people.
Hmm.
There's a doctor, and he's got about 6,000 patients who they were type 2 diabetics. I can't remember his name, man. Dr. Furman, Dr. something Furman. He's got like 10,000 documented patients that were type 2 diabetics, and they're no longer type 2 diabetics.
wow.
They've beat the diabetes.
Mm.
Type 1, type 1's the one that's a
That's
killer that you're born with. Type 2 is, man, I just want to get you information, Grandizer. So you guys talk to this guy, right?
that's
Hmm.
serious.
I mean,
Hmm.
you guys talk to Grandizer
That's
12. You're
deep.
Yeah,
familiar with them, like,
I have him on Facebook. I can message
oh,
him your number if that's
there you
okay.
go. You can do that. Message him my number, and then Grandizer. Just send me a text with Grandizer 12 in it. I'll know who you are, dude. If you want to, I'm not making you do any of this. I don't want to do that. I don't mean it like that. All I'm trying to do is help because that's what I do. So, by God, if I can help you, I
Yeah.
will.
And 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 I think it's key for us, and as men in general, that we have to get checked out and go to the hospital and
Thank you.
just stay healthy. That is key.
Thank you.
That is key. Don't be afraid to not get checked out. If you can get checked out, get checked out. It don't matter what age you are. Please get checked out before it's too late. That is so key.
Man, you sound just
you
like
never know
my
what
buddy.
you may have.
Absolutely. No,
Right.
I got a friend PJ on my show, and we're always doing PSAs about mental health, drug and alcohol addiction, anything that somebody that we come across that says something, man. There is help. So please get it. You're so right, Steve. Don't shy away from any of it. It's not that big of a deal, and everybody on this planet needs help at least once in their life, minimum. Usually I need help every day, but we don't have 7 more hours to go in the kind of help that I need. So we'll save that for 2 more shows.
Right. Absolutely. But it's good but it's good to get as much as you can out, man, because you just never know. Like, your story can help a lot of people in what they going through. So
Yes.
I'm telling you, your story is key, because you can have someone that's like, oh, he's going through the same thing I'm going through, and it's helping me out tremendously.
Absolutely, man. I just read something else here. I got to exercise more, and then this is what made me laugh. I'll text with the code word, "Do you need any bail money?" Grandizer, don't text with that, because I've spent a lot of money on bail money, so don't use that as a code word, man. I don't want to go back to what I used to do, man. That was a lot of money. Somebody once told me I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on alcohol, drugs, women, and bail money. So no more bail.
Yeah. Definitely got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
I know exactly how that is.
Yeah, but we're done with that crap now, right, Steve? We're done with that.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well done. Last time I checked, I was done.
I'm so glad you said yes, absolutely, because for a second there I wasn't sure if I was done.
Oh, look at that! Hey, me.
I might need bail
Hey, we just gonna call it just in case money. If something happened, just in case. Oh yeah. It's good. It's good to have that in the back pocket.
No, just in case money, because I don't want another case.
That's true. be like, hey, the only Justin I want to deal with is Justin Fields. That's it.
I can see him kicking Detroit's ass twice. So you'll be dealing with him. No.
Yeah. We do got to deal with him. We do got to deal with him. You do. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, that's a good point.
It's a two-way street, man. Because we're not used to getting beat by Detroit twice in one season, man. I'm serious. I'm not used to that. You guys got us good last year, man. Jeez.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that one at Soldier Field 1 point.
That was, we had 7 games like that, and we lost them all. 1 point, 3 points, 6 points.
And
we lost to the Eagles in Philadelphia by 3 points.
I think we lost to the Eagles by like 3 points too.
Yeah, I think you did.
First, and I mean, we lost to Minnesota by a couple points. It was, Seahawks, it was just a few points we lost by. Yeah.
Oh, I remember that because I'm going, wow, what's going on? Detroit they should have been, you guys should have won the division last year. Two,
And it was just
two
that
more
we.
wins. Two more wins. You guys would have been tied for the division,
Mm-hmm.
and you guys were that close to doing it.
Yep. Then we
Really,
did.
if you would have won one more game and beat Minnesota,
Mm-hmm.
that game we're just talking about, I think you guys would have won the division.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you'll get them this year, man. I hope you guys knock the crap out of the. I hope you're 4-0. And I shouldn't. If I said this on my podcast, they'd remove me from the screen. They wouldn't even let me talk. I kid you not. That's one of the running gags. Like, I forgot. One of you guys was saying something, and I was like looking for the button to remove you because I forgot what you said because like somebody started talking a little bit. I mean, just a little bit bad about the Bears. I got a producer. And it's a joke. He immediately just takes you off the show for about 5 seconds, and then he'll bring you back, and everybody's laughing at you. We're absolute clowns over there, guys. Just so you know. Check out part of one of our show and just whatever. But I gotta wrap this. You guys just
Most
talk
definitely.
too much, man. I can't take it anymore.
Yeah, throw it back down.
Well, you do. Well, that's what we do. Yeah, it happens.
Steve, man, you just slide right in like we've been doing this for years. Come right in with that comment
Man,
perfectly
hey.
every time, dude.
Type of
Hey,
guy.
hey, we try.
Yeah.
What
We
were you
try.
saying? What were you saying, Tim?
That is the type of guy Steve is. So, I mean, he just.
Oh, I love him already, man. I love you guys already.
Man, I just live life the best I can, man. That's the mentality I have. Because I always think about the stuff that I've been through, especially over the past 2 years, man. I've been going through a lot with a serious knee injury and stuff, and I'm still going through it. So, but I always look back and say, man, it could have been worse. And now I look back at things that I never did. And now I look at it now like, man, I got a totally different look of life now since then. And I hate that happened.
Positive.
But
Yeah.
right, exactly. And I really start to see the positiveness of things, and then I start to see my real friends also. So I get to see who's really a good friend and who's not. And I had to get rid of a lot of people since
They
my
they were never your friends. They were just acquaintances.
Right. Right.
Today, you know who those people are. You could probably count them on one hand.
Absolutely.
That's most of us. And then the other thing too is go.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
No, I always cut people off, and I apologize, man. I just don't mean that.
Oh no, I was done.
Problem. I've been hit in the head like 60 times, man. Plus, I played football for 4 years, and it's like a computer. The files are all in there, but the processor's having a problem retrieving them.
Short.
Hey, man.
So sometimes it
listen.
pulls up the right page, and other time it pulls up Bullwinkle. What?
Hey, listen. I know how it is, man. I've been hitting the head by too many chairs and over the years, man. So to try to see if I wanted to wrestle or not. I looked up and said, after 100 chair shots to the head, I'm like, nah, I think I'm all right with this. Nope. Nah. This ain't gonna work.
It sounds like we might have traveled some familiar paths, Steve.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's all in clean fun, though. It's all in fun. It's just all in fun.
But I digress. It's done. It's done. It's over, man.
Hey, mine too. But then I look back at it and said, man, I didn't did this and been through that. Oh wow. Well, I'm
And you're
glad I'm
still and you're
still
still
living to
here to
see it.
talk about it. Right. Right.
Right.
And there's a reason for that, Steve. There's a reason. I don't know what it is, but God's got a plan for you, dude. I don't know the plan, but he's
Absolutely.
got one for you, or you wouldn't be
Yes.
here.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
I wanted to say, Grandizer, that's great that you're in the Philippines, man. It's beautiful over there. I was there one time, man. My buddy just came back from there. So I just the best. Or no, that was Brent, right? Wait.
Yeah, Brett. Yeah, he's kind of joking around with Grandizer's 12.
Grandizer.
Yeah, see, Brett.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat. I've been fine. Philippines. Okay. Interesting.
You can live.
Okay.
You can live a lot better there on money that you get from here than you can here.
Yeah,
without the hassle.
Yeah, they value $1 more there than we do here. That's for sure.
And most of the Filipinos that I know are very tight knit family units, man. They don't. They're just good. I went to school with a bunch of my. I shouldn't say. I'm saying. All my friends that are from the Philippines, usually it's their parents. Those families are close knit, and they're all great people. Every one of them I've ever met. They're not Americanized enough to where they do some of the dumb crap we do.
Right.
They're a little smarter than us at some things. I'm saying it all wrong. That's not coming out the way I mean it, but I hope people understand what I'm trying to say. It's a positive thing, whatever I'm trying to say. So.
No question. No question.
You were not sounding negative. You were not.
No, if any of it was, that was not the intention to be negative. It's all positive. Gentlemen, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Awesome.
Appreciate it. You appreciate it. You as well.
I thank you for your time. I really do, man. Really, really, really. More than I can tell you. So,
absolutely. Appreciate you coming on.
At the paper. I got the numbers on the paper. When I leave this show, I'm going to text you just so that we verify that we're all good, man. As a matter of fact, I'm going to just put us on a group text if that's cool to start with.
Sure.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's okay with everybody. That's all. Got to be fair.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So.
Oh yeah, it's say okay with me.
Grandizer and Brent, you guys stay safe, man. Awesome. You guys stay safe.
Yes,
and if you're unlucky, if all you guys are unlucky, you'll see and hear me again. And then I got one last great piece of advice for you guys. You guys are Detroit Lions fans, so don't believe everything that you think.
Oh, don't worry, we do.
We know, because I say the same thing too. Brilliant. Perfect.
Oh man. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Wow.
Good. I just hope everybody listening and watching is having some fun and they're laughing, because laughter can help a lot of the stuff that you're going through, not only mentally but physically as well, guys. It's the best medicine in the world.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
So Foster Covers signing out for the night. Peace to everyone, and stay safe.
Yep. And
yes, sir.
Take care, guys.
Yes, sir.
My pleasure.
All right, now you
Thank
take care.
You got
Appreciate
it. Later, Timbo.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Huh. Yeah,
That was good. That was
that
good.
was
Yeah.
that was a good. That was very good. That was
Mhm.
very good. We stayed up past our bedtime for it, but it was worth
Oh,
it.
it sure was.
Yes,
Hmm.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Great show. Great show.
And I know in the chat we didn't have a chance to have read everybody's questions and stuff like that, but or and comments and
And
stuff like that. But I did try to put them all up there. I do thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for participating, for the advice, for just being here. Thanks. I mean, we met another good friend, family member. I mean, this is
hmm
one of the things that with Detroit Lions and Proud, we family. So this is a podcast family, a YouTube family,
hmm
and more than just a YouTube family. It's a friendship family. So
Yep, that's true. It don't matter. We can agree to disagree, but we still a family, and that's all that matters.
mhm,
That's all that
there's
matters. So 80s,
you know.
70s and 80s. CB
Oh my,
radio. Wow.
yeah, breaker one night.
Right.
That's smoking time right now. My first, I tried getting into CB radio, and I bought one that was secondhand from somebody, and the finals were blown out. I never worked out. And my
Wow.
my nickname was Nighthawk. And today, I guess I gotta follow that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mhm.
Wow.
I used to
That's amazing.
I used to have a black Firebird.
Oh wow.
That kind of looked like it. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. But
Oh
unfortunately,
man.
it was only a darn four banger.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. That's not
Yeah.
too bad. Man, it is amazing to look back at
Mhm.
things that you grew up on, and you start to think about it, and you just be it's like
Yeah.
memories, and you just like, man, I
Mhm.
remember when this, and I remember this happened. The CB radios, the the cassette players, the
Oh yeah,
VHSs,
the tape to
the
tape, the
hmm
two cassette players.
yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah.
8 track.
Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Oh
video,
man.
video cassette.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
uh And, and
DVD,
and
the DVRs. Oh man.
and what's crazy is and nowadays CDs is like the thing. CDs and DVDs are like the
Yeah.
things of the past.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's crazy. Like you think about
It's
stuff like, wow.
Mhm. Well,
I-
even an MP3 player is a thing in the past because of these.
mm, yep,
You know,
yep,
I mean,
yep, yep. Even when in your cars,
yeah,
you used to play CDs in your cars. That's a thing of the past now.
right. Hmm.
You know, like I said, cassette players used to have cassette tapes. Put them
Hmm.
in there.
Yeah.
It's oh man,
And every once in a while,
wow.
the darn thing would eat the cassette tape, and it would be
hmm Things used to cut while you
yeah.
playing, and you're like, oh,
Man.
I gotta buy another one.
Yeah, and
Or
of course,
even I don't know if you remember this, but I remember back then when you used to have like the MTVs and the video jukeboxes and stuff,
mhm,
and you had to call to see what video you wanted to get played, and you used to have to pay for it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I start to look back at things now. I'm like, man, we done came a long way now,
Mm-hmm.
a long way, and it's even the video games was real slower and the graphics was bad.
Yep.
Now you look at games now, it's totally it is so realistic.
Yep.
It is
I mean,
insane.
you used to have just two beat.
The super breakout games where it's just zoop zoop zoop
Yeah.
zoop.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh man, it
When
is hilarious. It is hilarious.
when Atari ruled the world.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. You know what's funny? I actually have the very first Pac-Man game
Oh yeah.
still to this day. I got
Wow.
it's on Atari 2600.
Mm-hmm.
I still have it. I still have that, and I have the very first Super Mario Brothers
Oh wow.
on the original Nintendo. That was in 1984,
Mm.
and I'm
Wow.
like, wow, that
Wow.
is insane. That is almost 40 years. That's
Mm-hmm.
crazy,
Mm-hmm.
man. That started making me feel old now.
Yep. Well, how about the jukeboxes?
Oh
Were there,
my goodness.
yeah, and
Oh.
remember when there were those like those A&W root beer stands,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Dog and
Mm.
Sons. Yeah, you'd go in there and you'd put these little.
Yep.
You
Yep.
had to run by your tables and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Remember when you
Used
used to when you used to have to walk in to cash your check? Now,
yes. 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 And said but
Mhm.
it is still some people that still do that.
Yep,
It's still some people. Yep.
yep,
Carrier pigeons. Yep. Had to tie a
yep.
note to a pigeon and then they let them fly just to see if you can get the mail. Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 First console
Nintendo
was
64.
N64. Wow.
Yep.
The Super Nintendos, the Sega Genesis, the regular Nintendo, the Neo Geos, you know, the you know the Nintendo GameCube, the Game Boys,
Yep.
or even
Yeah, and Tim was there.
oh man, I even remember the handheld games back in the day where you just
Oh,
had the oh man.
hmm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sounding old, but those were the days. Or
Yeah,
even remember another thing I remember too, arcade games.
oh gosh, yeah, yeah.
Ah, when you used to see them in your stores, they used to have arcade games where they had a whole bunch of arcades,
Mm-hmm.
old school.
Yep.
The pinball machines, the oh my goodness. The racing games, the
Uh,
oh man, it's just wow,
well,
wow.
even like the old, the old football games that when I mean, or football hockey. y- I mean, they were just like little
Mm.
stick figures.
oh man, oh man, crazy. The NHL games, the NBA lives, the shootouts, and it's amazing how Madden evolved over the years than what it is now.
Mhm.
It
Oh
is
yeah. Hmm.
crazy,
Yeah.
absolutely crazy. Yep, Legend of Zelda, Mario,
Tim was.
Contra, Sonic the Hedgehog,
Oh gosh, yeah.
Altered Beast,
Mhm.
Super Mario Brothers, and Dunk Hunt. I I remember when you got the Nintendo, it came with the shooter gun,
Mhm.
with the shooter gun. I think I still have mine. I think I still do. It's oh man, the Double Dragons, the Streets of Rages, the oh man.
Now, what about regular board games before there was these video games?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The Monopolies, the Connect Fours, you
Uh,
know.
sorry.
the- Yeah. Yep.
Mm.
Hungry hippos.
Oh God, Operation.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Yep. Oh man. That is oh man.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Hmm.
Tecmo Bowl. Yeah.
Yep. Wow.
Where you used to just where every time you play Tecmo Bowl, you go the same direction and then you get Bo Jackson and then you gone. That's all you needed was Bo Jackson.
Yep. Yep. Now the game of life.
hmm
You know,
High Ho Silver.
I also were okay. Double Dragon.
These nuts. Yeah. Oh man.
Oh,
Double Dragon was nice. That was back then. Double Dragon was something else. Remember, even the very first Super Mario Brothers. I remember that took me. It took me 2-3 years to beat that game.
wow.
Yeah, Bo Jackson he was
Yeah.
Tecmo legend.
Mm-hmm.
hmm Them Tecmo Bowl games was fun.
Mm-hmm.
They was fun.
And
Man, the
Bo Jackson was the first two sport athlete in our time. Yeah.
yes,
Yep.
yes.
Because
hmm
PSN came after him.
Yep, he did. He
Mm-hmm.
did. He did. hmm hmm And a lot of people forgot too that Brian Jordan was too, because he
Oh,
played baseball and football.
mm-hmm.
hmm And it just traveled from there. Now you
Yeah.
don't see too many two sport guys anymore because they can't do that because of the
Right.
seasons. So I don't know if you'll ever see that
Mm-hmm.
again.
I don't know, but could you imagine somebody getting a baseball contract and an NFL contract?
Oh, that would be crazy.
Yeah. I mean, could you imagine? I mean, like Kyle Murray would have been a great baseball player. You know,
hmm
would have made
Uh,
more money than what he did for in football.
yeah.
But
hmm
it shows which sport he loved better was the was football because he took less money to play football than he could have made in baseball.
Right. That Russell Wilson too. Russell Wilson. He
Hmm.
played two sports. Jameis Winston. He was a pitcher.
Yeah.
But that it is insane. That man, and the way these contracts are now,
Yeah.
oh, it's crazy. It is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be surprised if somebody in our lifetime that is going to get close to $1 billion contract.
Oh. Yeah.
I
Mhm.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Because the way it's And could you imagine that being all guaranteed money?
That'd
I,
be insane.
yeah, yeah, it would be insane.
And I think the guy who could possibly do that and get that amount of money, I think would be Shohei Otani.
Oh wow. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. George
So
Hollis played baseball in America. Oh, I didn't know that.
no.
I did not know that. Oh
Wow.
wow. Mm,
Yeah.
I never knew that. Wow. That is news to me. That is news to me. It's how many times did you take the Lions into the Super Bowl and Tecmo Bowl? Jerry Ball was a beast in sacks in that game. Yes, he was. Yes, he
Yep.
was. Hmm. Yeah, a lot of football games that I do play as far as video games. I do pick the Lions. Even if I'm going career mode, I pick the Lions.
Mhm.
Or I just pick Michigan teams in general, pro teams in general. Cause especially with career mode, I love going to career mode with that.
Right. Yeah. And
It's-
yeah, Dexter Pup. My new monitor is working good. Thank you. Yeah, I got this. What was it? 35-inch monitor or 32-inch monitor. It's like a TV set. But yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
That's
it's
good.
working. Yep.
That's good. Say words of wisdom.
Yep. I know he said
That's
cashews
pretty good.
around me. That's true.
That is very true.
Bob Nelson on
Uh,
the Packers, 102
101.
sacks, 102 sacks once in a season on Super Bowl technical. Oh wow.
I don't know if people remember this game. It was a game called I hope I'm getting it right.
Mhm.
It's called Joe Montana Sports Talk Football. And I believe it was on Genesis. I love that game. I love that game.
Mhm.
I used to have the Lions all the time, and I used to always have this one play,
Mhm.
and I always used to do a slant play, and I used to do that all the time with Herman Moore. He oh man, when I mastered that play, he was gone
Wow.
every time. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And I can't remember who the quarterback was that year. I can't remember. I don't know if it was Scott Mitchell or Eric Kramer. I can't remember. But
Mhm.
it was fun. That game was fun.
Yeah. Thank you, Puck
Right.
Dexter, for coming in. Yeah. Go back. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
He's a Go Bengals fan.
Okay.
Yeah. Used to be a Packers fan. You didn't hear that from me.
Oh.
I used
Oh,
to be,
okay. Okay. Okay.
but you didn't hear that from me.
Oh, okay. I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you.
19.
Hey, that was a smart move. That is a smart move.
Oh, damn. You heard it.
Oh man. Oh, you cut. Oh, Tim, your cover's blown.
Somebody put the words in my mouth. They just got thrown out, you know? It just.
Yeah. Be like, I didn't mean to do it. Coach Klein said I could. Courtesy of Bobby Boucher.
1991.
Courtesy of Bobby Boucher.
Coming from a Lion fan himself. We're both Lion fans. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Mhm.
Definitely,
So
definitely both
you're,
Lion fans.
you're talking to two Lion fans here. Earlier, Foster, Jim, he is a Bears fan. Then
Hmm.
guy at 12 is a Miami Dolphin fan. So we're just
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Okay.
So he's had the hardships too. you know.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Wow. Get Game Gear. I almost forgot about Game Gear. Joe
Wow.
Montana Football 91 Genesis Sega Master System Game Gear MS DOS. Wow. Just bringing back memories and making me feel like I'm old again.
I know. It's just like when you go on Facebook and they have all these. If you remember this,
But like, if you remember this, that just means you're getting old.
Yep. I mean, the phones that actually had to.
Oh man. Oh man. Remember the phones that was in the cars?
Earlier? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I remember those. The touch tone phones, the big huge cellular phones. Oh man. Beepers.
Oh yep. I would think about beepers.
Yep. Beepers. Oh man. Those were the good old days. House phones. We used to have a house at home. Used to have them big old phones that was attached and it had the long cord and you could go to like 2 rooms.
Yep. But what about the one where it had the cord? Yeah. Phones. One of the things that has went. You used to have pay phones. You don't have pay phones anymore because just about everybody got a cell phone.
Yeah. That is wow.
Even our TVs, even our TVs have, I mean, it went from black, white, color to digital and HD. HD. I mean, shoot, the whole analog singles and stuff like that. I mean, you look at first, one of the first computers were like Commodore 64s.
Oh, them Apple computers and man, remember the TVs where you couldn't get a signal and you had to use a hanger to get a signal and stuff.
Oil and
and then when you got the TV on, you only had 5 or 6 stations.
Yeah. Oh, we only had here in this side. We only had 3.
Oh wow.
We only had 3.
Oh wow.
And if you didn't have an outside antenna, we couldn't get and we couldn't get channel 3. So NBC and ABC, growing up as a kid, was all I got for a long time because channel 3 we didn't have outside antenna, so you couldn't. And like I said, my mom raised me herself, so it was she couldn't afford to buy all that stuff, so. And I heard people saying about tinfoil and all that stuff. That didn't work for me. That did not work for me.
Yeah.
And back then, where did the Lions play on? Channel. They were
Channel
CBS
3.
back. Yep, they were. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
CBS.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true. That's true. Night,
Yep,
be safe. All right, now you take it easy, Foster.
yep. Take
That was
it easy.
fun. Yeah.
It was definitely fun.
Oh man, it's good to go back down memory lane with a lot of this stuff, man. It's this. Oh man. Oh man. Just fun times. Fun times.
Hmm.
Fun times. Even
Yep.
even back then in football, where they didn't even wear no helmets.
Right. And what about hockey? They used
Yes.
to not wear the helmet. Well, and
Mm,
now you got to wear a helmet to ride a bike, a
right.
bicycle, helmet, knee pad. It went
Hmm.
down to you didn't. You jumped. We jumped ramps and stuff like that. Evil Knievel was a thing of the day. you know.
Uh huh. Be like
Yeah.
back then, they ain't even had bike lanes. Now they got bike lanes now.
Oh, right.
You,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
oh man, things have
Mhm.
changed so much. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Hmm.
Oh my goodness. Now if you had your kids, they was running around. Now they got something where they can hold, that they can have their kids, so they ain't got to run around no more.
Right. Yep.
uh,
Exactly.
hmm
Hmm.
it's insane. Or even the dogs now. The dogs run around. They got like a collar where that they can go a certain way, and then all of a sudden,
Yep.
like you,
Invisible fence.
be like, nope, they can't go too far now. Oh man, that is hilarious. That is
Hmm.
hilarious.
Yep.
You come the night owl walking through the door. I hear you.
Mhm.
Oh man, man.
I never
So
understood. Joe Montana in video game never took off like I thought it should. Maybe it came out too late after Joe Montana was at the end of it. After all, Joe Montana was at the end of his career. That could be.
that's possible. That's
Hmm.
probably, but that was, well, it could have, it was that, and then when Madden came out,
Right.
that just took over.
Right. And EA Sports, the way they sold things, if it's in the game, it's in the
It's
game.
in the game.
So
Yep.
they just
Hmm.
went ahead and tried to make it so realistic. And like you said, graphics on video games, you know, that was that was something. Graphics now, oh
Man.
you're watching, like in video games, you're watching a movie. Now, I'm not
Mm.
good at video games, especially on like the PlayStation. Or I'm not good at Fortnite.
Nope. Me
Good,
either.
yeah, good thing. Good thing. Fuck that strain on because he will tell you. I was gonna say, I like cooking up.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
That just brings good times.
yeah.
You know, brings good times. I remember when we had arcade games, and you had everybody in the neighborhood go to that one game and go against each other, and you had a thing of quarters, and you
Hmm.
used to stay over there all night until that place closed.
Right. And
You
back
ain't
then,
even
you
had,
could do quarters. You didn't need to buy tokens like you do now.
right.
Like Foods or Chuck E. Cheese or
Hmm.
whatever the heck it is now. you know.
Yep. The Chuck E. Cheese, the Major Magics, the all of those places.
Mhm.
It's like, man, those just bring back. So you don't see too many places like that anymore.
Yep.
You
And now,
know,
now they're not recording anymore either to play.
no,
Like
no.
you go there and they're like $1.
Hmm.
Uh,
If you can find them, if you can find them. Said to play an NFL video game now, you almost earn a coaching degree. It's high tech. Man.
Did you see the that movie Trendrino, or that driving game movie?
No, I didn't. I haven't seen it.
Really good. I will recommend it.
Okay.
Really good.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna check it out.
Seen that last week. I also seen Hill, The Hill, last year. That's about a baseball player. Both, I mean, both were definitely good games or good shows, movies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got this deal where I at Celebration Cinemas where I can go to, and I pay like $19 a month, and then I can get up to 3 movies free, or 3 movies in that package per week for $19 a month. So it's
okay.
It's $19.99, so $20 a month. So that's So
that's not bad.
Yeah, it is, especially if you look at what you pay for one movie.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I do with my wife. We go see movies. So like today, we went and seen The Good Mother. And, yeah, we've seen that, and then seen Jurassic Park, the original one, but it's in 3D because it's already the 30th anniversary of Jurassic Park.
Wow.
30 years ago was when they spared no expense. Yep.
Man, it changed everything, and
still
going on to this day.
Yeah.
NFL said NFL 99 and NFL 2K was super detailed. I agree. I agree. I actually still have NFL 2K because that was the games where I think Randy Moss was on the front of the game. I actually still have that game. I have the 2K, the 2K1, and the 2K2.
Wow.
And that was on Dreamcast. So I remember that. Oh, that ain't nice. That's not nice.
He always does that.
That ain't nice.
Oh man.
That ain't nice.
I know.
That is not right. Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Randy Moss on the front cover. I remember that. I still have that.
Wow.
I still have that. I might mess around and do and do a video on like the games I actually still have. I'm actually gonna probably do that. So that should be fun.
Oh yeah. Go back, yeah. Some of those videos, some of those things, they can just skyrocket too,
Oh yeah, it's tough to find those game systems now because it's like now they might charge you a arm and a leg now just to get it.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be real tough. But yeah, I remember those games. I used to play those games all day and all night. Those were fun. Yeah, still ain't right. Still ain't right. But we love them. We love them. Yeah, we do.
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
Oh man. OMG.
Well, this is not how we paying this out. This is not how we paying this out.
Oh boy.
but it's all fun though. It's
It
all
is.
fun.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Maniac Roast Tim show.
Oh man, this leg, I can't stop listening. Hey, we didn't be, hey, we didn't mean to. We didn't mean to. It just happened.
Yeah.
You know, it just happens. That's
Yeah.
all. You know, just reminiscing about things when we was growing up. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You know, nothing wrong with that at all. Oh
Uh,
man.
so what was the toy that you wanted when you were a kid that you never got?
Oh man. Probably G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine was the Star Trek, you know, um it was I can't remember. They also had like a helicopter that did it, but it was this Star Trek thing that went around and it just because I was a Trekkie back then, big time Trekkie. It was of the Enterprise, and it went, but that was one of the, but I can't remember the name. Oh, geez.
Man, man, that's funny.
Oh God.
Man.
And what brings out the maniac in you? Since Maniac Sports. You got hold. Oh, it's just like
uh,
kind of Brian. Kurt finally did explain it, but they used to call me Uncle Timmy. And that was actually that was a respect. And
hmm hmm Star
Star Trek.
Trek. It would go around in a circle and pick up the people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Yeah. When I was a kid, I never got it.
Yeah.
To this day,
Go around in a circle and pick up people.
Mhm.
Yeah. That sound
I
like the political
remember.
party. Oh man, that is
Oh,
funny.
okay. Yep. So your cousin had that. Yeah, that was the Enterprise ship. Yep.
Mm,
And that was
mm,
not Enterprise Alpha. It was the Enterprise.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So Star
Yeah.
Wars or Star Trek? Which is are you more a Star Wars fan or Star Trek fan? Or
Oh, I think I was probably more of a Star Trek fan.
okay.
I was more of a Star Trek fan. I I was I liked the very first one,
Mm.
and I liked the new generation with Patrick Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one. Those are probably my
Mm-hmm.
favorite too.
Right.
Oh,
Now
but
I'll tell you at first when I've the Encounter at Farpoint, the first one, I'll tell you I didn't like that one. It
mm,
grew on me,
mm,
you know.
mm-hmm,
It grew on, I eventually began to accept that, but it was just like it was. I mean, this old man was the captain of the ship, and he didn't go. It was just too different, and then it just
mm-hmm,
didn't really make a lot of sense. Now, I like the idea of the ship being able to separate, but I think it looked like crap when it did. The console
mm-hmm.
section when it separated, you know.
That makes
But
sense.
yeah,
That makes
yeah.
sense. That makes a whole lot of sense.
I mean, it's just especially that back section. It's Costa section looked all right, but that back section, it just looks too. I
Mm,
looks like
I totally
a
understand.
garden fork, a garden fork.
Yeah. Yep. Close to it. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh man, that is
Oh man.
funny.
Yeah.
That is funny. That is hilarious.
Yeah.
When when Tim does his roar, the neighbors respond. Wife says, "Honey, I think there's a lion in the backyard." Husband says, "No, dear, it's just Tim's live streaming again."
Roar!
Roar!
Oh, it's a good thing I don't gotta work today.
Everybody be like,
Holiday.
that's just that. Yeah, that's just Tim forwarding down the field. That's what it is. I hope you, I hope you can get a Roy the Lion interview on your stream. Oh, that would be dope.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
That would be dope. That would be
Mhm.
cool.
Then
That
we
would
could
be
have a
cool.
recording contest.
Right. You
Now,
can't go.
did you hear why the NFL will not allow the Lions to go ahead and bring an extra lion on the field? Did you hear why?
No, no.
Because the refs won't have it. Because if they call a bad call, the Lions going to bite them in the ass.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. That hey, 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 they ain't lying.
No.
They ain't lying. They ain't lying about that one.
Yeah, shoot, the insurance their insurance premiums would definitely go up on the
Mm,
NFL. Get no big
hmm
ref call against the Lions.
Oh man, yeah, that would be rough. That would be rough. Say, guess the Tens Maniac Sports get to sing Gridiron Heroes.
No, no, okay. He puts this in after the guy you can really see. Uh, Steve, can you sing real good?
Yep. Do I sing
Okay,
real good?
yeah, go ahead and
I
sing
would.
the fight guy. Yeah,
Uh, uh, I'm okay. All right.
yeah. Forward
For
down the field.
forward down the field, a charging team that will not yield. And when the blue and silver wave, standing clear the brave, rock, 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 go hard, win the game. Down the field and gain a Lion victory. Go Lions!
Here's the second part of
Okay. With that,
it.
with honor, you will keep your fame. Down the field and gain a Lion victory.
Go!
Go
Ryan!
Lions!
Uh, my wife's gonna call
Man.
guys in white jackets after me pretty soon here.
And you know what's funny? They just started putting that on Madden this year.
Oh yeah,
That was never on Madden. They just not put that on there.
yeah.
That's that's crazy. Out of all the years of Madden, they never put that fight song on there. They just not put it on there this year.
Yeah,
Guess it
I like
is.
Yep, a lot of ass bites every day.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Yep.
It ain't enough cream to clear that up. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Up that ass. Oh,
It's a hey, it's only so much Neosporin can heal, but I don't think it can do that. uh,
oh, shoot.
that's our dude. Great job. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Yeah, I'm gonna try to go to. I'm gonna try to go to every Lions game this year. So I'm gonna try to. Just hopefully they don't come in. Hopefully their games don't be the same day as the Pistons too. So, which one of the games is the Carolina Panther game is.
Mm,
So I'm gonna be going to two games that day. So luckily they're not that far away from each other. So it's
right.
cool.
Yep. Yep.
Cause I think the Lion game is at 1 and the Piston game is at 6 o'clock.
Right. Thank
So
God. Thank
mhm.
God they worked it out.
Yeah, yeah. Cause last year was wasn't good for me because they had about 3 or 4 games that had the same day as Piston games, and I'm like, oh no,
Oh, wow.
no.
Wow. That's just so wrong.
Yeah, yeah. Cops are on the way to our houses. Hey, cops always coming to my house.
Oh, now the truth is out. Really?
I'm going to release my bipolar. You got to pick and choose your bipolar.
Uh,
uh, Tim was at the last Lion release. Oh man. Oh
yep.
man.
That and I'll tell you,
That's
that'll make a
rough.
maniac out of anybody.
Oh yes. Oh yes. No matter where you go. Oh man. Facts. Yeah, that ain't right. That ain't right. That just
Oh
ain't
boy.
right. Oh man. That is great. That is wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful. Oh man. Shouldn't be having this much fun.
No, we should have more.
I know, right? You gonna
Uh,
best rather have so much fun. The lights gonna be on.
well, yesterday I was doing my second podcast of the day, or actually, yeah, some I guess it would have been a different day because after midnight. And then my night, I mean the whole area, blocks and blocks, quite a few miles went out power.
Mm, mm,
Yeah, so
mm.
it's just yeah, and we were out for a couple hours without
Oh
power.
wow.
It was weird, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel for the ones who got to be out of power for a long period of time. I
Oh yeah,
definitely feel for them. Nobody should go through that. It's a shame.
yep. So so I'm a victim of the modern age.
Mm. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. You know,
Oh shoot.
and lived your life. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yep. uh, but I still can't
Yes,
retire yet. Damn.
right. Everything's so high, nobody can retire.
Yeah, exactly. And
Hmm. It makes it so hard to save money nowadays.
oh
What
yeah, it
can
does.
you do?
You should hear this
Mm.
stuff they say about me on my show. They put up my high school picture after showing everybody else's mine in
Hieroglyphics
from
from ancient
ancient
Egypt.
Egypt. Oh wow! Oh wow! Steven,
Steven is wrong for Tim's Halloween show. He shows up wearing a straight jacket. He is a maniac. Hey, hey, man. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
yeah,
Ain't nothing wrong with wearing a straight jacket. As long as you wear it for the right reasons.
yeah. Gotta get my logo on it. I, I'm gonna get a tattoo on my leg that says Maniac Straight Jacket Tim. No.
Mm, mm,
Hey,
mm.
maybe that's what I'll call my group, the Straight Jacket Girl.
Hey, that may be catchy though.
Yeah,
You may have something there. Bathe diet for cripes rolls. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow.
hmm
Mm, wow. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
right.
If it ain't broke, please don't fix it. How can anyone say no to Foster? Easy women have been doing it. Oh wow.
Oh, talk about
Wow.
a bird by
Wow.
himself.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh man. Say it ain't so, man. Say it ain't so. Come on, man.
He just don't want us to know that he got the harem at his house.
Well, I mean, hey, hey
I mean,
man.
they're all, you know.
Hey man. Hey,
I mean,
I get hey when
he was around when
hey
the
well,
Broncos were no. Okay.
hey man, hey, when they say no, man. I mean, there's nothing else you can do.
No, no, no means no.
No, don't mean no, especially nowadays. You know,
But you
they
better
don't
start
be.
running when they say no, daddy. You better be checking the
Or you might have to leave the country.
ID. Oh,
So
no. Oh,
that'd be the best thing to do. Leave the country.
yeah. Oh boy, this
Mm.
one.
Unhappy, unloved woman is the most desperate thing in the world, especially if she is a beast. Uh, yeah, no, the most desperate woman can be a gold digger. That's a desperate one. You know, those are the worst ones.
Yeah, the
Any
conniving
port of
victim.
the storm. But, that's another story.
I'm just
I'm
stretching.
just,
I'm just
these
scratching the
guys
surface.
have fun.
These guys have fun. Yeah.
Harm,
Oh,
dog,
good fun. I do.
Harlem, dog, boxer. Man, it's a lot of dogs.
Wow.
It's a lot of dogs. Uh,
You got.
uh.
So
And,
which is the most fierce, the poodle?
and I bet the one that runs everything is the poodle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I'm almost certain because the smaller dogs always run everything.
The ankle biters.
Hmm. The
Now,
chihuahuas and
now, now, you don't put your poodle in a purse, do you?
I hope not. Now it could depend on how big that purse is. Now they got some big purses.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
She said, "You wouldn't say no to a lady, would you?" I replied, "I don't know. Why not? Ladies are always telling me no." Man, 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 that's rough. That's rough. Man, we gonna pray things get better. We gonna pray. You know, we gonna pray it gets better. Oh, okay. Supposed to hear him. Oh, that's hey. No dogs. That's okay. That's okay. You can use your dogs to get. You can. People be using their dogs to get women. So I ain't mad at them. I ain't mad at them. You know, I ain't mad at them at all.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just long as you get the right dogs. That's all. You know that can attract the right ones.
So,
Yes, sir.
so do you get big dogs or little dogs for your women?
It depends on the woman. It depends on the woman. Oh, I don't know. It depends. It depends on the woman, and it depends on the shape of the woman as well. Sometimes you get the ones that's built like linebackers. You got to get a certain kind of dog.
All right.
Oh
Back
yeah.
to football here. Restore the roar, defend the
Roar,
den.
defend the
Oh,
damn. Go Lions. Man, I can't wait to that Seahawks game. Oh man. Oh, that first home game is going to be insane.
We
Those
both
I
like.
started.
I guarantee that Starfleet Academy. I know many things. Worf. Lieutenant Commander Worf.
Stardate. Stardate.
2220.
Mm.
No, 2420. Right?
Mm. Okay. 2420. Okay.
Because it was like in the 24th century, right? Or something that the next gen said.
Yes, that sound about right.
Mm-hmm.
That sound about right. That sound about right. Hmm. Wow.
So the other generation would need to be in like the 23rd or something. I don't think they ever. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably gonna have cars. They probably gonna have cars like the Jetsons.
Oh God! Now I'm gonna get that their jingle going through my mind. Elroy, Judy.
Daughter Judy.
What's her name?
or as inside the NBA would call him Elroy Jetson.
Yeah.
Don't forget his best friend. Don't forget his best friend Leroy.
Oh God!
Oh man.
What was the son's name? I can't think of the son's name.
I think it was was it Elroy? I think it was Elroy.
And what was the dog's name then?
Astro.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Ragrorge.
Right. Ew, stop this crazy thing. Oh man. Uh put it on
Oh my God.
put it on a shirt, underdog. Put it on a shirt.
Oh God.
Oh man. Oh
Now,
man.
do you ever look at some of the TV shows that watch when we were younger and you think, how the hell did I ever watch that?
Oh yeah. It's a lot of those. It is a lot of those type of
Mhm.
shows. I
Yeah.
look back and I'm like, Captain Kangaroo? Like, you know, Captain Caveman and Son.
Hey, man.
Be like, and Son.
Yeah.
Man. I
Oh,
look back. Oh man. I don't know if you remember this cartoon, but it used to be a cartoon. Uh it used to be on Sundays. I remember. And it was a cartoon called Mr. Bogus.
okay.
Yeah, and it's funny because every time you see the show, he used to have his butt hanging out, and this was a cartoon, and I'm just looking at this like, are you serious? What?
And nowadays that would be nothing.
Right, and to have that on a Sunday morning, that's even more crazy.
Oh wow.
I'm like, come on, man. Not while the
Oh,
kids is watching.
right.
Like or the or one of my favorite ones was Beavis and Butthead.
Oh gosh. those were when those were when things were becoming more adult cartoons. Oh,
They had the Adult Swims and oh man.
I mean, now when when I grew up and became like, over 18 and stuff like that, that was when you quit playing video games. A lot of people told you. Nowadays, people are playing video games way later in life.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
and now some people are making serious money doing that. Like, um,
Yeah.
what's his name? Um, what is his name?
Mm.
I can't think of it. I mean, I know there's Tim the Tap Man, but that's not the guy that I'm thinking of. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. It'll
He's a
come to you.
he's a Lions fan too. Uh,
Oh. Um. Oh man. I'm
you
not
know,
sure.
I,
I know
I
what you're
mean,
talking about.
right, but I can't. I mean,
Mm. Yeah, it
oh,
ain't coming to me.
I know. I'm and I kind of think his name is with an N.
Mm. Um. Ooh. Ooh. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Oh
I'm
gosh,
not sure.
it's going to be one of those. Once I gotta. Let me see if
Yeah, that might have to be one where you got to look it up. Mm. Oh yeah.
um,
Yep.
Ninja.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, Ninja. I mean, he used to in oh um in Fortnite and stuff. He used to have like Matthew Stafford jersey on.
Mm.
So
Mm.
that's how I found out he was a Lions fan. But the thing I hate about him, I don't watch him because in order to watch him, you got to join his, you got to subscribe. You can't just follow him. So
Oh.
in order to participate in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's
So
that
that
that that's the
so I know.
catch.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Mm.
he makes buco money. I mean, he's gotten contracts, to play these games and stuff. And there's like Tim the Tap Man, other ones too, and I can't think.
Mm.
I will be
Mm.
right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. So talk guys.
All right. Yeah. So as always, I just look back at things that I grew up on. Man, it's just I always think about stuff where I'm like, oh man, I remember when this happened and that happened, and it's like old video games or just record players or just oh man, it just makes me feel older. But I'm just glad I grew up in the time that I did. So I'm just happy about that because a lot of the younger generation, man, they just you look at what they doing, you like, what is this? Like some of the stuff you can't even understand. It's like, wait, what did they say? What is this? Huh? What? I don't understand that. It's man, it's insane. But I always look back at like stuff like that and just make me realize, man, I didn't came a long way, or how stuff been, and then you see the technology and everything. It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible the way some of this new technology and how things change so much. It just amazes me like crazy. So, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Went to the pub again last night. There is a very big woman dance on the table. I said, "Good legs." The girl wiggled and said, "Do you really think so?"
Okay. Part
That
two.
is crazy. I said, definitely most tables would have collapsed by now. I'm not welcome there anymore, but who cares? Yeah, you definitely got away with the ladies, that's for sure.
No.
Most definitely got away with the ladies. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But in that case, I think it
But
was
just make
broke.
yeah, but just make sure you have strong table legs.
Mm-hmm.
It's the raw
Mm-hmm.
materials that count.
Right. Right.
None of
And
this
if you
press wood
and
crap.
if you don't got strong legs, make sure you carry a screwdriver to put it back together and some glue.
No. Oh my
Cause
gosh.
she, cause she got a strong back. Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Hey,
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry with that. Just have to say you found some way to screw her.
Right. Literally.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Oh man. Hey,
Oh
that's
god.
that's what that's where them screwdrivers come in handy. Oh man. That is insane.
Now,
That is
are you talking about the drink screwdriver, or you're talking about the screwdriver.
Oh, the screwdriver.
I mean, both
But
go ahead and come in handy in that situation.
yeah, that's
You
true.
know,
Cause after,
if
cause
you drink
after,
enough screwdrivers,
yeah, but yeah, when a woman does that, you gonna need to drink you a screwdriver. Several, you know.
just hope you're not under the table when it collapses.
Exactly, exactly. Under the table and under her when she falls.
Oh God.
You know, because when she fall, you gotta yell timber.
Oh. Oh man.
Oh man,
Oh man.
man.
Oh.
George, zero swearing, zero nudity, 5% shit, 95% talent. I take that any day. But hey, we working on the nudity, but we got to get enough people on, to do that, But then we don't want no YouTube strikes, so yeah, we don't want that.
No, we don't.
Both screwdrivers, you do need one to use and 10 to drink. You ain't lying.
Oh God.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying.
But
That is classic.
But you just gotta make sure that you put the screw in the right hole.
Right. And that you conscious enough to know what you're doing when you try to get there.
But I don't know if you want to remember afterwards.
I did that day. I don't even know if you want to. I don't even know if you want to remember before the end.
On Free for All Fridays on Detroit Lions on Proud, we used to say, "Man, this show has went off the rails and it went to heaven, back and down to hell, and back to heaven again and back down to hell." And
yes, yes, in a good way, in a good way, in a good way, in a good way, with screwdrivers and all. Yes, it is a first down.
Forget the first downs. We want touchdowns.
You like Motown? It's third down.
Defense.
Oh man. Oh, wow! It didn't got completely light outside. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
We've been streaming for 7 hours.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And we were supposed to go to sleep 5 hours ago. Yeah, that coffee was a little bit too much.
Thank you, Jim. I mean, we're keeping you up now since you kept us up.
Right.
Oh God.
Oh man. Base coming room. I say bend over and cough. He does. He say, "Am I okay, doctor?" I say, How do I know I am the janitor?"
Oh my God.
They warned you. They warned you not to go out tonight. Yeah. But you couldn't help it.
No.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, but when it's Taco Tuesdays, you can't resist that.
Oh, I don't like tacos.
Oh
Oh,
man, that is
uh,
crazy. That
oh
is
man.
crazy.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm gonna get my sleep in because I know I'm past due.
okay.
Yeah, but I had a pleasure, man. I had a pleasure
Oh,
always coming on, and everybody that commented. Thank you very much. Definitely, always gonna support your channel. You
hmm
you put out some great stuff, man. I always enjoy your channel and what you talk about, and it teaches me some things as well too. So you're one of the guys I look up to when it comes to content and what to talk about, man. So I really appreciate you and and what you do and you and everything you put out here, man. So I really appreciate you for everything that you do, man. It's you know much
Same.
respect.
Hey, same here.
Yes,
Same
sir.
here. Same here. I mean,
Yes,
this.
sir.
Yeah. Are you guys going to do your show tonight or not? Or
No, we're gonna do our show on Wednesday. We've actually changed it to Wednesdays. So we're
okay.
gonna do it Wednesdays about 8:30, 8:45 because because of Monday
Mhm.
night football, Thursday night football. So we
Yep. So
decided to mhm.
split it right down the middle.
Yeah, so yeah,
Right.
right. So we're gonna have the XP and the Rappaport all on the same day every Wednesday, 8:45, 8:30, 8:45.
Mhm.
That's the D313 XP podcast on YouTube. We do Ustream, so trying to get some guests on there. Definitely Tim, you're always welcome there. And anybody else. We'll definitely, send the links for the show. And
Mhm.
man, it's only gonna get it's only gonna get better. So it's we always have fun doing shows. We've had wonderful guests. We had wonderful discussions, and we just love talking about just Michigan sports, and that's how it
Mhm.
always is. So I know with me, I love supporting anybody that does sports, no matter if you're in
Mhm.
Michigan, Illinois, even if you're out of the country.
Right.
If you put out some good content, definitely will support you in any way possible because I want us all to win. There shouldn't
Mhm.
be no hate or anything like that. Just
Exactly.
congratulate everybody's success, and that's all that matters to me.
Exactly. And
Hmm.
same here. You
Yes,
know.
sir.
And
Yes,
although
sir.
we tonight's episode we talked from everything from movies to video games to cartoons to cell phones to video cassette tapes to record play and 8-track players.
Right, right,
And
right.
so
And
yeah,
and big old women in San Antonio.
God.
uh,
Uh,
and
do you,
Cheeros.
yeah. Do you remember? Do you remember uh, the United States Football League team in San Antonio? What their name
I
was?
remember. I remember they did have one in San Antonio. I do
What, were-
remember.
what were they called?
Oh man. Oh man. I
The
do
first
not
thing
remember.
it was two words. All right. First word started with a G and three letters.
Oh, G and three letters. Gun.
Second one starts with a S.
Gun. Oh man. I'm stumped. I know I ain't gonna get it.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Gunslingers. The gunslingers.
Gunslingers. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
San Antonio
Wow.
Guns.
Wow. Man. Yeah.
Yep.
It's amazing how these get names words back in the day.
Yep.
It's like, huh? Like, wait, what? It huh?
Yep.
Like,
Like
but
the Arizona team, they were the Arizona Wranglers.
mm,
Yep.
mm, mm.
Boston was the Breakers because
Wow.
they only lasted like 1 year. Uh,
Mm,
But I think they didn't move to New Orleans. I know it's New Orleans Breakers in the current USFL, but
mm-hmm,
and of course Tampa Bay Bandit. But I thought
mm.
it was kind of like I thought that mirrored Denver. They had a team too. It was the Denver Gold.
Oh wow. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow. Mm, mm. Man.
yeah. L.A.
Wow.
Express, L.A. Express, Los Angeles Express,
Mm.
Oakland. You remember what they were?
I don't. I don't.
All right. What does the army do when it goes into another country?
They
What is it
ah
called? What is it called? What
shoot.
when another country goes into what are they doing to their territory?
It's a war. It's not a war. It's oh God. I cannot think of it. I just cannot think of it.
This is when you're going to do this. Invade.
Okay.
Open invaders.
Yeah.
Open invaders.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. That makes sense.
Mhm.
Is that my alarm just went off to wake up? Hey, that would it be for mine if mine was on. Yes, sir.
Invade. Yep.
Invade. Yep.
Invaders.
Yep.
Yep. Open
Uh-huh.
invaders.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Tim. I'm gonna get on out of here, man.
Yep, I gotta think about getting at least a couple hours sleep too. So yeah,
Right.
thank you, man.
All right. Appreciate it, man. You have a
I
good one.
appreciate it too. I appreciate everybody in chat. You have a good one. Everybody that appeared on this
Yes.
show. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh, definitely. And we'll definitely get together again. All right. Well, Jim, we're gonna let you get some sleep now because I gotta go out for my morning jog. As you can see, I jog every day. Yeah, right. So your jam alarm just woke you up too. Yep. Why didn't I turn mine off too? Oh gosh. Oh man. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, we'll definitely get together more and talk to you later. This is Maniac Sports and other things today. The Maniac Sports Show. Thank you, everybody. And with that, I'm going to say good night. Thank you, Grandizer 12. Uh, Brent, I think his name was. Well, I know he's. Of course, Dexter Pup. Or Pup Dexter, I mean. Uh, come on. Yeah, Brent DeWitt, thank you for all your comments. Nicole Henridge, thank you. Of course, UL Jackson, thank you. And Greg Rice. Okay. All right. And we will see you guys in the near future.